During the night, snow kept falling from the sky. The roof of the house was partially covered. A voice was heard. Someone was in pain, and the voice was calling for help. The child was lying on the bed. He couldn't sleep, or maybe he woke up to that voice. The boy pulled himself up on the bed and kneeled down. He was disturbed by the sounds. The child looked around. He could hear that someone was in a lot of pain. Where was it coming from? The boy heard someone talking about not wanting to die. Was someone in trouble? Without getting out from under the blanket, the boy went to the window and looked outside. The voice was coming from there. It was still snowing. The child, with his shoes on and without even putting on any extra clothes, was hurrying to help. He left fresh footprints in the snow. The little boy stopped and looked at his hands. It was cold, and there was steam coming out of his mouth. The boy's hands turned red from the frost. The glowing balls that appeared in his palm rose into the air. The child looked in the direction the glowing balls flew. The boy quickened his step and walked in the direction where the balloons were flying. Everything looked very mysterious. Mysterious sounds and glowing balloons. A child saw a lonely kitten on the edge of the forest. Glowing balls began to swirl around the animal. Their bright light made the forest much brighter. The child, treading on the snow, approached the kitten. The kitten did not run away. The child and the kitten looked into each other's eyes. The animal was not afraid of the boy. There was hope and trust in the animal's eyes. The animal mewed pitifully. It was clear that it was cold. It was probably the kitten that was calling for help. The kitten coughed a little, and red bloodstains appeared on the white snow. It was clearly visible that the animal was sick. The child reached out his hands and took the kitten. They immediately bonded. The animal felt the warmth of the human body and, pressed against the boy, closed its eyes. The child loved animals. The boy, hugging the kitten, said that everything would be all right now. He won't be in pain anymore. Now he can stop crying and sleep peacefully. He might even have a good dream. The boy, lying in bed, opened his eyes. There were dirt stains on his face. The boy felt cold and rolled over onto his other side, determined not to get out from under the blanket. At the same time, someone knocked loudly in the room. The boy kept knocking and calling for Estio. It was the older brother, Theriot. He kicked at the door with his foot and asked loudly, "How long is Estetio going to lie in bed?" Estio got up and sat down on the bed, but he didn't want to get out from under the blanket. The boy looked at his brother reproachfully. There was nothing to do, and he had to get up. He put his bare feet down on the cold floor. Estio looked sleepily at his brother, who had awakened him, but said nothing. Theriot wondered if his brother was going to get out faster. Had he forgotten what day it was? Estio said in a sleepy and indifferent voice that he would be right out. Estio, wrapped in a blanket, walked over to his brother. Theriot stared at him in surprise. Theriot threw the blanket off Estio's shoulders and looked at him. Why is his brother so dirty? Theriot clutched his nose and told his younger brother to put on clean clothes and swore at his brother. Estio asked in surprise why he didn't like the smell of him. Without letting the blanket out of his hands, Estio walks past the window and looks outside. Each time, the same thing is repeated. Today is the day of the coming-of-age ceremony. In the village of Selbia, where Estio was born and raised, every year, when the first Sunday comes around, those who have turned 19 come together and celebrate the coming-of-age ceremony. This event is considered to be the most grandiose here. Therefore, every young man should live his life becoming a worthy adult. Estio went down to the first floor. Estio approached the household, who were already downstairs. The girl shrieked and said she thought she saw a ghost. Estio had frightened her. A girl leaned over to the guy, sniffed, and asked why he smelled so bad. That girl was Roger's older sister. Estio didn't react in any way. Roger, covering her nose with her hand, said that the boy's hair was dirty and greasy. If anyone looked at him, they'd think he was a tramp. A father standing nearby agreed with his daughter. The coming-of-age ceremony is only once in a lifetime. Why does the boy look so dirty? His father added that Estio wasn't trying at all. He didn't even think he could have a child like that. Roger added that it would be a great shame if they went together. Luis would be at the party tonight, too. The girl declared that they would go first. Estio should wash first, then come. The old man, saying nothing, stepped aside. Estio ponders where and how he will wash himself. He remembers that it is winter outside. Estio went out into the yard and approached the well. The guy was bare-chested. The young man looked down into the well and saw his reflection in the water. He really should have bathed. Estio was freezing cold. He was barefoot and standing in the snow. Who needs such water treatments? Estio began to freeze and his body turned red. We had to get this over with quickly. The guy poured water into a bucket, but at the same time he heard a kitten meowing. Estio looked up and said happily that it was Tsiki. That was his name for the kitten he had found in the forest. After washing and taking water procedures, the guy walked over to where the kitten was sitting. Tsiki threw off his clothes. Estio was very glad the kitten was here. Tsiki mewed again in response. Estio, holding the garment in his hands, asked what it was. Tsiki replied that it was a gift. In the guy's hands was a beautiful new shirt with embroideries. Estio asked the cat in surprise what it was. Tsiki replied that it was a gift. The cat sat proudly in front of the guy. Tsiki wanted to make the young man feel good. Estio asked Tsuki to answer honestly where she got it. The cat replied that she had gotten it. The boy was still surprised. Tsiki jumped down into the snow and rubbed herself against the boy's leg. She said it was another gift for Estio. Tsuki raised her head and looked at the boy with a sense of trust. There was a very warm relationship between them. Estio decided to try on these clothes. Kat was eager to see the boy in her present. A horse-drawn carriage is traveling down the road. A girl who happens to be on the road screams in fear. She's about to be run over by the horse. Tsiki throws herself on the girl's chest and pushes her aside. The girl falls down and thus avoided being hit by the horse. The wagon passed by. The girl rushed into her mom's arms. They are both happy that the accident was avoided. The girl says she wanted to thank the cat somehow. But what to give her? Tsiki walked over and sat down by the window of a store that sold beautiful clothes. The girl understood everything. The rescued girl happily gave the cat what she chose. Thus, Estio had these clothes. The boy gratefully accepted the gift. Estio said, "Tsuki must have been really stubborn again, begging for it." The boy stroked the kind animal in gratitude. He said that Tsiki was good. She was a very kind cat. Estio put the clothes on and he liked them very much. The boy thought that Tsiki sometimes brought strange gifts. On the day he was sick, she brought a bag of medicine, and when their crops failed and they were hungry, she brought bread. The young man held the cat in his arms and stroked her again. Of course, she can't understand and know the right time. It is only her feline instinct. A bird flew to Estio and started circling around him. It greets the boy. Estio greets Piria. Animals and insects appear around our hero. Estio is very happy and says that he has not seen them all for a long time. The boy sits down and plays with the animals. He knows their names. It turns out that he has been friends with them for a long time. Estio noticed that Tsuki had run off somewhere and looked behind her. A girl stealthily approached the young man. It was Bella. Estio recognized her. However, the girl, looking at the guy, couldn't remember his name. She went over the names in her head and never called him by name. The young man lowered his head sadly. As expected, she can't remember him. Estio was a little upset. Bella, hearing the guy's voice, asked, "Is he Estio by any chance?" Bella asked if he was going to go to the ceremony today. Estio replied that he was going to go. Bella smiled and said that she was on her way there now too. The girl ducked down to Estio's squatting form and offered to go to the ceremony together. The establishment where this party is being held is noisy and fun. People are raising their glasses and drinking. The party continues and everyone is happy. The man was worried if the kid would come here. He'd want the kid to have fun too. The companion with the bowl in her hand says that this boy is very lazy. He was going to come without even washing. On New Year's Day, she spent the whole day persuading him to wash. Interlocutors nearby told her to just let it go. The youths in the neighborhood agreed, and all said it was best to forget about him. The old man, humbled, said that just waiting like this is cold, probably should drink to his health. One of the young men stood up and told the headman to wait, for Bella had not yet come. The young men agreed that it wasn't worth starting without Bella. We should wait for her. The front doors slid open, and Bella and Estio appeared before the visitors. Estio in his new clothes. Everyone was happy that Bella had finally arrived. The young man was offended by the girl. He said he didn't even want to see her. He already thought she wouldn't come. Bella excused herself and said that her shoelaces had come untied on the way. The young man began to worry whether the girl had fallen on the way, whether she was in any pain. Bella only smiled in response. Bella said she was fine. Plus, she met Estio on the way over. The boy only then noticed that Estio had come with the girl. Estio said hello to Luis and told him that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Luis couldn't believe his eyes. Was it really Estio? No one had ever seen him dressed like that before. Estio stood silently, his gaze lowered. This boy was often so thoughtful. Bella, to Luis's surprise, grabbed Estio's hand and told him they had to go faster. Estio was surprised, too. Bella, fixing her bangs, continued to pull Estio behind her. Estio understood how Bella felt. The girl is left standing alone. She asks when mommy is coming. The mother, leaving her daughter, tells her to wait a little while. They will have dinner together later. A grown man tells a girl that he loves Bella. Bella, smiling, replies to her uncle that she does too. The guy puts his arm around the girl's waist and asks, "Will she marry him after the coming-of-age ceremony?" Bella replies, "Of course, Dino." Bella closed her eyes and yelled loudly that she was sick of it all. Bella, left alone with Estio, says she is very bored and wants something else. Could someone love and protect her like Prince Charming in a fairy tale? She wants a love like a romance in a book. Bella looks at Estio and doesn't understand why he's so pensive. Is he okay? Bella touches her hand to Estio's face and the boy bounces to the side. He's embarrassed. Bella wondered if Estio was mad at her because she touched him without permission. The girl apologizes. Estio says not at all. He feels bad about reading the girl's mind. Bella felt guilty, though the reason was something else entirely. Estio thought it would have been better if he hadn't seen it. At the party, the fun continued. People raised a toast to the children of the village who had become adults. Estio turned to his companion. It seemed to her that the boy was troubled about something. Estio thanked Bella. The girl asked why, for she was the one who should thank him. Bella said she was late and almost got mocked, but it was nice of Estio to escort her. Luis, looking at the young people, thought, "Why is this guy with Bella? Where did he suddenly get new clothes from?" The clothes looked rather expensive. Sister asked Estio, "Did he really buy those beautiful clothes?" Estio was surprised. "Don't they have money for clothes like that?" Roger said, which is why she wondered where he got those clothes. Are there people in their neighborhood who wear outfits like that? Luis approached Estio and asked where he got such clothes. He hadn't seen such a design before. Estio replied that he had received these clothes as a gift. Luis couldn't believe it. Who would give such expensive gifts to him? Luis hugged the boy and asked him in a friendly way to tell him who the gift was from. Estio replied that it was a gift from a friend. Luis wondered from which friend. Was there really a rich man among his friends who could afford to give such gifts? The elder and his companion also looked at Estio carefully. The clothes on Estio raised questions and aroused distrust. Estio's father and his sister were standing not far away. They were all curious to know the truth, whether Estio was deceiving them. The guy was told he had to tell the whole truth. He stole it, didn't he? Estio saw glances on all sides at himself. Did all these people distrust him and suspect him of stealing? Estio remembered how he had already been treated with distrust. He had even been beaten once. A crowd of angry people were yelling at the boy. It gave him goosebumps. He could hear the screams in his ears for a long time. Estio doesn't want it to happen again. Then he lay on the ground, beaten and bloody. Estio asked for protection. He asked not to be destroyed. A man told an injured child that he was better off staying in the attic. Why did people treat him that way? Luis continued to ask questions. He said that Estio had been impossible to look at lately. He wanted to know the truth. Did the guy go to town and steal those clothes to look pretty at the party? The people around him tended to think so too. Otherwise, where did he get such beautiful clothes from? Estio thought sadly that he was an unlucky man. Why did they think so badly of him? After all, he had never stolen anything. After all the talk at the party, Bella was now looking at the guy reproachfully too. One of the boys threw a tomato at Estio sitting at the table. Estio sensed it and ducked. The tomato flew past. The tomato hit the lamp hanging over the table and shattered into small pieces. What was left of the tomato fell on Estio's head and he got dirty. Estio's hair, face, and clothes turned red. Everyone laughed at him and called him a freak. Estio looked at his father, hoping to get support and understanding from him. The father turned away from his son. Estio looked at his mother. The woman had done the same. She turned away from her son. The brother also shut Estio out. Everyone was ashamed of the guy. Estio thought he had expected that. People often treated him that way. Estio decided that there was no place for him here. The guy sadly left the event. The young man took off his expensive clothes and dressed in a familiar shirt. He was lonely and sad. It was a condition that often accompanied him. The boy cried. He felt bad that no one loved him and that everyone treated him like that. He thought he didn't deserve it. Estio did not want to hurt anyone. The young man makes a decision to leave. He packs his things, takes the knife and the clothes given to him. After packing all his things in a bag, Estio decides to go wherever he wants to go. The boy goes out into the street. Our hero turns and looks at his house in farewell. Estio thought that he just wanted to live. He misses simple human happiness. The young man stopped at a crossroads. Now he had to make a decision. Estio must choose which road he will take next, left or right. This choice will determine the rest of his life. A wagon passed by. It stopped beside me. Estio raised his head and looked up. The wagon master asked why he was traveling alone in this cold and on foot. It was definitely warmer in the wagon, and the wind was not terrible. Estio stood alone in the snow. The owner of the wagon was friendly and offered to give the young man a ride. Estio didn't say no. He thanked and apologized for any inconvenience he might cause. Estio rode onward in the wagon. It was definitely warmer here. The young man warmed up a little. The boy heard some rustling overhead and looked up. Through a hole in the tent, he saw a familiar cat. It said hello and meow in response. Estio was glad that Tsuki was traveling with him. At least there was someone who hadn't forgotten him and who could take care of him. On the night that followed the day of growing up ceremony, Estio left his home village. In the morning, this wagon was overtaken by a real horse-drawn carriage. A knight came out of the carriage and looked into the wagon and saw Estio there. He asked how the lad could sleep in this cold. Estio, looking at the knight, wondered what was so surprising about that. The knight replied that this guy was a real cutie and a redneck besides. Estio thought he saw a knight guarding this wagon in front of him. The knight said that the guy must be very embarrassed, which is why he's so quiet. The knight wanted this kid to say something at least. They had picked him up, and he felt like this kid was going to be pretty boring. The young man said he is not silent, and his name is Estio. He is grateful for the ride. The knight smiled in response and said his name was Rina, or Rina Kandar, and added that he thought the name was funny. Estio asked, surprised, "What's so funny about that? A name is just a name." Rina said he liked that guy. It must be interesting to be on the road with him. Rina asked her companion why he was going to the city. Was it to get a job? Rina noticed that this guy didn't even hope to make a big breakthrough in the city. Besides, he's a redneck. There are other ways to become successful in life. The main thing is to give yourself completely to something. Estio couldn't even think of such a thing. After all, he has no talents and no purpose. Even with the powers he has, he can't protect others like this knight. He can't even take care of himself. Rina asked Estio what he was good at. From the look of him, he didn't think the guy could handle hard work. Estio said he knows how to get along with animals. Rina asked if that meant Estio would try to get a job at the circus, and he advised against it. He probably wouldn't have the strength for it. Estio didn't argue. He said he could understand what animals were thinking. Rina laughed. What is this guy talking about? Could he really read minds? Could Estio read his mind right now? Rina continued to laugh. Estio thought that there was no one in the city with talents as exceptional as his. He has the ability to read the thoughts and memories of others at will. Estio saw and heard the memories even if he didn't want to. The guy had strength that a normal person shouldn't have. Suddenly the wagon shuddered and stopped. Estio lost his balance and almost fell. The knight grabbed his head in surprise and fell on his back. What had happened outside? He went out to reconnoiter. Estio looked out of the wagon and asked Rin what really happened. The knight replied that there was a problem with the horses pulling the wagon. They have gotten up and are not moving from their seats. They don't seem to be hungry because they aren't eating anything. Perhaps they are just tired. 3 hours had passed. The wagon stood in the same place. The passengers walked around. Time passed, and the horses stood still. Estio was hungry and got a bun. After all, it was 3 o'clock. The question on everyone's mind was, how would they get there without horses in this cold? How about destroying those horses and driving another wagon? Rena was terribly upset about the situation and didn't know what to do. Knight said he wanted to know what these horses had in mind. Rena thought that he seemed to know how to solve this problem. A new acquaintance should be able to help him. Estio was surprised during the meal when a knight approached him. Rena helped Estio off the wagon and told him to come with him. The boy wondered where to go. Rena said that if Estio really could read minds, then let him try to find out what was on the horses' minds. Estio replied that if these horses didn't think, he couldn't hear them. Rena wondered, so the guy doesn't read minds, he just hears them? He was really amazing. Rena nudged Estio and told him to go to the horses anyway. He'd try to hear thoughts and come back. The coachman remained dissatisfied and tried to move the horses by whipping them. The coachman even threatened the horses with imminent destruction. Estio walked over to the coachman and told him to wait a bit. Guy asked permission to look at the horses at least once. Estio walked around the wagon and approached the horses at the front. He really wanted to listen to them. Estio hugged one of the horses and leaned against its muzzle. The boy asked the horse what was wrong. The horse said he was scared. There is danger ahead of them. Estio wondered, why would the horse think that? And what danger are we talking about? The horse said there was a huge beast with sharp claws and fangs ahead of them. He would destroy them. The horse added that this beast would destroy anyone who cared for them. Estio visualized this huge beast that the horse feared. It was a terrible beast. When Estio returned, Rena wondered what the boy had heard. Had he read what the horses were saying? Estio pointed his finger forward and said that there was danger ahead if one traveled that road. According to the horses, there's a huge monster with red eyes, long claws, and white fur covering its entire body. And it seems to be incredibly vicious. Estio added, if they were attacked, they might suffer heavy losses. The brave knight listened attentively to his companion. Estio added that that was why the horses had stopped, to warn them. All the passengers got off the wagons and pondered how to proceed. Rena pondered over the information he received. The monster had its entire body covered in white fur and long claws. The man, hearing this information, was very frightened. Could it be that there was a terrible, horrible monster ahead of them? What should they do now? Estio doubted that people could believe his words, for it seemed implausible. The wagon master and the knight were pondering how to proceed. Estio was strolling away. Rena walked up to our hero and put his hand on his shoulder. He said that he knew a large creature that could be found on the snowy mountain. The knight wondered what he should call this animal, for it was not a monster. Estio looked at his companion with sad eyes. Rena said it was a big monkey. There might be a big white-haired monkey on a snowy mountain. The man hesitated and said that it was a very rare species. But if that was the case, this beast could very well be here. One of the wagon passengers said that he too had heard of the white-haired monkey. Such a cold she could live here. He had heard that its skin was quite popular among aristocrats. In that case, the warriors and other knights should be on guard again. Rena immediately grabbed his weapon. The wagon master said it was a beast after all, not a monster. Is that the reason why the horses were frightened? After consulting, they decide to make a test. The horses are unable to even move, so they have no other option. Rena said Estio would have to wait for him. Since he's a knight, he'll go with the others. The brave men armed themselves and said they seemed ready to move forward, to check out what beast lay ahead of them. Rena said that this time only half of the hired people went this time, although they all had good abilities. Estio had no choice but to wait. Suddenly, Rena took her companion's hand and asked if he wanted to go too. Rena started pulling Estio with him and telling him to get up faster. Estio was surprised and said there was no reason for him to go up there. Rena replied that Estio would go just in case. What if they needed an interpreter? Estio was scared anyway. According to the horses, their adversary is worse than a white-haired ape. It must be a beastly monster or something even worse. Estio wanted to stay alive and even decided to return to the village. Why should he get involved in such an adventure? Estio purposely didn't elaborate on his abilities because no matter how hard you try, it seems like everyone would think of it as reading the minds of animals. Estio assumed that this knight really thought of him that way. Estio's parents, brothers, and sisters feel uneasy about this ability of his. The moment they discover that he can read their minds, things take an unexpected turn. Estio decided not to take any more interest in other people, even if it was those who trusted him. Someone suddenly shouted that it was necessary to stop and pointed forward. Everyone looked in that direction. Estio and Rena were surprised to find that there was indeed something up ahead. The armed men spread out. Estio closed the procession. Rena stood beside him. One of the armed men lit a beam, and it became a little brighter. Everyone else joined him, and the area was illuminated. It was now obvious where they were going and what might be ahead of them. Estio felt something huge ahead, thought the nasty humans approaching. The monster with glowing eyes thought that it was about to destroy every human being. The creature was really like a huge monster. However, as the men got closer and illuminated the creature, it became clear that it was indeed a squirrel monkey. It had huge fangs and the same claws. Rena, Estio, and the other armed men approached this huge ape with glowing eyes. Estio had never seen such beasts before. If you're going to convey your thoughts to someone without touching them, even from here you have to have a will as strong as his. Even from here, Estio could sense his desire to destroy. Estio thought that this monster really wants to destroy humans. The white-haired monkey had one thing on his mind. He wanted to destroy these night travelers. Estio told his night friend that they needed to go back right now. It's dangerous here. Rena replied that here is the only way forward on this road. They must deal with the monkey. Rena asked if there was any other monster besides this one. Estio replied that there were no others, but this one was very dangerous. Rena was not afraid and drew his two huge swords. Estio watched the situation tensely. The girl accompanying the brave warriors asked, "Is it really that white-haired monkey?" The monkey stood up on his hind legs, rose to his full height, and screamed loudly while beating his fists on his chest. The monkey roared so loudly that Estio even tried to get away from it. Rena, on the other hand, was not frightened and was ready to fight it with courage. Rena confirmed the girl and said that it was indeed that white monster. The girl, unafraid, asked, "Does this monster only have white fur?" People started throwing burning beams at the monkey. The monkey took cover and tried to defend himself against the fire. One of the warriors tried to attack it from behind. People continued to use their weapons with the desire to destroy this monkey. An archer shot arrows at it. Someone threw a spear at it. The archer took aim and sent another arrow straight at this wild animal. The monkey tried to defend himself and put up his paw. This animal did not expect such a massive attack. Blood from the wounds began to gush out onto the white fur of the animal. Arrows were sticking out in various places. The monkey was in pain. Estio stood back and watched what was happening. He felt sorry for the animal, but there was nothing he could do. The monkey rose up on his hind legs again and screamed loudly, but in unbearable pain. One of the hunters arrived and approached this monkey at a fairly short distance. The monkey continued to shout loudly. The hunter shouted for the monkey to stop his roaring. The hunter shouted for the monkey to stop his roaring. The monkey's huge clawed paw extended over this man. At this moment, he was defenseless. Estio immediately rushed to the man's aid. He ran very quickly to the monkey. Time was short. He had to make it. Estio stood between this man and the monkey and held out his hand toward the animal. The boy said, "It's okay." Estio asked the animal to calm down. He said that everything should be settled peacefully. The monkey stopped shouting loudly and crouched down. The expression on his face became less hostile. However, taking advantage of this calmness, an armed Rena climbed onto the monkey's back. He had huge swords in his hands. The knight swung his swords and shouted for Estio to step back and keep his distance. The boy was serious. Blood gushed after Rin's blows, and the monkey screamed loudly again in unbearable pain. The monkey fell to his knees, covering himself with his front paws in fear, and continued to scream. The great white-haired ape jumped up, turned around, and started to run away. It had sword wounds on its back. The hunters shouted to catch up with it. Estio, the archer, and the girl stayed still and stared at the monkey. Someone shouted that this monkey must be done away with. Estio was at a loss. He was very upset. He was sorry he had done it. Estio asked the monster to stop, and he stopped his attack. He definitely understood him. However, it turns out that the monster had paid with his life for this obedience. Estio blamed himself. Estio heard crying coming from far away. Someone was calling for his mother and saying he was scared. It was repeated continuously. Estio got to his feet and said he had to go. A boy was walking alone through a winter forest. In front of him, he saw a rock in which there was a cave. There were footprints in the snow that led to the cave. Estio cautiously approached this cave. There were no sounds coming from there. There was silence. The boy thought that the warriors had not discovered the cave yet. Estio, trying not to give himself away, quietly entered the cave. The young man covered his nose with his hand. He could smell blood coming from the cave. As he walked forward, he saw a large white-haired ape sitting with its back to him. It had sword scars on its back. Estio felt that he was now experiencing the memories of the white-haired monkey. There was snow in the forest as usual. A family of great squirrel monkeys were walking through the forest. Walking in this way, the monkeys found a girl lying in the snow. She was unconscious. She must have frozen. The big monkey took the girl on his back and decided to save her. She had to be warmed immediately. The girl, finding herself in a warm cave, came to her senses. She was surprised by the place she found herself in. The monkey was kind, didn't realize that the girl must be hungry. The monkey offered her food. It was a juicy piece of meat. The girl took the food with pleasure. The surprise never left her. The monkey showed the girl his baby. The girl was happy and took the little monkey in her arms. Everyone smiled. The rescued girl felt comfortable and cozy among the big white-haired monkeys. The little monkey grew up and increased in size. The monkeys took the girl into their family. The girl said that this baby is as beautiful as snow. She'll name him Neju. However, evil hunters appeared in those parts. They went into the forest in search of prey. The girl told the little monkey to hide rather. They got scared. The evil hunters went into the cave and saw the girl who said there was no one else here. Neju looked fearfully at the hunters, peering cautiously out from behind the rock. The great white monkey did not let his child be harmed and protected him. Estio read the whole thing. Estio now knew what the monkey's name was. Neju. A monkey's paw appeared from behind a rock. It asked, "Is that Mom?" Estio replied that he wasn't her mom. The monkey asked, "Then who is in front of her?" The guy standing next to the huge monkey said his name was Estio. Monkey asked, "Did Estio also come here to destroy her?" Estio replied that not at all. The monkey asked, "In that case, why?" The boy replied that he didn't know himself. It just seemed to him that he should come here. He had come at the call of his heart. Monkey said sadly that people had destroyed her family. She expects nothing good from people. Estio said he knows that. Monkey said that these people even destroyed her mom and she doesn't understand why. Estio replied that it was probably about money. The monkey asked what money was. Estio explained as best he could. If people have a lot of money, they can get anything they want. Monkey asked if she had that money. Would she be able to meet her mom and family again? Estio replied that it was impossible. Monkey asked, "Then could she get her revenge?" The boy said maybe it was possible, but he wasn't sure. The animal, upon reflection, said it now understood what could be done with money. The defenseless monkey lifted his head up and cried loudly. Tears ran down her cheeks. Estio looked at the animal in silence. He empathized with her, but he could do nothing to help. Monkey wiped the tears from his face with his hand. Estio read her thoughts. She was very angry and thought she was ready to destroy everyone. However, when Estio appeared, she thought there was nothing to worry about now. The guy thought it was his fault, all because he was controlling her emotions. The monkey thought, could this man really control his emotions? Could he really have such an ability as well? Estio replied that he himself was not exactly sure, but perhaps he could understand and control emotions. Then he ordered the monkey not to get angry and to stop the attack. Monkey said that she actually feels better now. If revenge is something she can buy with human money, then that is not what she needs. For in that case, it would also become like what is called money. The monkey turned around and said that was the end of it. She wants to rest. Estio said that Neju could rest easy. He'll see to security. Estio stepped out of the cave into the cold and looked around. There were no hunters around. The boy heard some rustling nearby and looked around. He saw Tsuki. Cat tossed him a bag of clothes. It was rather unexpected. Tsuki said that it really annoys her. She coddles Estio like a little kid. Tsuki stepped closer and looked at the young man intently. How had she found him? Estio said he was very glad that Tsuki was okay. The cat remarked that this monkey child wouldn't be able to hurt her. She's not that weak. The boy wondered if Tsuki might want him to carry her. The cat said no. Tsuki turned around and walked. Estio wondered where she was going. Tsuki replied that she was going to the wagon. Estio wondered, what about Neju? He's all alone. Tsuki stopped, turned to the guy and told him to leave that monkey alone. Estio said he was wounded. If the men find him now, they will destroy him. Tsuki said that Estio might die of cold if he stayed here overnight. However, our hero could not leave the monkey alone. The boy suggested that the cat go back to the cave. Tsuki looked at this guy and thought, where did he come from so smart? Tsuki added, why does he think he can sacrifice himself? Estio said he didn't understand what Tsuki was talking about right now. Tsuki replied, Estio, I think he's going to be abandoned by everyone anyway. Therefore, don't expect anything in advance. It's a wrong decision. Estio was back in the dark cave again. The boy walked over to the sleeping Neju. He was quiet so as not to wake the monkey. Estio remembered the bag the cat had brought and opened it. It was very useful. The young man took out a beautiful garment, a gift from Tsuki. This thing should keep him warm. Estio sat down next to the monkey and leaned against its back. It would be warmer for both of them. However, it was still cold. The boy could not get warm. Estio felt even more sorry for Neju. He had been living in such a cold place all this time. Tsuki came over to Estio and said that she had suggested going back to the wagon. It was much warmer there. Tsuki added, advising him to keep that stupid monkey child. Why would Estio want to do that? A big black cat appeared beside Estio. She said that he was the only one to blame for the boy's pain. A cat with different eyes nestled next to the young man. She was guarding his sleep. The big black cat moved over and nuzzled Estio from the other side. The boy was between the monkey and the cat. He was much warmer that way. Estio was able to read this cat's mind. A healthy black beast with different eyes opened its mouth and showed its fangs. The lab is a mess. Books and papers are scattered on the floor. There are many chemical preparations and various vessels with liquids on the work table. The scientist in the white coat said that the H1251 specimen did not obey humans. It was too wild. In front of the scientist was a large black cat in a cage. Whatever the effect, she's only a useless experiment that cannot be tamed. It can be stated that this experiment is a failure. The verdict was, destroy. The big black beast growled loudly and opened its fanged maw. A young man sees bloodstains in front of him. The animal says he is in pain. He does not want to die and asks for help. The animal turned into a black cat of normal size. The cat is running through the winter forest. The cat is having a hard time and she's frozen. She lies in the snow and dies. However, this animal was rescued. A man lifted the cat in his arms and warmed it with his body. It was Estio. The boy found the animal in the forest and warmed him. He said that the color of his coat was the same as the color of his hair. Estio was the only person who saved him. This boy was the one who gave the discarded failed experiment the name Tsuki. The big black cat opened its eyes and looked at the guy. He asked in surprise, "Is it really Tsuki?" Tsuki said that Estio was finally awake and wondered if he'd gotten a good night's sleep. Estio thanked the big black cat. He said that thanks to her, he was not cold and had a good rest. Tsuki asked how the guy was feeling, if his body hurt. Estio replied that he was fine and had no pain. The Tsuki shrunk and became the same size as it was before. The great white monkey woke up and approached the young man. Tsuki asked the guy how long he was going to be here. Estio said he feels like it's safe here now. Estio looked over Neju and said his back wounds seemed to look better. It got pretty quiet because a lot of time had passed. Fortunately, there were no more people chasing the monkey. Estio, saying goodbye, told Neju to take care of himself and be careful. Monkey didn't want the guy to leave and be alone, so she made a request to him. Tsuki was very surprised. Could this big white monkey really talk? Neju said he wanted to go along with the man and didn't want to stay here alone. Estio wondered if the monkey was ready to follow him, but he would go where there were people. Estio added that he doesn't care, of course, but it could be dangerous for the monkey. He doesn't even have the strength to protect Neju if he needs to. Neju said that if necessary, he would protect the man himself, for he was very strong. Estio noticed that he didn't mean that at all. Neju noticed that there was no one in the cave right now, but he didn't like to be alone. Estio agreed and said that they were going to go to a town where many people lived. Neju should not be angry or frightened when he saw them. Estio read the monkey's mind. Neju wasn't sure he wouldn't be angry if he met the enemy who had destroyed his family. Neju expressed that he would be indifferent to other people, even those who had preyed on him the day before. Neju smiled and said he liked the man and wanted to go on a long journey with him. Estio warned that someone might show up who might want to destroy the monkey again. Neju wondered to the man, in that case, would he be able to get angry? Tsiki asked the man, what was he going to do in the end? Neju clung to Estio and didn't want to part with him. Estio and his animals came to the city of Galacia. Estio was traveling, and Neju kept him company. It looked quite unexpected and attractive from the outside. Estio and Neju found themselves in the central square, where there were many people. The boy reported that they arrived before it got dark. They had walked a long way. Was Neju tired? Estio looked around and, not seeing the cat, thought that Chicky had gone somewhere else again. Estio was approached by two paramilitary guards in town. They asked him if he didn't know that medium-sized animals must be on a leash. One of the guards asked, "Is it a white-haired monkey?" "That's a predatory animal. This guy could be in big trouble." A colleague said that this guy probably came here from the village. He is not familiar with the local rules. The guard said if they saw him off leash a second time, they'd have to enforce the law. The kid needs to remember that. Estio got the leash ready. Neju said it's okay and the man can put it on. He understands everything. Neju said it's okay. Estio can't do anything about it anyway. Estio apologized and put a collar on the white monkey. The guard said that would be fine. They have just arrived in the capital, so they probably don't know anything here. But the young man needs help. The military man suggested to Estio that they act like smart people. The guy apologized to the monkey for having to go through this. Neju said that Estio was a lot like his mom. She was also very caring. Monkey said her mom also looked at Neju every day and often said, "I'm sorry." Neju wondered at first what she was apologizing for, but no matter how many times he asked, his mom wouldn't answer him. Neju added that he had often heard it from his mother, so he was beginning to understand. He was beginning to understand what mom's sorry meant. It meant she was saying she loved him. Estio and Neju squatted against each other in the town square and looked into each other's eyes in silence. One place refused to hire Estio because they wouldn't hire him with pets. There was no need for employees elsewhere either. There were no vacancies available here. The shop that sold watermelons didn't take Estio either. They said he looked very weak. Additionally, our hero was told that with such a large predator, he certainly can't expect to find a job. The watermelon seller asked the guy if he was looking for a job. Why not join the guild? The man added that maybe the guy could find a suitable job there. Surely there is at least one job there that he can do. It's the kind of place where they give you tasks and you have to do them. The guild building is in the center of the city. The guild the young man wanted was called Ignis. Estio headed for the center of the city, leading a white monkey on a chain behind him. Ignis wasn't hard to find. They had a big sign and everyone knew about it. The door to the guild was unlocked, and Estio stepped inside. Neju followed him in. A girl met our hero on the doorstep and said to him, "Welcome. Here in the Ignis Guild, customer satisfaction is guaranteed. To make a request, you need to take a number from the window on the right and wait." Estio told the girl that he had heard they were recruiting newcomers. The girl got excited when she found out that there was a volunteer in front of her. Then the guy needs to go up the stairs on the left side and fill out an application. The curious girl took the initiative and asked if the young man knew how to fill out the documents himself. Estio replied that he had certainly studied writing and it would be no problem for him. The guy thanked the girl and said he would follow in the direction given. Estio and Neju walked up a large, beautiful wooden staircase. On the second floor, the young man with the monkey was met by a man. He bowed and greeted him. Estio said hello and told him he was a newcomer. The man thought he was standing in front of him, absolutely redneck. Estio said that he came here because he heard that they were recruiting new members for the guild. He is the candidate who is willing to sign up. The man replied that they do need new recruits. But does the boy know what kind of work they do in their guild? Estio replied that he had heard that it was a place where requests were assigned, and they had to be done. It didn't seem to be difficult. The man introduced himself, said his name was Hawk, and gave the guy his business card. He is the branch manager of the Ignis Guild in Galacia. Estio took a business card and said his name was Estio. Hawk turned around and told the young man to follow him. He would bring him up to speed. Hawk said he usually looks at the credentials first and only then decides whether to interview or not. But there have been a lot of requests lately, so they are short on manpower. Hawk laughed and added that right now he wouldn't even refuse the help of a monkey. Hawk took the form and a pen to fill it out. The branch manager asked where Estio was from. The guy replied that he was from Revo County. Hawk asked, "So Revo County is his hometown? Where is that county?" Estio specified that it was the village of Selbia. Hawk meticulously recorded all the information on the form. The man asked what Estio specialized in. "Animal training?" The boy replied, "Something like that." Hawk advised that in the future, it would be best for the young man not to use wording such as "something like that." Hawk added, he needs to know exactly what the guy's good at, or he won't be able to decide what job to put him in. Estio replied that he could read the minds of animals. You could say it was his specialty. Hawk wondered if there were people with such powers. He had never even heard of such abilities before. Estio and Neju watched the branch manager with interest. Wizard, medium, alchemist, healer, priest, knight. There are many capable people in the world. There are those who contract with spirits, or those who manifest magic and control it. Those who use special knowledge, heal wounds, and so on. There are very few people with such abilities, and most of them can be categorized into one large group. The ability this guy was talking about, some new power that doesn't fit under anything. Hawk wondered how to use this guy's ability. After all, these aren't even humans, but animals. It's really unique. Estio and Neju obediently awaited Mr. Hawk's verdict. Hawk said that was rude of him. If he had known in advance that the guy had that ability, there would have been no need for an interview. In other words, it's somehow something that is still undiscovered. Whether there will be a full house depends on what number is on the map. How it ends depends on the last card, which seemed right just by looking at its shirt. Why not play it just once? Hawk said the address was number 3 on Shackroud. Estio should be able to find a merchant there. Hawk said that the man is a merchant of their guild. He has been diligently searching for rare animals lately, but is having trouble controlling them. If the guy has that ability, he might be able to help that man with his problem. Hawk added that if Estio did his job well, he could get guild coins from the merchant. Guild coins are a kind of pass. The young man should get those coins and return. Hawk gave Estio a map of the city with the location of the address he was looking for marked on it. Estio left the guild building and went in search of the right address. Since he was not local, he needed a map. It was already evening time. The sky was clear, no precipitation was observed. Estio, looking at the map, repeated the address once more. The 3rd house on Shackroad. Neju was the first to spot the address they needed and showed the young man the direction to go. Estio thanked the monkey, and they followed. A bird's-eye view showed people walking through the city and a man with a white-haired monkey following him on a leash. In one of the courtyards, there were guard dogs on chains. They barked loudly when they saw Neju. The man and the monkey looked at these dogs with astonishment. Estio squatted down beside them. The dogs immediately became silent and wagged their tails and lowered themselves to the ground in front of the boy. Estio told one of the dogs not to be afraid. They would not attack, so you could calm down. The man told the dog that he had come here to meet their master. The dog replied that he was suddenly no longer afraid and asked who the man was. The young man introduced himself and said his name was Estio. The master of the house appeared on the doorstep. Estio and Neju shifted their gazes and looked at the man who appeared beside them. Estio said that he came here on a summons. He came from the Ignis Guild and is their representative. The owner of the house, looking at his ferocious dogs, thought that some guy had been sent to him who could tame the fighting dogs who never obeyed anyone. Either they were completely crazy, or the guy really has an ability that is impossible to believe. The homeowner stated for the young man to follow him and turned around and went into the house. Our hero was led into a room with many cages. Estio and the man approached one of the cages. There was a small dragon in the cage. The man asked if he knew why this baby was falling so often, rolling his eyes and shaking. The landlord said it was a rare species that was quite hard to find, and he paid a lot of money for it. He was perfectly fine when he arrived here, but now the creature is becoming insane and won't eat anything when given food. Estio felt that little dragon cub complaining about the pain and wishing it would go away faster. The man naturally heard none of this. Estio said with surprise that it was still a very young child. The Dragon Master said that children should frolic and run around. Why does this one keep lying down and not getting up? If you don't tame it while it's still a baby, it will attack people later. When aristocrats oppose the sale of animals capable of attacking humans, there is no other option. The bald man with glasses thought that the guy in front of him was an unusual person. Estio said the dragon stated he was in pain but didn't explain what exactly he was in pain. Suddenly, Estio grabbed his chest. He squatted down and sat on the floor. The landlord and Neju were frightened for the boy. What had happened to him? The bald man inquired what was the boy's pain. Estio replied that it wasn't his pain. The guy holding his chest said it was the dragon's pain. He's feeling it now, too. The Dragon Master was surprised. Is such a thing possible? In that case, what was his pain? Estio looked at the dragon and said that the memories of this little one were now surfacing in front of him. The man was frightened and asked why the young man closed his eyes and did not move. Why did he stop talking? Estio replied that the little one's heart was melting right now. Baldy was surprised at that statement. The man said he didn't believe. How can a heart melt? Is there a charlatan in front of him? The bald man asked Estio if he was taking something. The boy replied that this dragon belonged to a species that lived in very cold water. If you put sawdust or dry earth on it, it will not be able to breathe and will die. The distrust was growing. Baldy asked what the young man was talking nonsense. After all, a dragon is a monster that lives in the desert. The landlord added that this guild representative's words were like a fiction. Estio added that this dragon's heart, once formed from a piece of ice, was now melting. A man decided this guy was crazy. Is he saying there are animals in the world whose heart must always stay cold? The man who acquired the little dragon told him that winter would soon be here, so he would create an environment similar to the desert he had lived in before. And so it came to pass that this dragon was settled in a cage that had a desert instead of a cold edge. The dragon looked at the man with despair. He couldn't explain that he needed a completely different environment. The homeowner didn't even count on things turning out this way. Estio picked up a shovel located in the corner. The man told the boy to hurry up. He should go outside and get some snow from there. Estio wondered. Does he really have to do that? The landlord became indignant. Does the boy really think an old man like him should be doing this? He doesn't have ice right now, so we need some young guy to go outside and get at least some snow. It won't be good if he's late. The man took the dragon and moved it to an aquarium with no water or sand. The dragon raised his head and looked at the man. It was good that there was no sand under his feet now. The man looked at the dragon and smiled. He had hope of saving the cub. The bald man came back and saw that the boy was still standing there. The man shouted, "Why is he still here?" Estio went outside. It was snowing. The guy returned to the room with the promised snow on his shovel. The man showed his hand to the aquarium where the snow was to be poured. The landlord asked why the boy wasn't getting more snow. Gotta hurry up. We have to keep shoveling snow until he tells us to stop. Estio went outside again and shoveled snow again. He repeated this several times. Estio walked into the room and poured snow into the dragon tank. A snowdrift was growing in the aquarium in front of the baby dragon. The dragon became active and, rising on its hind legs, studied this snow. The dragon cub's eyes lit up with happiness. It was a real ice dragon, and snow was its element. Dragons are basically rare creatures, and ice dragons are a species about which little is known at all, as they are few in number. The man took the shovel from Estio's hands and said that everything seemed to be fine now. The homeowner added that it was time to rest. The man motioned for the young man to follow him. The landlord took Estio to the stable. The boy looked at the horse and said he had a splinter in his leg. In another enclosure, our hero was shown wild predators. The guy said that these animals have a strong rivalry for territory. It's better to separate them. The man looked at Estio and thought that this guy really had outstanding abilities. In gratitude for his work, the landlord handed the young man a sack of money and told him to try not to lose it. Neju looked at Estio in surprise. Did the guy really just get the money? As he left this house, Estio heard the voices of animals asking that he return and wishing him a good journey. The young man thought that now he was really starting to hear the animals better than before. The white monkey asked if Estio was tired. Estio replied that there was nothing wrong with that. Right now, they needed to get back as soon as possible. He would rest later. The man and the white long-haired monkey on a leash were moving around the city again. Estio didn't realize what was happening to him right now. Surely his ears would hear these strange things all the time. Estio stopped and squatted down. Neju was scared for the boy and asked if he was okay. Maybe he was cold. His familiar cat, Tsuki, reappeared near the young man. She came closer to the boy. Tsuki wondered what was going on with the man. It didn't look like he was sick. Tsuki told Estio to get up quickly. He might get sick if he sat out in the cold for too long. The boy petted his favorite friend. The cat, as always, did not mind. This friendly relationship had existed between them for a long time, since the first day they met. Estio thanked Tsuki. Cat asked, "For what?" The guy said he thanks her for not avoiding him. Tsuki asked in surprise, "Why should she avoid him?" Estio said he knows that Tsuki hates being touched. Tsuki replied that it was indeed true. Human hands she hates more than anything else in the world. Estio heard those words and took his hand away from the cat's head. Tsuki said that Estio is indeed annoying. However, she said that he is different from other people. Tsuki added that Estio could do whatever he wanted and she wouldn't avoid him. Neju turned to the guy and told him that they were almost to the house where they had been earlier. Mr. Hawk pulled 2 coins out of the bag. It was even surprising. The branch manager thought that that meticulous old man had given not 1, but 2 whole guild coins. Hawk greeted the young man and said that he was a member of the Ignis Guild from now on. Hawk said that he would give the guy a badge and a costume indicating that he was a guild representative. It is mandatory to wear the suit when performing work duties. Estio replied that he agreed. Hawk turned and ran away. He told the boy to wait for him, he'd bring it over. When he returned, the branch manager gave the young man his clothes and told him that on the 3rd floor of the building was a dormitory with all the amenities for guild employees. The conditions were not the best, but if you needed a place to stay, you could use it. Hawk said that pets are allowed, so we don't have to worry about that. Tomorrow morning we have to go to the employee relations department again. Hawk said that at that point the guy was free and he could get a good night's rest. Estio went up to the 3rd floor and entered the dormitory. There were bunk beds in the dormitory. Estio and Neju took a bath and gave themselves a good scrubbing. The boy tried on the new suit he got from Mr. Hawk. The suit looked good on him. He thought the uniform looked great. Estio looked in the mirror and decided that he would look like this forever. There was a completely different person standing in front of him in the mirror. Estio asked the monkey, "Does he look weird?" Neju, smiling, said the man looked cool. Without undressing, Estio went to bed in this suit. The bed was white and clean. Estio thought that at times like this, he always thought of the past. He remembered the cold attic when he had looked out the window, wrapped in his blanket. It was different now. A warm room and a clean bed. Estio turned on his side and asked if Neju was asleep. Neju was awake. He was lying on his back with his arms crossed over his chest. He, too, had a clean bed. Estio wondered if Neju regretted following him. He has a chain around his neck and his freedom is restricted. He often catches people's eyes. Estio added that things might become even more difficult in the future. The monkey continued to lie silent. Estio thought, as he supposed, that Neju was certainly sorry. We must let him go tomorrow on the mountain. Neju replied that he is happy if he can follow Estio. He's not alone, so he's calm. Neju added that instead of hating someone, he can live by giving someone his love. Estio, thanking the monkey, turned on his other side and fell asleep peacefully. Neju fell asleep too, lying in the same position. He was warm, cozy, and safe. Estio remembered the time he'd crammed himself into the attic with a worn dictionary he'd inherited from his older brother. Reading that dictionary alone had taught him the language, but he couldn't understand all the words. He probably knows one word right now, and that word is connection. Our hero had cleaned himself up for the morning, and he looked great in his new uniform. Coming down to the office with the monkey, he made an impression. Mr. Hawk said this guy is unrecognizable now. The suit really suits him. The girl with the documents in her hands asked the director who it was. Was he a newcomer? The principal introduced the young people. It was Rosalie, his assistant. Rosalie recognized her as Estio's new employee. Hawk added that this was a new member of the guild who would be working with them starting now. However, the newcomer won't be working in their department. He also won't be helping the magic department or the fighter department. Rosalie was surprised, for the headmaster had recently said that the newcomer had abilities. Why wouldn't he work in the magic department? Mr. Hawk said this guy has a slightly different ability. He hasn't been determined anywhere yet, so we'll have to wait a little while. The matter will probably be resolved within a day. The principal was kind enough to offer the young man some candy. Hawk, smiling, added that not many people know, but the most delicious candy is actually onion-flavored. Rosalie, watching the principal, said it's starting up again. The girl told Estio to ignore him. He's always like that. Estio couldn't say no and accepted the onion-flavored candy. The department head, smiling again, said that he had a very good feeling. This guy would become a treasure of their guild. Estio, having tasted this candy, thought it was more unpleasant than delicious. The director said he didn't know where to place the young man yet, so he will be helping out in that department for a while. Rosalie told the boy to go through the first door. Estio did as he was told. Estio walked into the office and saw many documents piled all around him. Rosalie asked the guy if he'd seen a black rubber band by any chance. She looked all over for it but couldn't find it. Estio replied sincerely that he had not seen her. The girl stated that this rubber band was needed right now. Rosalie asked the guy if he didn't have a job right now to go out and buy a new black rubber band. Can't do without it. Rosalie told Estio to follow her. She would give him the guild seal. He'll just need to stamp the check. It is the black rubber band that is needed, so he needs to be careful. It would be enough if he bought one set. The girl added that if there was a unicorn feather on sale, you should buy it too. Total, 4 rubber bands and a unicorn feather. Estio went outside again. A passerby said that a haberdashery store has such things. The haberdashery can be found in the shopping plaza. Estio thanked him for the information he had received. Our hero and his furry companion reached the right store. They went inside. Estio lifted his head upward. There was a girl on a large stepladder on the second-floor level. She was doing something she was passionately engaged in. The girl heard a knock on the door and realized that someone had come in. She announced that she was very busy right now. The shopkeeper rejoiced and shouted that she had found it. She held the crystal ball in her hands and knew where to find it. The girl looked down from the stepladder and saw that the customer still hadn't left. It was a young man. The girl couldn't help but notice a huge furry creature next to the guy. The creature was on a chain. There was an attack of panic fear. The girl closed her eyes and screamed loudly that there was a monster here. The ladder staggered. The girl, of course, could not hold on and flew down from the stepladder. The young man was nimble and prevented the fall in time. The pink-haired girl landed directly in his arms. She was saved from falling to the hard floor. The young people looked at each other, and the girl thanked her savior sincerely. Estio said that it's not a monster next to him. There is no need to be afraid of this animal. The guy said the animal's name is Neju. It's a squirrel monkey. The girl blushed terribly with embarrassment. Whether from the fact that she was in the arms of a young man, or from the fact that she had mistaken the monkey for a monster, she apologized and said she was a little scared of the animal. And it turned out to be a client's pet. Estio said it's not a pet, it's Neju. That's what you should call him. The girl apologized once more. She looked at the monkey and assumed that Neju was such a name. The young lady introduced herself and said her name was Sally. Estio placed an order. He needed a set of 4 rubber bands and 1 unicorn feather. That's what he'd come here for. Sally, lowering her eyes, said she understood. Sally began pulling out the necessary items to fulfill the order. The crystal ball she found on top was lying somewhere on the floor. The girl prepared the order and put everything in a paper bag. Estio waited patiently and checked the contents of the bag against the list. Suddenly, Sally remembered that she had taken out the crystal ball. Where had it gone? Estio said that the girl had dropped it. Sally frantically searched the entire store for the orb. At some point, the balloon caught her eye. Sally was glad she had found it. Estio was already on the doorstep when Sally called out to him and asked him what the young man's name was. The young man looked around and said his name was Estio and he was on duty. The girl inquired if Mr. Estio would like to try it once. The boy asked what it was. Sally, showing the crystal ball, said that it was a novelty she had brought from another country. It is a crystal ball that can read the soul. Estio wondered if Sally was referring to emotions. The girl said that human emotions could be recognized by color. After all, it was so romantic. Estio stated that he didn't need it. Sally was genuinely surprised and asked why. The young man said that there was no person who liked the fact that his thoughts had been read. The guy added that the ability to unceremoniously read someone's thoughts, memories, emotions, and the like is the most useless ability in the world. Estio lowered his head, for it was he by example. Sally noticed that Estio spoke like someone who could read other people's minds. Estio walked back to the guild office with the order completed. Mr. Hawk said he'd made up his mind. From today, the guy belongs to a special department. Our hero asked what kind of work should be done in this special department. The director handed the young man a piece of paper and told him to read it all. STO read it carefully. It was necessary to help a girl of 10 to make her puppy become a good dog. The director said that taking on an assignment that doesn't require combat training or experience is precisely the job of the special department. The main clients are highly respected members of the aristocracy. Hawk said simple requests like this are usually left for later, and it's written very vaguely. The director added that in most cases, the main criterion is to fulfill the aristocracy's request. If the guy gets the guild coins, it's a success. If he gets few requests or the main office receives a petition to change the worker, then it's a failure. It's very simple. STO thought that in such a case, a mission of this level was a stroke of luck. Hawk said that in such a mission, it was important to please the members of the aristocracy. It was very dangerous to refuse the mission. They could make his life a living hell. You can't be careless with a girl just because she's a child. If she's small, she's still an aristocrat. Therefore, STO must take care of her request with his heart and soul. The principal wished the boy good luck and offered the candy again. He wished that the first request for a kind puppy would be fulfilled successfully. The young man was forced to eat the onion-flavored candy again. STO arrived at the appointed address. A guard met him in front of the house. He said that he had come from the Ignis Guild because he had received a petition. The guards asked to see the petition. After thoroughly examining the petition, one of the guards told the guy to follow him. STO got into the rich house and followed the red carpet with Neju. A small dog appeared in front of our hero. It was making strange noises. The dog inquired why the man had come again. He must leave immediately. A girl appeared in the room and told Hiru not to act like that. The girl sat down to the puppy and told him that he was a guest. He must not bark at the guest. STO said hello and said that he came from the Ignis Guild. He's here about the petition. The girl wondered, was this guy really a member of that organization? STO confirmed this assumption. The girl said that she thought a formidable uncle would come here. Does the guild really employ such thin people? The puppy's owner asked how old the guy was. STO replied that he would be 17 years old this year. He is almost an adult. Hiru noticed that someone else came with the man and that someone looked very suspicious. Humru showed his teeth and growled menacingly. He would not tolerate the presence of other animals in this house. Neju looked at Hira apprehensively. What else is that doggy up to? The girl saw this animal and said what a big monkey she had in her house. STO said it was Neju. Neju smiled at the girl, and she saw that this monkey had a kind face. The girl said that this Neju is very handsome. The girl introduced herself. She said her name was Saralyn, but everyone just calls her Sarah. The maids came up to the girl and told her that it was very dangerous here. The white-haired monkey is a dangerous predator. The little mistress must not come close and observe. She can only observe from afar. Saralyn agreed. She said what was to be expected. The maids were pleased with the fact that the girl had obeyed them. Saralyn wondered what the boy would do. STO was surprised at the question. Sarah explained that she had heard that he could read the minds of animals. Is that true? He should try to read what made Hiru so often angry at people soon. Saralyn explained that this was the request that had caused her family to contact the Ignis Guild. STO looked at the little dog. Her eyes were tearful. Hiru said he was scared. The guy asked as Neju stepped away for a while. Hiru is very scared. STO squatted down beside Hiru. He wanted to make this puppy feel comfortable. STO decided that in that case he needed to touch Hiru. STO not unreasonably assumed that his ability was getting better and better. It was all because he was practicing. STO took off his glove, held out his hand, and said he wouldn't hurt Hiru. Hiru stepped closer. He wasn't afraid of this man, even though he was a stranger. Saralyn and the servants were also watching from the sidelines. STO had to make contact with Hiru. STO was able to read the puppy's mind. Someone said that only one puppy appeared this time. However, he will be more obedient. The mother seems to be sick after giving birth to the puppy. It couldn't be helped. I think it was her last birth. The puppy cried when he saw his mom being taken away. Hiru was crying and asking not to be left alone. He misses his mom very much. Some person was taking this puppy's mom to an unknown destination. They were separated. Estio visualized very well the little puppy who was left all alone and deprived of his mother's care. He had heard that small dogs were popular with aristocrats lately. He has to stay small so he can be sold for a big price. It is necessary to feed this puppy in such a way that it will not die, but no more than that. There was always very little food in Hiru's feeding bowl. The puppy's owner had an interest in selling it to Count Fabian. The arrangement was made, and the master said he would now wash the puppy and bring it to the Count. People who were breeding dogs took the little puppy out of the box. His fate was sealed. The puppy was crying and begging to be rescued. He was small and defenseless. The world is a very scary and cold place. This puppy is now called Hiru. He is washed, fed, and looks beautiful. However, people took his mom away from him and hurt him. Now he looks like a toy. A puppy was brought in a basket as a birthday present and given to his favorite daughter. The father told her to take good care of the dog. The girl was happy and thanked him for the gift. Saralyn said that Hiru is so cute and adorable and will always stay that way. Saralyn tossed the puppy up and said it was her precious angel. He was treated like a real toy. One day, Hiru, frightened, bit a man's hand. It was quite unexpected. The girl's father got angry and kicked the puppy with his foot. He said it should be thrown away immediately. Saralyn stood up for him. The girl cried and said that she would raise him well. After all, Hiru is her puppy. My father said that a puppy that bites its owner is a bad dog. How can she raise this stupid and ferocious beast? Someone suggested the girl petition the guild. If they can't fix his character either, then they'll have to get rid of him. The girl must realize that. Saralyn asked Estio after a while if Hiru had told him what he really didn't like. Estio replies that Hiru has told him absolutely everything. Hiru is afraid of all the love the girl is showing him. Estio believed that Hiru had never really been loved. Estio added with sadness in his voice that humans would one day destroy this puppy. Guy added that Hiru's fate would be the same as his mother's. Saralyn didn't believe it. After all, she loves Hira more than anything in the world. If she had the ability to read minds, she would take even better care of the puppy. Estio said it's not just about mind reading. The guy said the puppy was a baby whose mother had been killed by humans. And those same people starved him to get more money from selling him. Saralyn asked Estio if he knew how they could help the puppy get rid of that fear. Saralyn was very upset that her puppy's mom had died. Estio replied that Hiru's mom was old, so she got sick. She couldn't give birth to any more pups. And it seemed the dog's owners had decided it was useless. Sarah was frightened when she heard such words. The girl cried bitterly, for she knew nothing about it. Saralyn continued to cry. How did she not know that? The maid said that the little mistress should behave with dignity. Saralyn told the young man that she really wanted to take good care of the puppy. She only wished him well. Estio tried for the first time to make it so that Saralyn could sense what Hiru was thinking. Would he succeed? Estio and Hiru had established a good rapport. Now all that was left to do was to get Saralyn on board. The girl thought she had a new sensation. She stopped crying immediately. Hiru turned to Saralyn and the girl sensed it. Sarah heard Hiru say, a bit confused. However, Saralyn does love him. That's good to know. Hiru asked the hostess, she wouldn't torture or hate him, would she? The girl said that she wouldn't torture the puppy and would love it always. Sarah asked if she could hug Hira. The puppy replied that only if she did not lift him up high. Saralyn took the puppy in her arms and cuddled it gently. Hiru felt the warmth of her body and closed his eyes in pleasure. Saralyn held Hira gently in her arms. The maids were pleased that a friendly rapport had been established between the girl and the puppy. Estio was satisfied with his work. Saralyn said that the Ignis Guild was truly amazing and thanked the young man. The girl said that she had sent a petition to the guild, but she didn't think there were people with this ability. Sarah stated that she didn't know anything about Hiru until now. All this time, it turns out she was wrong. The girl clutched the puppy tightly to her. It turns out that Hiru was always wanting to communicate with her and tell her something. Estio replied that it wasn't her fault. After all, people don't know what animals want to communicate to them. It's the mistake of the people who sold Hira to you. They acted very cruelly for their own profit. Estio noticed that Hiru had simply misunderstood Saralyn. He wasn't used to being shown affection. After all she had heard, Saralyn was pleased that she and the puppy would have a different relationship now, and she would understand him more. Saralyn handed the boy a guild coin. It was a thank you for the work he had done. Sarah wished the young man a good journey. She told Estio not to let his older companions take coins from him. Someone on the outside said that this guy's ability was really outstanding. The young men looked around. Saralyn saw her father and the young men approach unnoticed. The girl was glad. The man, excusing himself, said he had no intention of following his daughter. As it happened, he had just returned home. The young man standing next to his father looked at Estio intently. The father stated that he heard the girl crying as early as the entrance to the garden. Sarah, excusing herself, said that she wasn't crying that loud. The girl continued to hold her favorite puppy in her arms. Her father stated that her older brother, Jeremy, had also heard the crying. Jeremy agreed that his sister did have a strong voice. Saralyn said she didn't want to discuss it as they had a guest at the moment, hinting at Estio's presence. It was only now that the girl's father turned his attention to Estio and asked, "Is this the one who was sent from Ignis?" The guy introduced himself. He said his name was Estio. He's a member of the Ignis Guild's special division. The girl's father noticed that this guy's special ability helped in solving their problem. However, what is this ability? Estio replied that he had the ability to read the minds of animals. He does not know any other people. The man didn't believe it and said it was absurd. This boy should know what happens when ordinary people lie so brazenly to the aristocracy. The father told his daughter it was reckless. He wondered exactly what kind of animals the boy was able to read minds in. The man inquired, "Does Estio rely on mental ability or soul? And what about monsters and people with mixed blood?" The head of the family came up close to our hero and asked if he could not answer these questions. He suggested that this guy's true ability is reading hearts. Is he right? The Count himself was surprised at his own inferences. It seemed incredible to him. The man thought, if this guy can really look into a person's soul, he's definitely a monster. Estio stood silent. He had read this man's mind. The head of the household, his eldest son, and Estio stood silently and looked at each other. Out loud, the man said that if the young man had such an ability, it was indeed an interesting ability. The Count added that he had met many able men and heard many stories, but he had never seen such a special specimen as this fellow. Such an amazing ability is definitely unique. It can be called a talent. The man asked if the young man knew what that meant. He looked the boy intently in the eyes. It means that there is a job in this world that only he can handle. The children of the head of the family followed this conversation in silence. The man told our hero that he would soon send a request to the guild. The boy will still have a job, so they said goodbye. Saralyn told the boy that now she knew his name. His name was Estio. She had sent him back and didn't even know his name. Saralyn added that she was grateful to the young man anyway. She would call him again another time. Estio replied that he didn't mind. Jeremy asked, "Does this young man's abilities really have no limit?" Estio replied that he can't read everyone's mind and he wouldn't read his interlocutor's mind, so he might not worry. Jeremy was incredulous at Estio's words. He wondered if the guy was lying about being a mind reader. Jeremy said if that was the end of it, Estio could go. He began to push the young man out of the house. The sister screamed at her brother. Jeremy continued to stand his ground and yelled for this guy to get the hell out of their house immediately. Sarah cried and asked why Jeremy was treating a guest like that. Estio had helped her with Hiru, hadn't he? Jeremy told his sister that this guy was dangerous. She should listen to her older brother. Saralyn stated that she hated him. Estio left that house and traveled back to the guild with Neju. He took the coin out of his pocket and looked at it again. Neju noticed that people were really very strange indeed. Neju said he was very happy when Estio read his soul. Estio knows all of Neju's thoughts, even if he doesn't talk about them. Estio expressed his confidence that Neju hated it. Neju repeated that he said people were very strange. Neju added that Estio was not a scary person at all. Estio was grateful to his friend, the shaggy monkey. Neju thought that compared to other people, Estio was a very caring person. Also, Estio is friendly, unlike many others. Neju thought that it wasn't Estio that frightened him, but the thoughts of others that they were trying to hide. Estio told the monkey, whoever takes it out on him, whoever hates him, even if they think he's a weirdo, he doesn't care at all. Estio stroked Neju's head and looked at him kindly. Neju also looked at the man. Estio remembered the times when he had been imprisoned in the cramped attic. Things are different now. Now he is with his friends Tsuki and Neju. Estio feels much more alive now. Several days passed. Our hero appeared at the Ignis Guild office. He went down there together with Neju. Mr. Hawk and his assistant happily greeted the young man. The director said, "As expected, SDO did a great job again. Anyway, that gentleman liked him last time too." The assistant said that aristocrats basically like special things. And SDO has a special ability, so it's great. But he succeeded faster than they expected. Rosalie and Mr. Hawk said amicably that they congratulated SDO from the bottom of their hearts. This is a real victory. Our hero received a sealed envelope. It was a request to the special department of the Ignis Guild. The date of the petition was given, the 15th day of the year of Red Poseidon. Zapper's trading shop, belonging to the largest commercial company in the city, is now closed as it is experiencing some problems selling jewelry. To find out the reason, we need to find the owner of Thompson's company. The reward for fulfilling the first request is 1 guild coin. For solving the second request, you get a bonus reward of 3 more coins. Neju and Rosalie found common ground and even played together for a while. The girl was very friendly with the monkey. SDO took Neja by the leash and said they had to go. They had a new assignment. The head of the guild branch caught up with the young man already on the doorstep and asked him to be careful. Rosalie and Hawk wished our hero a good journey. The girl promised to make melon bread for his return. Neju was the most excited. He seemed to like melon bread very much. SDO said they would be back soon. Neju asked the young man what the path was and what direction they would be traveling in now. SDO replied that they should just take the main road. "We have to get from the guild building to the southern edge of the city." Neju wondered if it was very far. SDO replied that it would take about an hour to walk. He thought so. Neju offered to carry the boy on his back. They had never cooperated like this before. Neju said that he can run much faster than SDO can move. If you walk long enough, SDO will get tired. SDO said there's no need for that. He thinks he'll get there without a problem. Neju just thought about being able to help SDO. However, unfortunately, he wouldn't be able to do that. SDO read these thoughts of the monkey and asked if it could carry him. SDO asked that Neju take care of him. Neju was very happy about this request. He sat down on top of the monkey and grabbed the monkey's fur with his hands. Neju dashed off in the direction indicated, only needing to move along the main road of the city. Neju was glad he was helping the guy and said that he had warned him that he was very fast. SDO didn't mind that kind of help. SDO thanked Neju and said that he was really good at running. Neju was very happy to hear the words of gratitude addressed to him. SDO, as a representative of the guild, arrived at the jewelry house. There was jewelry in the window of the house. SDO, looking at the jewelry, thought it was just colorful stones. What do people marvel at? The boy knocked on the door and asked if anyone was there. There was no answer. Neju said that no one seemed to be home. Neju inquired as to what they would do now. SDO stated that he had received information that the owner lived in the same building. Even if the work is suspended, it's still his home and he couldn't leave this place. So this person is inside the building now. SDO added that he wasn't sure about that, however. The owner of the house might have gone somewhere else. SDO sat down on the threshold near the door. Neju asked, "Is the guy really going to wait?" He could freeze out here. SDO patted the monkey on the head and said it was okay. Night had fallen over the city. It got colder. It snowed a little. SDO and Neju dozed off, sitting on the doorstep. The young man flushed with cold. The monkey kept him warm with his fur. At last the master of the house appeared, who asked with astonishment, "Has the young man gone mad? Did he really want to die? Instead of perishing from the cold, could you just find out when the master of the house would be back?" SDO inquired. "Thompson, the owner of the Zapper's shop, is that right in front of him?" The man said it was so. And the man in front of him is apparently a man who has come on his master's order. The shop is closed now, and the young man must know it. Mr. Thompson said this is the first time he has seen a person sit and wait for someone until well into the night. Thompson said he would inquire, just in case, was the guy planning to kill himself? Since when did his house become a suitable place to commit suicide? There's a bridge 2 houses away, the river's warm, so the guy can go there. SDO stated that Mr. Thompson misinterpreted everything. Thompson stated that then he did not understand why the young man sat down in front of his house. He should leave the place now. The landlord grabbed SDO by the arm and was about to escort him away from his house. Neju thought that an act of violence might now be committed against his friend. He was immediately ready to intercede. Neju stepped closer and grabbed onto SDO. He wanted to help him. The boy, after Thompson had touched him, could read his mind. The man asked if the girl would marry him. What happened to her? Where does she have pain? The girl said she was very worried and unsure. Did she want children? The man said Leah is their child, the child she gave birth to. Estio realized that Thompson had a charming spouse named Till. He fell in love with Till at first sight, and soon she agreed to marry him. However, Till's life after the wedding was not a happy one. The first child died before he was a year old. The pregnancies and miscarriages kept recurring. Thompson held the baby in his arms and said Leah was crying very loudly. Thompson told his wife that she did a good job. They have a healthy baby. Till responded by stating that this child could soon die as well. The woman suffered from constant depression and severe stress and never took the child in her arms until he was a year old. Soon, the couple's relationship began to crumble. The man did not know how to behave. Kneeling on his knees, he asked his wife what else he should do. He asked her to come to her senses. Thompson tearfully asked, would Till really let their child die? After a while, their trading shop was closed. Thompson concentrated on taking care of his little daughter. Mr. Thompson saw the monkey and asked why the boy had brought that monster with him. Estio said if Thompson's wife won't talk to him, he should just ignore her. Thompson wondered, what did this guy just say? What did he mean by that? Estio stated that people who avoid talking will not listen to him if he forces and talk. Estio thought he had learned the reason why Mr. Thompson had closed the shop. But what to do next? Thompson grabbed the boy by his clothes and pushed him into the house. Neju rushed after him. The man bolted the door. Thompson, with an angry face, asked Estio who he was. How did he know about Till? The guy introduced himself. He said his name was Estio and he was from the Ignis Guild. Thompson reprimanded. He said that those unscrupulous aristocrats had even contacted the guild to inquire about his personal life. The man looked at the guest and thought that such skinny guys could hardly hold high positions in the guild. Thompson said that all his neighbors are blinded by jewels. These aristocrats aren't interested in anything else. The man extended his hand to the young man and apologized for being rude to him. Thompson said he is indeed the owner of the Zapper's shop. The man inquired as to what business the Ignis Guild member was here on. Estio replied that he had been asked to help Thompson reopen the shop so that trade could resume. The shopkeeper wondered how he could help. Thompson noticed that these aristocrats were really in a big hurry. The landlord suggested that Estio go inside the house and not stand at the entrance. Mr. Thompson offered to buy his guest something as an apology. What would he like to drink? The man assumed that young people liked sweet drinks, such as tequila mixed with fruit. That's what he wanted to offer Estio. Thompson drank the liquor from the bottle and looked at his guest and said he looked very foolish with that monkey. In case a person has been given a glass of drink, it is worth supporting the interlocutor. Only then will his mission be successful. The purpose of Estio's mission is to please him, isn't it? Thompson said that revealing someone else's private life is not a good thing to do. A young man should explain himself when he talks about other people. Estio apologized for his behavior. He did not mean to make Mr. Thompson uncomfortable. Thompson said this guy looks like a naive kid. Who in the world would want to use children? Thompson said he doesn't think he'll reopen the retail store. It's not in his plans for now. Thompson asked the young man, was he not interested in why he was not going to open a shop? Estio asked why Mr. Thompson does not want to reopen the shop. The man thought, is this guy really not interested at all? The master of the house offered the young man another drink. Estio, in order to keep the conversation going, accepted the offer. Thompson laughed and said he was looking at a very interesting guy. He had never met anyone like him before. The man said he loves his wife Till and his daughter Leah too. These are the people he wouldn't trade even for the whole world. Pouring himself a glass of liquor, Thompson said his wife had been in poor health for a long time. Since the death of their first child, he had never seen a smile on her face. She stopped talking to him. Even after Leah was born, she won't leave the room. Estio pictured Mr. Thompson holding his wife's hand, pulling her behind him and telling her to come out to them. Till balks, screams, and won't do what her husband asks her to do. She's in a depressed state. Thompson said he tried to pull her out against her will again once, but she bit her tongue. Luckily, not hard. The man sadly said that his wife absolutely does not want to see her daughter. It was evident that Mr. Thompson was driven to despair. He covered his face with his hands and cried. SDO thought he had unknowingly used his powers again. The landlord said he thought it was time to go put his daughter to bed. The conversation was longer than he thought it would be. Thompson patted SDO on the shoulder. He seemed to have spoiled his mission. The man apologized. Even if it's completely difficult for him, he doesn't plan to open the store this year, so he should tell the aristocrats to look for other stores. SDO asked the landlord what would happen if his wife's health improved. Would he open a shop? Thompson replied that in that case, he would most likely go back to trading in the commissary. The fellow said maybe he could help in that endeavor. He was told that there were problems that only he could handle. SDO formally told the man that he could force his wife to leave the room. Mr. Thompson did not really believe such statements. He inquired how the young man would be able to do that. SDO replied that he would do it with his ability. He touched his fingers to Mr. Thompson's forehead and conveyed his thoughts to him. The expression on the man's face changed. He didn't believe it and wondered, how could a guy do that? Thompson felt Neju telling him not to be afraid. After all, SDO wasn't a bad person. Thompson was so dumbfounded that he staggered backward. He was looking at the monkey, and something incredible was going on in his mind. The man fell to the floor in surprise. He said he had just heard someone's voice in his head. SDO bent over the master of the house, held out his hand, and asked if Mr. Thompson would confide in him. Thompson extended his hand to the guy, and in the handshake an agreement was reached. Thompson thought he had nothing to lose either way. The master of the house, SDO and Neju, proceeded to Mrs. Teal's room. The man knocked on the door. Mr. Thompson told his wife he was going into the room. They had visitors. There was silence in response. Thompson opened the door, stepped into the room, and called his wife by her first name, Till. SDO followed him. A woman, paying no attention to anyone, sat in a rocking chair near an open window. There was indifference and emptiness in Till's eyes. The woman stared at one point continuously. Her face was as if it were made of wood. The man closed the window and asked, "Isn't Till cold?" The woman didn't answer. Thompson took his wife's hand and said her hands were completely icy cold. "How can you do that to yourself?" SDO, to get his attention, said hello and apologized for the disturbance. Till didn't react in any way. The boy reached out and touched her head with his fingers. SDO thought it was too quiet. He detected no thoughts. SDO decided he needed to get into her head a little deeper. But how deep? He hadn't had the chance to tune it before. The young man was digging into this girl's thoughts. It was the first time he had ever done so of his own free will. Something happened that had never happened before. The young man's hand shone, and the glow was transmitted to Till's head. Thompson covered his hands in surprise and drew back. The man asked himself the natural question, what could it be? Naturally, he could not find a sensible answer himself. SDO, Neju, and Mr. Thompson found themselves in some unknown place. Thompson was surprised and asked, what was this place? There were trees growing all around. Next to the path lay a bucket from which vegetables were scattered. There were also logs lying nearby and an axe stuck in a stump. Thompson looked at SDO in bewilderment. He had the impression that he was watching someone. Not far away, at the edge of the woods, he could see a house. A girl appeared on the doorstep and said that it was very hot today. Even on days like this, we have to work in the field. The tired girl said she wanted some rest today. She had a bag in her hands. Thompson recognized the girl. It was her Till. She looked like her old self now. How was that possible? Thompson stood nearby and watched the girl. SDO stated that he hadn't even planned such a thing. The guy told the interviewer, he feels like they are in his wife's memories right now. Till wondered if she could play with Juan by the river for a while. She could do that during the day, right? The girl smiled. Till was the daughter of a poor peasant. That's how she lived her life. Her mother passed away very young. Till doesn't even remember her face. When Till was a little older, her father also left her. The only ones left with the girl were her younger brother and sister to take care of. Since then, Till has been single-handedly taking care of them. The girl raised the children. It wasn't easy on the girl. After all, she'd been a child herself not so long ago. From morning till evening, Till worked on the homestead. She grew fruits and vegetables to feed herself and her brother and sister. The younger ones helped her. The brother said that he gathered kindling in the forest. The sister stated that she had brought edible grass. Till patted the younger ones on the head and told them they were the best brother and sister ever. The younger sister held out a flower to the girl and said it was a gift for her sister. Till leaned down, and the girl wove a flower into her older sister's hair. It was very pretty. Then came the time when Till fell in love. The young man was from the same class. They often met and parted sadly. At first it was shy glances. Young people were shy to show their feelings, but poverty dragged them down like a swamp. There was not enough money even for food or medicine for her brother and sister. Till thought even if she took more work, she couldn't see a way out. My brother once asked my older sister, they say Juan proposed to her. Is that true? TL wondered if Juan was the one who told him. There's no need to worry about that. His sister isn't getting married yet. She's already said no 3 times. Till explained to her brother that they had decided to break up. Till wasn't thinking of marrying him, so we need to let this guy go as soon as possible. That's how Till broke up with Juan. The girl took a new job. She started making deliveries. She had deliveries to 5 places that day. Till thought if she skipped lunch, she could get everything done before the sun went down. So the girl was always in a hurry. Counting the money she earned, Till calculated that she and her children would have enough for the next month. In her hurry, Till saw a young man who, while carrying boxes, tripped and fell. The girl, wanting to help him, stepped closer. Till asked if the man was all right. Did he need help? The man rose to his feet and looked regretfully at the scattered boxes. Mr. Thompson told Estio that was the day he first met Till. After all, he was the one with the boxes. That afternoon, Till helped Mr. Thompson get home. She offered him her shoulder to help him get around. After that fall, the man was still recovering for some time, lying exhausted on the bed. The girl showed care and nursed him back to health. When he opened his eyes, he saw a beautiful creature in front of him. She was glad that the man was awake. Without putting the matter off, Mr. made a marriage proposal to the girl. Since he was wealthy, the girl accepted. One day Juan came running to Till's house and said he had heard the news of her wedding. Juan immediately stated that if Till really did leave him, he would die right here and now. Not to be unsubstantiated, Juan immediately took out the vial of poison he had prepared beforehand. Till was frightened. Was Juan really ready to destroy himself? Till says he can't do otherwise, because to him life without her is meaningless. The young man, holding the open vial at the ready, said for Till to return to him. Please. The girl was terribly upset. She said that Juan could do whatever he wanted. Till turned around and said as she walked away, what did she care if he died or not? Juan followed the girl and asked how she could do that. Till replied that she was leaving if he had finished his introduction. Till added that she hoped Juan would meet his happiness. Juan remained standing with the open bottle in his hand. Juan was determined after all. He consumed the contents of the vial. The poison entered his system. Till, noticing this, turned around and ran back to the guy. But it was too late. Juan lay senseless. The poison was fast-acting. Mr. Thompson and Estio watched the girl ask for Juan to wake up. Mr. Thompson said, with sadness in his eyes, that he didn't know Till had a lover before him. Estio remarked that she must not have wanted Thompson to know that. It seemed to the girl that Juan had cursed her. Mr. Thompson was devastated. It turned out that Till had only married him for his money. Estio assumed that Mr. Thompson was right. She had rejected the simple farmer she loved and chosen a rich man instead. Estio wondered if this is true. Will Thompson change his mind? Would the shop be open? Estio wondered if money and power influenced his wife's decision if she was only with him for the benefits. Thompson would exclude her from 2 of the dearest people in the world? Mr. Thompson emphatically said no, for he loves her more than anyone. Estio asked what has changed in that case. Thompson replied that nothing had changed. Till is still his favorite wife. The man was depressed at the thought of his wife dwelling on that memory. He hated the thought of her thinking she couldn't be happy anymore. Thompson agonized that Till would feel nothing even if their daughter were to die. The man held out the child to his wife and with pain in his voice told her to change her attitude towards her daughter. Can't she hold a baby in her arms for once? She can't help but feel emotion. Estio told Mr. Thompson that his wife was in a personal hell. The man was very upset to hear such a verdict. Estio added that his wife thinks losing the kids every time is payback for her sins. Mr. Thompson walked over to his spouse and got down on his knee. He told Till that it was not her fault that she had done this. Thompson took his wife's hand and told her that their daughter, Leah, was alive. She would be okay, but she needed her mother. The man asked that Till stop blaming herself and come back to them. Till doesn't have to suffer all her life. They'll get through it together as a family. Thompson pounded his fist on the window and shattered its glass. Till seemed to wake up and asked what had happened. Till and her husband heard the baby crying. They immediately rushed to the girl's room. The woman grabbed her daughter in her arms and apologized. She said she would always be there for her. Thompson said the girl was hungry. She always cries like that when she asks for food, and he handed his wife a bottle of baby food. Thompson inquired if Till might be hungry as well. They have chicken broth. The woman thanked. The loving husband said thank you to Till. They looked into each other's eyes and smiled. Late at night, there was a knock at an elderly man's house. He was grumbling about who had come to his house in the middle of the night. The man opened the door and saw before him a long-haired monkey, a girl, and Mr. Thompson with a young man in his arms. There was consternation on the faces of all the guests. This old man turned out to be a doctor. It was explained to him that this guy suddenly lost consciousness and fell to the floor. The old man asked if this guy had powers. Estio was put on the bed. Mr. Thompson said the young man passed out after using his powers. The doctor said apparently that's the problem, but such cases are out of his area of expertise. He mostly treats colds. Thompson asked regretfully, "Can't the doctor help? Perhaps then he could advise whom they could go to?" The doctor replied, "Perhaps it was because the young man was inexperienced. In most of these cases, bed rest and rest helps." The doctor said that he could come tomorrow and check the boy's condition. If there is no improvement, they need to seek help from the guild. Neju stood beside Estio's bed and looked at the boy with sad eyes. Till and Thompson looked into each other's eyes. Neju yelled out that Estio was in a lot of pain. The couple was very surprised when they heard that the long-haired monkey had just spoken. Thompson said they had to go home right away. They had a child alone. "It's not pedagogical. He'll cover all expenses. The doctor doesn't have to worry about that. If necessary, the doctor can call." Neju acted as Estio's partner and asked Mr. Thompson how things were going regarding his request. Thompson inquired if this was about resuming business. "It's still on because his wife is better. You don't have to worry about that." Neju tried to relay the information to Estio on a mental level. The people he helped are back to their normal lives. Request fulfilled. Estio did it. Estio continued to lie on the bed. Neju continued to sit on the floor beside the young man's bed. He wished the boy would wake up faster, so they went home. The hour came when Estio opened his eyes and lifted himself from the bed. The boy looked around. Neju was beside him. Neju, with his collar around his neck, looked at Estio with eyes full of tears. He was very glad that the boy had finally come to his senses. Saying goodbye at the house, the doctor asked if Estio could lie down for a while longer so that his condition could be monitored. Estio replied that he had rested too long as it was and thanked the good doctor. Estio and his friend Neju turned around and walked towards the guild. They left footprints in the morning snow. Estio has returned to the Iglis Guild. In the office, Director Hawk said that he had raised many talents with these hands, but no one had achieved such success as this guy in a short time. The principal asked if Estio knew that he was not only in the city, but also the aristocracy's ear. Had the boy heard any fresh rumors? Rumor has it that a man with a unique talent has appeared. Estio was invited back to the house. This was the Fabienne residence. The boy arrived here as usual with his friend Neju. The applicant was Viscount Fabien. Details to be discussed at the meeting, payment negotiable. The guards let the young man through. Estio wondered what they would want this time. The young man followed the same red carpet into the back of the house. Hiru recognized his old acquaintance and rushed over to meet Estio with joy. He wagged his tail and barked happily. The puppy told the young man that he was very happy to see Estio. Estio said hello to Hiru and bent down to rub his sides. Sarilyn appeared. The girl said that Hiru loves Estio more than her. Sarilyn even got a little jealous. She said she was a long way from Estio. Sarah wondered why Estio had come again. Had her father called him? The girl said she was very happy to meet Estio again anyway and asked how the guy was doing. Estio replied that things were not going well for him. Sarilyn asked with concern in her voice, "Why isn't it good? What's wrong?" Estio wondered. Wasn't Sarilyn afraid of his ability to read hearts? Sarah wondered, why would she be afraid of this ability? Estio replied that he could learn her secrets and tell everyone about them. Saralyn, after thinking about it, said that wouldn't be good. Estio added that he can also control the emotions of the interlocutor. This is when Sarah got excited and said it was awesome. The guy wondered, doesn't that scare the girl? Saralyn wondered, why should that scare her? After all, Estio wouldn't do that. A servant came up and, apologizing, said that the guest was expected by the master. Saralyn asked that before she left, Estio should find her without fail. He must not leave without saying goodbye. Estio must make a promise. Our hero went into the office of the head of the house, Mr. Fabien. The man said he was waiting for him. Estio said he had received a petition, so he came here from the guild. Mr. Fabien asked that Estio tell him what he knows about cacti. Estio replied that he did not know much about cacti. Fabien said he wondered how such a plant could survive in the desert where there wasn't a drop of water. That's so fascinating. It's not that cacti don't need water at all, but if you water them like normal plants, they will die. Moisture and sunlight should not be too little or too much. It is a more fastidious plant than everyone is used to thinking. Depending on how it is cared for, its size and condition can vary greatly. Mr. Fabien concluded that the owner could easily destroy this plant if desired. Mr. Fabien asked if the young man could read the souls of plants. Estio and his companion Neju saw the master of the house take a pot of cactus in his hand. Estio felt the cactus screaming that, "It's too noisy in here." So he was doing well with plants too. Mr. Fabien said he doesn't think plants have a will. Cactus responded to these words by relaying the information to Estio that this man talks too much. Fabien said the cactus was left with no choice but to choose a host to raise it. Mr. Fabien turned to Estio and told the lad to let him be the host. The man added that he could not promise that he would be his employer, but the lad would be one of his family's servants. Estio interjected. Did Mr. Fabien really want him to become a soldier under his command? The interlocutor said not as a soldier. He is not going to use Estio as a soldier. Fabien said that Estio would be his counselor. Consigliere. The master of the house said that everyone on the estate would respect the young man. The only person he will have to answer to will be him, l'Emile de Fabien. That's a great honor for any commoner. Estio wondered what he would have to do in such a case. Mr. Fabien responded that the guy would have to do what only he can do. There is nothing difficult about that. You'll just have to dig into certain people's heads. Cactus said it was probably a trap, as this man is the ultimate manipulator. Estio thanked his interlocutor for the offer and said that for now he had a job in the guild. It suited him fine. Mr. Fabien said it was not a suggestion. The young man did not seem to understand him. The man looked down at the guy and said that was an order. Estio inquired what would happen if he did not follow that order. Mr. Fabien responded that nothing will happen yet, but in the future it may have an impact. Cactus said it's very self-righteous, making himself look like a great prophet. Estio apologized and said that his interlocutor should discuss this order with the guild first. Mr. Fabien understood that the boy did not want to be nice. The man thought that, on the other hand, it was good that Estio didn't accept another job so easily. We should use it properly. Fabien said that in that case he would give the young man time to think things over again. The master of the house gave the servant the cactus and said he had to get rid of it. We should replace it with something more pleasing to the eye. The servant took the cactus and said that he would fulfill everything. The cactus shouted for the wretched commoner to let him go immediately. Does he not realize who he is touching? The servant told Mr. Estio to follow him. That was the end of the audience with the master. The cactus was surprised at what they were doing. They want to throw him out. He hadn't even had time to stab anyone. Estio turned to the servant about the cactus. If they had no plans for the plant, he had a suggestion. Estio wondered if the servant would mind if he took the cactus, since they were going to throw it away anyway. The servant was surprised because this plant does not bloom. It is full of thorns, and this kind of cactus is quite difficult to care for. Estio wondered who had told the young man that this cactus didn't bloom. The servant said he didn't mind and reminded him that my lady had asked him not to leave without saying goodbye. We must wait here for a moment. The cactus said it's very cold here, so he could freeze and die. Maybe you wouldn't be such a bad death, though. Estio said that he wasn't going to destroy the cactus. On the contrary, he is saving it. The guy added that he has no intention of freezing this plant. But today was the first time he saw the cactus, and he doesn't quite understand what temperature regime it needs. Estio asked as the cactus told him to tell him the next time he wanted a drink. The guy added that he can hear the plant, so if he needs anything, he can speak right away. Cactus wondered, Could this man really understand him? Who was he anyway? The guy said his name was Estio. Cactus said his name was Aru. Estio said that was a long name and he would just call him Aru. Neju said Estio can even talk to plants. That's pretty cool. Estio introduced Neju to the cactus and said his name was Ahru. Neju said his name was Neju and added that this cactus was very small and cute. Cactus thanked and said that Neju was very cute too, and not small at all. Estio touched the cactus and said that it was not prickly at all. The cactus said that Estio was nice, but he could prick other people. The boy was surprised. Is that possible? Cactus unfortunately said he still can't move around freely, but that's for now. Estio wondered, did Cactus move? The cactus wondered, didn't Estio know that? When a cactus gets older, or when its will becomes strong enough, it can move wherever it wants to go. Aru said he is still very young, but his will is strong, so he thinks he will soon be able to move at least his thorns. Estio said moving around with willpower is a great thing. Estio looked around and saw Saralin's older brother walking towards him. The boy said he warned him that he shouldn't come here anymore. Was Estio having trouble remembering? The young man walked right up to Estio and asked if maybe this commoner wasn't taking his words seriously. The young man asked, Estio says he can only read hearts, but it turns out he can teach animals to talk too. Viscount, looking at Neju, asked, what kind of monster was this? Not only did Estio teach some monster to talk, but he's trying to get a plant to talk too. Viscount stated that it appears that this talking monkey is a fairly rare animal. Viscount inquired how much money Estio was willing to sell the beast for. It must cost a lot of money to feed such a huge carcass. He's willing to take that burden away from the boy. Cactus suggested that this Viscount was definitely a stupid young man. Estio is on record saying that Neju is not for sale to anyone, ever. Viscount said that his interlocutor had shown insight. Because he can read minds, he realizes that objections will not be tolerated in this house. He must agree. Viscount held out his hand with the money and said he thought 10 gold pieces would be enough. Estio reiterated that Neju is not for sale. Viscount told the guy not to be so greedy. Viscount repeated the question, how much does Estio want to get for this monkey? Estio repeated that Neju is not for sale. Viscount got angry and shouted, how dare this boy cross him? And he warned him that he didn't mean to do anything wrong. But Estio ignored his warning and wandered about his house again. Neju looked at this uncomprehending young man with surprise and apprehension. Estio said he was here because Mr. Viscount invited him. Viscount grabbed Estio by his clothes and shook him. Does he really think no one knows of his immorality? Neju rose up on his hind legs and shouted loudly for this guy not to hurt Estio. Neju asked Estio if he was okay. The boy replied that he was fine. Vincent said he was willing to give as much as 30 gold pieces for that monkey. He could definitely use it. To the guards that came up, Vincent told them to take the white monkey. He would send the payment to the guild. Estio once again shouted that he would not sell this monkey to anyone. Vincent shouted angrily, how dare this commoner raise his voice at an aristocrat? Armed guards surrounded Estio and Neju. They intended to carry out their master's orders. One of the guards ordered his colleagues to pick up the monkey and get him out of here. Immediately, however, his hand was covered in blood. That's how the guard was committed by Neju. He grabbed the guard with his strong claws. The guard shook loudly in pain. The other armed men were frightened and stepped aside. They did not dare to attack the monkey. An angry Vincent asked how that monkey dared to injure his servant. More armed men ran up and asked what happened here. Vincent said he was trying to destroy him. We need to lock him in the dungeon now. Neju wondered why these people who called him a monster were acting worse than monsters themselves. The guards thrust their swords forward and began to approach the enraged ape. Neju opened his mouth, showed his terrifying fangs, and roared loudly. Mr. Fabian came into the room at the shout. He asked, what's going on here? The man went up to his son and, after learning the nature of the incident, said that the young man was a stupid kid. He ruined everything. The head of the house ordered the guards to clean everything up and added that he needed the boy alive. The monster is basically unimportant. One of the guards began to use magic, and a glowing ball of what looked like flames appeared between his hands. Neju immediately realized that it was magic. He told Estio about it. Neju apologized to Estio and said he just wanted to protect the guy. Estio said that Neju shouldn't apologize. There were shouts from all sides that this monster was about to be destroyed. Neju thought it was the end. The whole room was filled with smoke. Father and son could not see anything in front of them. They only screamed loudly. Vincent said if Estio had taken the money, none of this would have happened. Estio stated, "It seems to him that in this situation it's not Neju who should apologize, but the homeowners." Mr. Fabian and his son wondered, how dare this guy do this? The guards were ordered to get rid of him immediately. The guard felt an outside influence. He couldn't control himself. The man raised his sword high above him and was about to strike Estio with it. However, the unexpected happened. The guard stopped and pointed his sword at his chest. He was not in control of himself. Mr. Fabian and Vincent watched this situation unfold with horror. The guard impaled himself and blood spurted in all directions. He sank to his knees and then collapsed to the floor. The 3 remaining guards stood beside Estio. The injured Neju lay nearby. The remaining guards tossed their swords to the floor and fell senseless themselves. Estio continued to stand motionless. For the boy, this situation was just as much of a surprise. Saralyn came down the stairs to the hall and called loudly to her father and brother. The girl was very frightened. Estio continued to stand in the middle of the great hall with traces of blood on his face. The guards lay all around him. The girl tripped and began to fall down the steps. The father jumped up and rushed to his daughter. Saralyn fainted. Her father picked her up and gently lowered her to the floor. The man asked, "Is this guy satisfied now? Does Estio really want to spill more blood?" Estio wondered why he should hold back. There was never a reason. Estio asked what would happen if he stopped. Will they act as if nothing happened? Vincent shouted that the guy was a scoundrel. He destroyed their guards and then dares to ask for such a thing. Estio said it was not a request, but an order. After these words, Mr. Fabian and his son Vincent fell to the floor unconscious. The young man looked around and saw that Tsiki's cat had run up to him. Tsiki, just like last time, turned into a big wild black beast. Tsuki asked why Estio had stunned Neju. He wouldn't be able to carry him by himself now, would he? Estio put Neju on Tsuki's back so Neju could now move around. Estio said that he would not climb on Tsiki's back because it would be hard on her. Tsiki replied that with him on his back or without him, there was no difference. Estio didn't argue and climbed on the big black cat's back too. Tsuki told them to hold on tight. Tsuki ran with all her might, carrying Neju and Estio on her back. She didn't feel tired. Through valleys and up hills, the cat raced onward. The passengers clung to its long fur. Estio told Tsuki that apparently he really is a monster. He can get into other people's hearts, manipulate people, and make them cut their own lives short. He has already destroyed many people. Estio added that in doing so, he feels nothing. He knows that what he has done is very bad. He does not feel sadness or fear. Tsuki stopped and asked, "So what? Does he think what he did was wrong?" Tsuki added, "If she were in his shoes, she would finish every last one of them off." Estio doesn't have to sympathize with those who have tried to harm him or take away something dear to him. He must not be too soft. Estio said that in the end, it was only him who hurt the people here. Tsuki said she could understand the reason for his sadness. Still, he didn't go about destroying them all. Cactus intervened in the conversation and said he wanted to put in his weighty word. Someone who worries about whether he is a monster can't be one in the first place, and what's wrong with monsters? Or are they so disgusting to him? A talking monkey and a cat that turns into a tiger. Cactus caught himself thinking that he had succeeded in saying more than one word. He apologized. A guy with wings stood in front of the guild branch chief and apologized, saying that the order was placed by high-ranking members of the guild. Mr. Hawk yelled that's not what he asked him and called the guy a birdhead. The guy replied that he wasn't really a bird. His assistant, Rosalind, approached the superintendent. She asked him if he could calm down. A call came into Special Branch. Either the royal family pressured them, or someone at headquarters thinks Estio might be dangerous. What's more, he hasn't shown up in 10 days. There's a strange rumor going around Fabian. Mr. Hawk shouted that this kid wasn't the type to hurt other people. The girl turned to Mr. Head again. The man was already getting nervous. Rosalind said Mr. Estio was back. The guy apologized for being late. Mr. Hawk was pleased and said Estio did a great job. Estio wondered if Mr. Director wasn't going to ask him what he was doing. The director said that the young man would actually have to turn in a progress report. They were very worried when he suddenly stopped contacting them. The director said that, in any case, he was glad the guy came back safe and sound. Because of the severity of the job, there were many instances where they needlessly lost capable workers. Mr. Hawk inquired as to where Estio's partner went. The director clarified that he was talking about that white-haired monkey. Estio said that Neju was injured, so he is now licking his wounds and resting. The wounds had almost healed, but it was worth being careful. Neju was really recovering, lying in bed. The principal expressed his joy that the young man's partner was not too hurt. Mr. Hawk said Estio could go and rest. He could turn in his report in 3 days. The guy with the wings intervened in the conversation. He approached Mr. Hawk and said there could be a problem with that. Hawk explained that he had simply told the guild member who had just returned from a mission to rest a bit. Is that a problem? Estio saw this guy with his wings spread and thought, is that really an angel? The guy with the wings said that Estio should follow him to headquarters. The young man nervously added that it had to be done right now. He even said it in a raised tone. Estio had no way out, so he went to headquarters and the transportation provided. It was a carriage. Mr. Hawk asked why Estio agreed so easily. Estio replied that as long as he was a member of the guild, he shouldn't disregard the headquarters orders. The director agreed that the boy was indeed right. Estio was very grateful to the superintendent, and he was really sorry for what happened. However, our hero was glad that there was another place where he could go. The carriage, drawn by 2 horses, was rushing along the established route. Estio was thinking peacefully in the carriage when the cactus woke him up and told him he had figured it out. The cactus added that it realized what Estio's problem was. The young man woke up and looked at the plant. Cactus said it's too hard for the guy to refuse others. He easily gives in to their requests. If he doesn't like something, he should have the courage to say so. Why doesn't he do that? The guy with the wings asked what Estio was worried about. Estio replied that there was no problem. Cactus said that the guy's taking it up again. But this is too much. Cactus said he had been thinking about it the whole time and couldn't sleep. Ahuru was very exhausted. Estio asked the talkative cactus to be quiet for a while. The cactus replied that he would try very hard. The winged boy and Estio stared into each other's eyes in silence for a while. Then the winged youth asked if Estio had just spoken to the plant. He added that it was incredible. He had heard that Estio could read other people's minds. Could Estio tell right now what he was thinking? At this moment, Neju opened his eyes and groaned slightly. He still didn't feel well. The man with wings was startled when he saw that Neju was awake. He said it looked scary. They say that squirrel monkeys are very dangerous monsters. It won't eat him, right? Estio said he was right. Maybe he shouldn't have asked. It's a little embarrassing. The interlocutor said he was sorry. The guy with the wings asked Estio to stop reading his mind. Estio said that Neju had gotten some more sleep. They had a long road ahead of them. Neju wondered what about Estio. He should be resting too. He replied that he had already slept. The monkey said that the man looked tired. He can lie down on Neju, for Neju is soft like a pillow. Estio once again replied that he was fine. Neju wouldn't stop. He said that his fur was very soft and that Estio would like it. The boy gave in to his entreaties and laid his head on the monkey's shoulder. The man with the wings said that looking at these two, you get the impression that they are a real family. Cactus stated that in that case, he too was a full member of that family. The carriage continued on its way. It was now dark. The winged man asked if his companions were cold. Maybe he should turn up the temperature. Estio replied that they were fine. The guy with the wings said that if Estio felt uncomfortable or hungry, he should say so. Estio replied that they felt fine. Estio added that he feels much more comfortable now than when he lived in the attic. It was raining outside the window. Cactus, noticing the change in the weather, thought it was the perfect atmosphere for a ghost story. Cactus decided that now would be a good time to tell some very scary stories. Estio was still awake. Estio thought that only humans were truly scary. He gently touched the prickle of a cactus. The man with wings also fell asleep. However, he kept the people around him awake because he snored very loudly. Estio lifted himself off the pillow. Cactus thought this guy snored pretty loudly. The monkey also opened his eyes and woke up. Estio said for Neju to try to ignore those sounds and go back to sleep. Neju said there is something near the carriage. It's not people or ordinary beasts. Neju added that he had a very bad feeling. They want to destroy them. The coachman looked into the carriage and said there was trouble. They were surrounded by a pack of monsters. They came out of nowhere. The man with wings woke up and asked fearfully, how many monsters were discovered outside? Would they be able to break free from the encirclement? Coachman said that harpies with great combat potential have been discovered outside. The winged guy said the harpies shouldn't show up until the beginning of winter. Why are they showing up now? Estio said he didn't know that either. The coachman said fearfully that even if they got out of the encirclement, they would hardly be able to escape, as harpies move faster than horses. Neju said he would go and look now. It will be a reconnaissance. Neju ran out of the carriage and told Estio to stay inside and not put his life in danger. The coachman remarked that it was too unwise and dangerous to let the monkey go alone. The guy with wings said fearfully that he was just an ordinary messenger and had no combat skills. Estio decided to get out of the carriage and said that he would help Neju. The winged guy said that Estio wasn't a fighting type either. Estio replied that he wasn't even going to fight them and left the carriage. The winged guy thought that Estio's gaze was definitely unusual. It was as cold as ice. The boy decided that if Estio didn't want to fight, he was going to keep that monkey company as a dinner for the harpies. The winged guy said that harpies are horrible monsters that move in groups. They cannot be dealt with by mere brute force. He may be a feathered man himself, but he's no match for them. Even destroying a few harpies wouldn't change anything. Neju engaged in hand-to-hand combat with the monster birds. The young man with wings said that before they were finally surrounded, they needed to retreat urgently and move to flee. The boy was even more frightened when he saw one of the harpies circling in the sky above him. The bird decided to attack and darted down the rock. It flew up to Estio and dug its beak into his shoulder. Blood dripped onto his clothes. The harpy wouldn't let go of our hero. Estio thought, does this monster want to finish him off? The birds flying in the sky continued to screech and apparently aimed at Estio as well. He was a legitimate target for them. The harpy yanked a piece of clothing off Estio's shoulder and screamed loudly. The next moment, that monster was grabbed by Neju and dragged away from the man. Neju threw that bird far back. He asked in amazement if Estio was hurt. The boy replied that it was a superficial wound. Neju noticed that he was bleeding. Estio thanked Neju for his help and said he was fine. It would heal soon. The travelers looked up and were horrified to see the harpies attacking them. The monsters had indeed gone down. Estio had made his decision, but he wasn't sure if he could pull it off with multiple targets at once. Our hero looked up and told the harpies to stop. The birds immediately froze in close proximity to their intended victim. They couldn't move. Estio thought, should he destroy the harpies? Then he waved his hand and told them to fly back to where they came from. The harpies immediately turned and flew away. The man with wings was once again surprised. The monsters obeyed this man's orders. Estio suggested going back to the carriage. Everyone supported this good idea. Returning to the carriage, Neju said that his friend Estio was on top of things as always. The winged fellow was at a loss. The young man with wings thought that the pack of harpies had disappeared in an instant. How could that be? This time, it was too easy. Now the boy understands why the staff was interested in this Estio. Estio, helping Neju up into the carriage, told him to be careful. Estio was very attentive and asked if Neju had hurt himself. The winged man thought this guy was very strange. As he continued to observe our hero, the young man with wings decided that Estio was not only strange, but very dangerous. The carriage continued its journey through the night forest. Estio slept on a pillow, covered with a blanket. Someone had informed him that he was very annoying. It was Tsuki. She said that Estio always acts on her own, so she hates people. Tsuki said that Estio should get some sleep. He shouldn't hang around so the monsters won't bite him. Estio, falling asleep, apologized to the cat. Tsuki told the man not to apologize. He should just stay out of trouble. Tsuki told Estio not to get sick again. Morning came. The carriage continued on its way. The coachman was brisk and cheerful. The cactus woke up and wished everyone a good morning. Estio opened his eyes and asked the cactus what he was doing. The cactus said that he welcomed everyone. It was strange to see the pot of cactus moving around. Estio wondered if the cactus could walk. Ahuru said this guy just woke up and already found time to marvel at the walking cactus. Neju opened his eyes too and was surprised to notice that the cactus could walk. Neju touched the cactus by its prickles and said congratulations. The cactus thanked him. The guy with the wings woke up and wondered too. What kind of miracles are going on in this carriage? The winged youth said that Estio does have unusual friends. He thought it wasn't so strange that a cactus could walk. This Estio was able to chase away a pack of harpies with a single word. He can have friends of various types. It wouldn't be surprising if Estio could make friends with a dragon too. The guy flapped his wings and thought that being able to read hearts and own them was really pretty cool. After waking up, Estio and Neju proceeded to eat. They happily decided to have breakfast rolls. Estio asked the cactus if it needed water. Ahuru replied that he had had enough. Estio asked if the cactus had already eaten. Cactus said he had this process the day before when Estio was injured. Ahuru recalled that Estio had bled after his encounter with the harpy. At some point, blood from the wounded guy's shoulder started dripping onto Ahura. Ahuru said that at that moment he drank some blood. It was an unusual experience. Estio took the cactus in his hands, looked at it, and asked, "Did Ahuru really drink its blood?" A guy with wings, sitting in a carriage, watched a monkey eating a bun across from him and a man talking to a cactus. Cactus asked so that Estio wouldn't misunderstand him. He didn't do it on purpose. He couldn't turn back around. It was just blood pouring down on him. The cactus added that after that, it bloomed for the first time. This had never happened to him before. Estio said it turned out very interesting. The cactus flower bloomed from his blood. The guy with wings was also eating breakfast. However, as he listened to the story, he concentrated on the fact that the common plant drinks blood and can walk. The cactus in Estio's palm bowed and placed this flower on the young man's hand, telling Estio to accept his heart. Estio, like a polite person, thanked the cactus for such a gift. Ahuru responded by saying that he was the one who should thank Estio. The flower lying on Estio's hand in front of everyone began to wilt, withered, and turned to dust. Estio said that this flower had melted. Ahuru said it was his gift. Cactus said a light appeared on Estio's shoulder. Estio removed the bandages and noticed that the wound had healed quickly. He said that the flower seemed to have a healing effect. Cactus said it's very cool and he's happy with it. Estio asked Neju if Tsuki had come last night. Neju replied that there was no definite answer. Neju added that the cat had been on the roof of the carriage since last night. Estio realized that this was not a dream. He immediately got out of bed and got dressed. The boy opened the carriage door and leaned out. Neju was afraid for his friend. The young man with wings cried out in fear that jumping out of a moving carriage was very dangerous to life. He even flapped his arms and wings. Estio tried to look up on the roof of the carriage and said he knew that Tsiki was there now. Chiki was indeed there. She looked out and said, "Meow." Estio responsibly stated that it was quite dangerous on the roof. Tsiki should go downstairs immediately. Tsiki saw how hard Estio was going through right now. She said he was in more danger than she was. Tsuki decided not to argue and jumped inside the carriage. Estio, satisfied, closed the door behind him. The winged boy wondered, "Is it really a cat?" The young man with wings asked, "Is this really Estio's pet too?" The cat screamed that Chiki was not a pet at all, but she was not a stray cat either. The birdman assumed that in that case the cat was Estio's friend. Tsiki inquired who the winged guy was. Estio replied that it was Parker. Tsuki wondered if the young man's wound had healed. Estio nodded affirmatively and said that he was quickly healed thanks to Ahur. Tsiki wondered, "Is that little cactus really capable of anything?" Estio said that the cactus had healing powers. Estio added that Tsiki should recognize that she was following him all the time. The cat said she wasn't going after him. She only happened to stumble upon him injured while she was traveling. Estio wondered if Tsuki would be willing to keep him company. Tsuki said that in that case, the guy should know that she's only there because he asked for her. When she's not around, he's always finding trouble on his own. Estio agreed and thanked Tsiki for being overly helpful. Tsuki thought Estio had changed, and changed for the better. Parker told Estio that they had finally arrived at the portal that connected to the guild headquarters. Estio walked with the cat to the portal and peered into it. Parker was at that time placing a mark at the portal on duty. He said that it was Parker and Estio from the Ignis Guild. The bill for using the portals could be sent to the guild. The duty officer said that for safety reasons, this portal can only be used by 3 adults in one day. The duty officer warned that there may be side effects after using the portal. If everyone agrees, we should sign the autograph and proceed to the entrance. Estio signed and then moved closer to the portal. The young man stepped through the portal and found himself in a beautiful cathedral. Now he understood how it worked. After all the travelers were inside the cathedral, Estio thought that this was the headquarters of the guild. Parker said to our hero, "Welcome. This is the headquarters of the Ignis Guild." He's almost accomplished his mission. The travelers continued their journey up the spiral staircase. Estio thought it was an endless spiral staircase. It seemed to reach up to the heavens themselves. Estio wondered if heaven existed. He didn't say it out loud, so he didn't get an answer from Parker. People with wealth and power and those who support them. Estio wondered if things would get better if he went higher. Parker said they were in position now. Estio thought they'd gotten here pretty fast. Parker explained that this magical staircase was like a portal. In any case, Estio was supposed to meet the guildmaster, but since he had been gone for about 3 months, it was decided to organize his meeting with the vice guildmaster. The travelers walked up to the big, beautiful doors. Parker rang the doorbell. There was no answer. The guy with wings assumed that the vice guildmaster had fallen asleep again. He scratched the back of his head, wondering what to do next. After a while, the door did open. Estio saw the owner of the room. Cactus screamed, his head nearly exploded. How dare they? Estio wondered where this cactus's head started from. The door was opened by a guy with a sword in his hand and asked in a sleepy voice, torturing who had gotten them again? Upon seeing Parker, the young man said he didn't remember ordering chicken for breakfast. Parker grudgingly told the vice guildmaster that he had already told him 100 times that he was not food. Cactus wittily remarked that the young man was right about the chicken. Parker said he brought a guest. The vice guildmaster asked what kind of guest he was talking about. The vice guildmaster wondered, why would he personally receive the guests? Wasn't there someone downstairs who could do it? It would be fair to deprive this winged man of a month's wages for wantonly interrupting his sleep. The young man angrily said for everyone to get out of here immediately. At that moment, Chicky said, "Meow." The vice guildmaster lowered his eyes and said with interest that it was a cat. The cat said meow once more. The young man, smiling, crouched down on his knee and asked if this cat was also a guest. Siki said that this young man had been transferred to a special unit in Galatian. The vice guildmaster asked Parker, so by guest did he mean their guild leader? The young man extended his hand to our hero and introduced himself. He said he was the vice guildmaster of Ignis, Huen Lenski. The young men shook hands, with Lenski saying he was glad to finally meet the leader. Afterward, Lenski offered to come inside. Estio thanked him for his hospitality. Estio and his companions entered the study. The interior was in disarray. Cactus wondered why the place was such a big mess. It's dirty and things are scattered all over the place. Neju said he might step on something if he went inside. The vice guildmaster said it's not a big deal if they step on something. The owner of the office said this white-haired monkey has a pretty good command of speech. Is she half human? Neju asked how the vice guildmaster knew. The boy replied that it was his intuition. The young man approached Naj and said he was joking. He added that if he were an animal, he wouldn't act like that. He doesn't think he'd be so eager to talk to people and force himself to learn the language if he were an animal. Estio thought that this guy wasn't at all what he seemed at first glance. This looks suspicious. The vice guildmaster asked if Estio wanted coffee. The young man thanked and declined. The guy apologized and said his guest probably wasn't old enough to enjoy the bitter taste. But cocoa should do the trick. Estio said he didn't refuse because of the bitterness. Cocoa and sweets were prepared for Estio. The vice guildmaster said their leader is still very young. Estio objected and said that he had already gone through the maturation ceremony in his homeland. The interlocutor said that was exactly what he meant. When adults are called too young, they do not try to deny it, but rather rejoice. Parker said that the vice guildmaster now looks like a perverted old man with a weakness for young boys. That's a good place to stop. The vice guildmaster said that in that case, he would now move on to the main topic. Bringing Estio to the headquarters was the guildmaster's decision. Estio said it all makes sense to him now, but he doesn't understand why exactly they decided to choose him as the leader. The interlocutor said that it was also the guildmaster's decision. He's just passing on the message. But since leader is a recently introduced position, he himself is not aware of all the details. Estio thought, could the guild be considered a trustworthy place? They have overly secretive behaviors and attitudes, and their attitudes towards various things are constantly changing. However, despite all this, they had never once lied to him yet. The vice guildmaster said that from now on, Estio's tasks would be different from before. Estio wondered and wondered what it all meant. What tasks would be assigned to him now? The interlocutor said that there will be special tasks that only a leader can handle. Estio thought that now he was taking it to the next level. From now on, he would only be assigned special tasks. The vice guildmaster handed our hero a sack and said it was a gift in honor of his promotion. On the sack was an inscription: Guild Leader of the Ignis Guild, Estio. This bag contains a new guild uniform, a badge, and some supplies and coins. The vice guildmaster said he had something else in mind. It has nothing to do with the guildmaster, it's just his personal interest. The lad said that he was very interested in the power of the leader, which their head was so eager to secure. Could Estio demonstrate it before he leaves? The vice guildmaster said he would like to see that right now and reached for his sword. Can the leader show what he can do? The vice guildmaster was on his knees, his sword nearby on the floor. The guy pulled himself up, grabbed his sword, and said he wanted to see how strong the leader was. The young man swung his sword and tried to pounce on Estio, swinging his weapon. Estio stood there without moving. He continued to drink the cocoa offered to him. The opponent was surprised. Why doesn't this guy defend himself? He didn't even move his hand. At this moment, the young man with the weapon in his hands felt that he couldn't even move. Estio hoped that what the vice guildmaster had just seen would be enough. Estio sat on the couch with a cup of cocoa in his hand. The vice guildmaster was kneeling in front of him, dropping his sword to the floor. After a while, the vice guildmaster sat at his desk and thought that this had really struck him. He thought the guildmaster should have done a better job of bringing him up to speed on this leader. This guy is more suited to be a boss than he is. How can he give orders to someone who's obviously stronger? Estio read that man's mind. He thought that everything would turn out well for him if he didn't at least become Estio's victim. The vice guildmaster felt that things had worked out well for him for the time being. What is happening now marks the beginning of a new era. Cactus looked around Estio's new office and said it was lovely. He liked it very much. Estio replied that he was very happy too. Estio noticed that all this was somehow unusual for him. He was not used to such apartments. Neju pulled out the contents of the bag and said that it was Estio's new uniform. It's wonderful. The guy appreciated the uniform and said he really liked the new clothes. Neju added that these clothes are enchanted. It is truly marvelous. Neju read the instructions and said that this mold could self-clean, regulate temperature, and protect against impact. Estio said he got the impression that Neju wanted new clothes too. Neju watched the boy with interest. Estio told him to wait a while. Our hero said he would ask if there were any suitable clothes for Neju and Siki. The monkey said that Neju didn't need clothes. Tsuki said that her clothes would only get in the way too, so no need to worry. Estio noticed that they might catch a cold or would be shy because of their lack of clothes. What to do then? Tsuki said that sometimes this guy drives her crazy. Animals don't need extra fabric. After all, they have their own fur. Don't you understand that? Neju added that he has heard that people wear expensive clothes to be treated better. They call it status. Estio wondered, did he really care about status now too? The guy thought, would it really be better if Estio had status? Neju said that naturally, people would treat him better. Estio wondered if it was only by virtue of one's high status that one could be liked. Some people even speak ill of the king. Neju added that if there is a status, people won't be able to attack him openly. Monkey added that Neju would do his best to protect Estio. But if the evil people turn out to be stronger than Neju, then they will be in big trouble. Estio, with the cat on his back, walked over and bent down in front of Neju. He took hold of the collar. Estio thought it could be taken off while no one was around. After all, it must be very uncomfortable for a monkey to walk around in chains. Neju said it wasn't a problem. The collar and chain didn't interfere much with his mobility. Estio said that it was very unpleasant for him to see Neju like that. Neju replied that he understood now. Estio thanked his friend for wholeheartedly supporting him in everything. Estio added that Neju didn't have to worry anymore because now he could make anyone kneel at will. If only he had realized this before. What's more, his skills are getting stronger and stronger. Estio decided he had no reason to worry now. If you think about it, isn't that inconvenient? Now life will have new colors. Estio thought he could have behaved much more selfishly than he had before. Our hero received a new request. As usual, the envelope with the request was sealed. During the meal, Parker brought out this envelope. Estio looked at it carefully and thanked Parker. The man with the wings said it was part of his job and asked if Estio was used to the headquarters. Estio, unwrapping the envelope, said that it was quite comfortable at headquarters and added that he was getting a little bored with idleness. But fortunately, a request came. Parker said the leader is still very diligent. Now he should call the young man a leader. Estio asked if Parker wanted to grab a bite to eat with them. Neju and Cactus were there for him. Parker got excited and said he would bring his portion right away. Estio thought, though they call him leader, he still doesn't understand what he's supposed to do. The customer was Mubyung Haigar. Cactus said that the name was familiar to him. Ahuru said that it was one of the youngest noble families in the entire country. The head of the family, a cousin of the current emperor, also has incredible abilities. Estio wondered if the cactus had met him. The cactus replied that it had. Its roots had grown quite wide. Neju asked, "What does he mean by that?" Estio explained, "Ahuru says he's already seen their next customer." Neju wondered, "Does this cactus really know so much? This is unbelievable." Neju said that the cactus was very cool. Ahuru thanked for the compliment and said that Neju was very cool too. Tsuki dozed off out of boredom. Ahuru added that in his opinion, this Mubian is a bit crazy. He should be careful with him. Cactus said he wasn't privy to the details, but you could be sure that his swordsmanship was amazing. Estio asked if that meant he was very strong. Cactus said no. Mubyung isn't just strong. Even before he became the head of the family, there was a swordsman who was famous for his skills. Rumor has it that Mubyung struck him down with just one sword stroke. In addition, he has defeated monsters more than once. He hasn't had a single defeat on his record yet. Estio thought, so even people like this resort to inquiries. Parker came back with his food and wished everyone a good appetite. He hadn't forgotten his bun either. Estio thanked and also wished Parker a pleasant appetite. The cactus said there were feathers floating in his soup. There were no details in the description of the request. Estio thought that all clients preferred to talk about it in a one-on-one meeting. After a while, our hero asked Parker if he had finished his meal. Parker nodded affirmatively. The leader said in that case they were leaving. Estio rose from his seat. Following the leader, Parker said that from his observations, he was a rather withdrawn person. Estio asked what was Parker trying to say. Estio remembered people chasing him away and telling him to get the damn monster out of sight. It had been a long time since he'd taken a meal in the company of other people, the young man thought, if you put it that way. Estio asked Parker, didn't he have other tasks at headquarters? Parker replied that he had nothing to deliver for the time being. The last request he had to deliver was for Estio to be taken to headquarters. Estio said, so Parker can take a break. Parker said no, because he still has to work. The winged youth said in surprise. Apparently Estio-san hadn't been notified yet. After all, he, Bernie Parker, had been promoted to the leadership team. The young man said this with great enthusiasm. Estio was surprised at the information he had received. Would he really have an official team now? And would he act as part of a group? Bernie Parker was insanely excited to be in a new department. Now he's on the leader's support team. This meant that Parker is a direct subordinate of the leader. Parker said he was honored and looked up to the leader. Estio was surprised. The leader said that he too hoped for a fruitful cooperation with Bernie Parker. The young men shook hands. It was quite a surprise for Estio. He had a new member of his team and a subordinate. The leader was given the appropriate badge, which is a badge of honor. Parker looked at his superior and asked if Mr. Estio was okay. The leader said they need to pack everything they need. Parker wondered if they were going somewhere. Estio replied that he was planning to visit someone. Their client, Mobion Highguard. After the appropriate gatherings, Parker appeared near the portal and asked if they should bring more camping supplies. Estio told his subordinate that they weren't going camping. Parker excused himself and said that he had brought a lot of goodies with him. The park showed what he had with him. It was saltine crackers and a baguette of cooked octopus. The subordinate said that such a product is severely limited. He had to spend almost the entire month's pay. And since his companion is a leader, he would gladly share it. Estio thanked and said that it was not worth it. The portal operator said that the Highgar possessions are outside the portal's range, but instead, they can move travelers to the underground Renox Cave, which is their base of operations on the way to their destination. Parker wondered, was it really an underground cave? There was nothing to do, so our heroes agreed. They waited for the operator to activate the portal. They were wished a good journey. Parker was still worried that he was going to end up in the dungeon now. He didn't like that idea very much. The subordinate had no choice, and he rushed after the leader with words for them to wait for him. The travelers found themselves in a dark cave. The cat, who walks by himself, also decided to take part in this expedition. Suddenly, someone said hello to Parker, and he cried out loudly with fright. Parker fainted. Some old man appeared in front of the travelers. SDO asked if Parker was okay. Parker replied that he had a whole starburst in front of him. The old man laughed and said it was a very energetic bird. Parker pulled himself up and asked who he was. The old man, still smiling, said that he was the manager of this portal. Someone must be responsible for it. SDO apologized and asked if they were really in the underground Renox cave. The old man, still laughing, said that the young man in front of him was surprisingly polite. It's been a long time since anyone has been in this cave. What would a young man like them want here? SDO replied that they were headed for the Hygar domain. The portal manager was surprised by this information. He said that even fewer adventurers were holding their way to those ruinous lands. SDO wondered why his interlocutor had called them ruinous lands. The manager replied that the emperor didn't want to keep his talented cousin around. Youth, strength, and even beauty. He was perfect in every way. Wouldn't such a person be a big problem for His Majesty? The manager pointed his finger and asked if the guy could see the dark passage. SDO looked in the desired direction. The old man said that even though it was the only way into the realm of the Hygar, the Almighty alone knew what lurked within. SDO asked what that meant. The manager replied that this meant that he could let them through, but did not guarantee safety. There might only be scraps left of them, and no one would even know about it. SDO was frightened. Are there really monsters out there? The manager said it went without saying. After all, the emperor had granted the young duke a lifeless land teeming with monsters. The old man added that this cowardly king was greatly afraid of his own cousin. SDO stood at a loss. Parker was hiding behind his back and was frightened. The manager continued to laugh uncontrollably. The old man was surprised that his interlocutor looked as if he wasn't the least bit alarmed. The cave dweller advised the young man to be very careful. Otherwise, this guy risks drawing the attention of that frightened king. The manager added that if young people don't want to be eaten alive, they need to break through their shell. SDO told the old man that he would like to deliver a message to the emperor. The boy added that he was even glad of such a welcome. The old man was also happy to have someone visit him after a long time. SDO hoped that someday the emperor would be able to talk to him without having to hide. The portal manager laughed for a long time as he looked at the travelers. He took off his mask and became a completely different person. The travelers continued their journey through the cave. They were illuminated by the lanterns that had appeared. SDO apologized. He didn't know Parker had dungeon phobia. Parker wondered, had SDO read his mind? SDO immediately apologized for causing discomfort. Parker said it's all right. The leader can read his mind whenever he sees fit. After all, he is a subordinate. Parker clarified that it's not really a phobia, rather it's a racial predisposition. Now it was the leader's turn to be surprised. Parker explained that since his race's natural habitat is high hills and mountains, it is quite difficult for them to be in enclosed spaces. Besides, you can't really fly in a cave. The leader was satisfied with that answer. If the cave led directly to Hygar's domain, they could go all the way through in half a day if they didn't take a break. SDO said he would have had to wait about 24 hours to use the portal again. That's why he decided it would be faster to go through the cave. Parker replied that it was a reasonable choice. SDO said he faulted his subordinate because he didn't consider the preferences of the entire group. Parker said the leader shouldn't be afraid to make mistakes, because he is the one who gives the commands. SDO wondered, did Parker really mean to say that he would carry out all his instructions against his personal motives? Our hero thought that in the end it was no different than forcibly controlling their thoughts. The winged fellow said that it wasn't because he was neglecting his own desires. After all, he himself wanted to follow the leader. Parker explained, after all, SDO is his oldest comrade, and besides, he owes him his life. SDO said he only helped that time because he was in danger himself. Parker insisted. The leader had saved him after all. He was grateful for that. The young man added that that was why he felt he should follow SDO. Neju suddenly growled loudly. Parker was scared again. He asked, what happened to Neju? SDO was surprised, too. It turns out that ahead appeared a passage from the cave into some dark space. SDO asked Neju, "Is there really a monster in there?" Neju replied that there wasn't even one monster. Parker asked in awe, "How many monsters are there?" Neju replied that there were a lot of them, and they were pretty fast. Panic and fear continued to encompass the winged man. Parker asked how close the monsters were to them. Neju replied that they were right under their feet right now. At the same moment, monsters began to come out. They were simple sandworms. The cactus was surprised. It was the first time he had ever seen these worms in person. SDO was also surprised. Were they monsters? Cactus added that sandworms are not very aggressive. They have a peaceful character, so just don't provoke them, and then they won't go on the attack. Cactus said that here and now they were only watching the strangers. Neju watched the worms moving in the sand with interest. They showed no aggression. The cactus said they had no intention of attacking travelers. Besides, these worms are neither carnivores nor herbivores. SDO asked a reasonable question. What do these worms feed on? The cactus expertly said that these worms feed on dirt. Parker was still scared and asked for help. The cactus said they don't touch the winged ones. The important thing is not to cry. SDO stated that the worms told him they could pass. Parker asked again, "Those monsters aren't going to eat them, are they?" SDO replied that they don't eat humans. "I guess not." SDO bravely headed forward, stepping over the worms. Parker asked what would happen if the worms caught the leader. SDO replied that everything would be fine. The worms were aware of their presence. They must have been curious, for they had not set foot in the cave for a long time. SDO said the worms say they are the ones who dug this cave. SDO and Siki overcame an obstacle in the form of sandworms. The boy said that right now the worms were only being curious like them, so they could relax. Parker continued to panic and cry. He didn't know how he could overcome this obstacle. Neju didn't dare to move yet either. The leader inquired if Parker was feeling too bad right now. The subordinate shouted that he wasn't bad and that he was sure to do well. Parker ventured into the crossing. SDO thought he was about to ask the worms to part before him. There came a moment when Parker and Neju, with cactus in hand, had overcome this obstacle. Neju said that now his fur stinks. SDO remarked that the smell wasn't that bad. Parker said the smell was just awful. SDO noticed that even though the stench was unpleasant, it was a good bad smell. Parker thought that although he was the owner of such a powerful skill, still the leader was incapable of lying. The winged guy said he had a misconception about the Renox cave. Rumor has it that this place is crawling with bloodthirsty monsters, which is why few people come here. But despite the unpleasant look and odor, the worms turned out to be quite friendly. SDO asked why, in that case, was Parker afraid of them. The interlocutor said that their appearance was simply repulsive. He was almost certain that they were carnivorous. SDO remarked that he found the worms rather cute. Parker wondered, how could these huge, wriggling creatures be cute? SDO said that these creatures had come all the way just to look at them, and they behaved quite nicely. The travelers noticed that 3 hours had passed since they entered the cave. They should be there soon. Parker said he wanted to wash that stench off of him as quickly as possible. He wouldn't mind taking a dip in the pond now. Neju said there was water nearby. It smells pretty clean, and there are sounds of a waterfall. Indeed, travelers walked forward and saw the actual waterfall that exists inside the cave. Everyone looked up mesmerized and said, "Wow, no one here had expected such a miracle." It was indeed a real waterfall, SDO said. Our hero walked to the lake, knelt down, and drew water into his palms. The water looked quite clear. SDO warned the companions that the water was quite cold, so caution was needed. The long-haired white monkey, who was used to the cold, immediately rushed into the water and said the water was very cool. Ahuru, who happened to be on the shore, said that this water looked pretty good on the surface. SDO and Parker blushed slightly but didn't want to get in the water. Parker decided to get closer to the water and touch how cool it was. SDO and the winged guy decided to wash their feet and dip them into the water up to their knees. Parker asked the leader, "Shouldn't we wash the cat too?" The cat took these words with displeasure. SDO said that Siki, like all cats, did not like water. Parker kept at it. As long as they were here, it was a great opportunity to freshen up. Besides, the cat might get sick if it got too dirty. The cat said the winged guy had chicken brains. Siki walked over to the water and told no one to worry. She could take a swim herself. Parker grabbed Chicky and flew into the air with her. The cat hadn't expected such a maneuver. Parker said there would be an aerial dive now and lowered himself into the water with the cat. Chicky didn't like this at all, and she immediately jumped ashore. Flushed with anger, Tsuki said that this bird-brained man wouldn't get it off his feathers so easily. Estio tried to calm Tsuki down. Estio said that Tsuki was very clean now, and when it dried, it would be even fluffier. The guy said to make the cat sit still, he needed to dry her off. He took a towel and started to dry Tsuki. Parker also came ashore and, smiling, asked if the cat enjoyed the water treatment. Tsuki was angry and screamed that she was going to destroy that bird now. Estio told Parker that Tsuki was really scared. She doesn't like heights or water. Estio asked that Parker apologize and promise not to do it again without warning. Parker took a deep breath and sincerely apologized. He said he would never do it again. The winged guy said that next time, if he wanted to do the same thing, he would be sure to give a controlling warning. Estio said they needed to continue on their way since everyone was already clean. Turns out not everyone did. The cactus shouted that he wanted to do the same. Estio asked what was the matter. Ahuru said he was very thirsty. Estio offered to drink from the waterfall. The cactus said he had just tasted that water. It was awful. Perhaps it was all about the pickiness of this hungry cactus. Estio offered to drink while he had the chance. It was not good to be so capricious. Ahuru wondered if the leader would give him something else besides water. Something stronger. Ahuru wanted a tasty liquid with a unique structure. Estio guessed what he was talking about. Had the cactus's preferences changed since that day? Could it have originally belonged to a species of plant that feeds on blood? Or does his blood have a special flavor? Estio placed his palm on the prickles of the cactus. The cactus said it approved of the stroking. Estio asked, wondering if the cactus could lift its thorns. The cactus lifted its thorns, and blood dripped onto it from Estio's palm. Parker was surprised to see such a picture. The leader said that you don't have to worry. He's just watering the cactus. The cactus drank blood, and its flower bloomed again. It was becoming a pattern. Parker questioned whether someone could have built that waterfall on purpose. Estio replied that it was quite possible. Parker said it's unlikely sandworms would have dug a public pool here. It looks like some other kind of creature lived here before. Estio asked what made him think that. Parker replied that he had heard earlier that such caves usually had a master. Parker wondered, wasn't the leader aware of this? Caves with tigers, wolves, or even dragons. Estio immediately imagined the dragon that might have inhabited this cave. Estio asked, did dragons live in caves too? Parker replied that, as far as he knew, they often chose such places as their lair. Many of the caves that have been discovered were originally dragon habitats. Estio said that for a dragon, a cave like this seems small. Parker stated that the strongest individuals of the dragon race possessed two guises. The first one had wings, a tail, and short front legs. But as long as they didn't have to use their true power, they could take the form of a human. Estio inquired, so they transformed their bodies into human bodies? Parker replied that it wasn't really a transformation. They had two bodies at once. Dragons were considered one of the favorites of the Almighty. Estio wondered, don't the scriptures say that the human form is God's true form? Thus, dragons were given a second body created in the image of the Creator. It is impossible to say for sure, though, until you meet a real dragon. The leader said he had never been to the temple, so he had not heard anything about it. Parker was surprised. He knew that every village should have a place set aside for prayers. Estio stated that he had grown up in a very run-down mountain town. Also, even as God's favorite, dragons ended up being nothing in the end. Estio wasn't against dragons, but he didn't really believe in their existence. He didn't have enough proof. Despite all the power and greatness of their race, they all perished, leaving nothing at all behind. Parker disagreed with the leader. Against his assertion, he flapped his arms and wings. The Birdman said that he had heard that the dragons themselves wished to leave this world and left it. Dragons were called guardians for a reason, for they stood at the top of the food chain. No one had the strength to exterminate such creatures. Estio believed that dragons were destroyed by humans. It's an established fact. Parker smiled and said it wasn't quite like that. The reason was the unstoppable progress of mankind and the wars that followed. The hearts of the dragons bled as they watched the world become progressively corrupt. Then the Almighty gave them a final choice. Stay here as guards or move to your own world. Estio complimented. It turns out the dragons decided to leave. Parker said he doesn't know how true the story is, but that's what the scriptures say. It is safe to say that dragons were loved by the Almighty, perhaps even more than humans. Neju, with a cactus in his hand, alerted Estio that someone was approaching them. Estio wondered if it was the sandworms again. Neju said these ones didn't seem so friendly. Wild, aggressive, hostile wolves came out to meet the travelers. They growled viciously and glared. Parker identified them as cave wolves. He assumed this was their habitat. Cactus concluded that these wolves looked rather vicious. Apparently, they are affected by the intense hunger. One of the wolves decided to make a swift attack and pounced on top of Neju. The monkey screamed. Two other wolves attacked our heroes, approaching them on the ground. Neju had time to react to the attack and hit the wolf painfully with his paw. The predator flew back into the depths of the cave. Blood splattered in different directions. Neju successfully landed this wolf, and he found himself lying on the ground, unmoving. The monkey showed his red, anti-wolf hostile eyes. This was no joke. The wolves surrounded the young men and the monkey from different directions. It seemed as if they were trapped. Neju fought off another attack from the predator. Blood was once again on the walls of the cave. The clawed paw of the long-necked ape left no chance for the wild animals to escape. The wolves continued to growl viciously, but made no further attempts to attack the humans. The next thing our hero decided to do. Estio stretched his arm forward with the intention of suppressing the will of the advancing predators. The wolves had no chance to disobey the guild leader. They sat down humbly in front of Estio and stopped growling angrily. Neju looked and immediately realized that Estio had used his power. It was phenomenal. Estio thought he didn't feel like destroying these beasts. Wolves seemed to live in packs. Estio had instilled in the wolves that he was their master from now on. The wild animals were enslaved and howled loudly in submission. After that, the raptors lowered their muzzles before their master. Estio told his companions that they were now free to move on. Parker said they had just recently bathed, but the white monkey's fur had gotten dirty again. Neju replied that he didn't see anything wrong with that. He would just wash himself again. Neju told Parker not to call him a white monkey anymore. That sounds kind of weird. It's better by name, Neju. Parker replied that he took that remark to heart. After another turn in the cave, the travelers noticed an exit in front of them. After walking some distance, they found themselves in the open. The sun was shining in the sky. The young men saw a castle and fortress walls in front of them. This was Hygar, the end point of their journey. Suddenly, everyone felt the earth shake. Parker asked fearfully, "Is this an earthquake?" Neju replied that the problem was something else. Neju suggested that everyone look in the direction of the fortress and they would realize what caused the ground to shudder. The riders who had left the castle were rushing towards the travelers. There were a fair number of them. The riders approached the travelers, and the older of the two asked, "They came from the Ignis Guild, right?" Estio nodded affirmatively. The military man said his master was expecting representatives in the office. The travelers, accompanied by military officers, made their way through the city to the chief's residence. The local citizens paying attention to the travelers thought they were nobles, or, judging by their uniforms, members of the Ignis Guild. The townspeople noticed that one of the guests even had wings. All of the newcomers looked quite strong, so they were mercenary fighters. If the mercenaries had come here, there would be a battle. The townspeople decided that they, too, should prepare for the coming battle. The locals shouted that they would gladly help their lord and defend the city all together. Estio, observing the locals, said it was a marvelous place. A military man accompanying the travelers asked why they thought so. Estio replied that he marveled at the hearts of these men, admires their fiery desire to protect their homes and their loved ones. Estio thought that he had never once in his life had the desire to protect his home. Estio and his escorts arrived at their destination. They followed the military man the whole time. Near the large doors, the officer apologized and said only the leader could pass on. People can't enter the Duke's office without his express permission. That's the rule. Estio turned around and told his companions that he would only find out the details of the order and return immediately. He asked them to wait for him at the door. Neju informed his friend to let him know if anything went wrong. Parker said the leader could rely on him just in case. He would take care of everything. Estio thought that he had never had to leave this trio in such conditions before. The leader figured they must be okay anyway. At least he hoped so. Estio decided to just deal with the order and leave quickly. A cactus got in his way. The cactus moved a few meters forward. Estio thought that Neju had been carrying him in his arms for some time, but in an instant, he began to move on his own. The man sitting at the table in the back of the room looked up in surprise and asked if the guest was already here. He asked if they knew each other. The Duke rose from his seat and said that his guest had said he would gladly accept his invitation. The host was surprised to see a cactus standing on the floor in front of his desk. Where did this plant come from? The plant reported that its name is Aharu, and it is indeed a cactus. The Duke shouted loudly. The doors to the study opened abruptly and the weapons guards fled. The men inquired of the Lord what had happened. The Duke calmed down and said it was no big deal. The guards could return to their post. When the door closed behind the armed men, the young man said that he had assumed the leader would be an unusual person. But he never thought it would be a cactus. The Duke walked over to the plant and squatted in front of it. He had been told that the appearance was no different from a human. He could actually walk and even talk. The cactus replied that this man must be completely out of his head. The landlord smiled and said that this leader is also sharp on the tongue. He likes that. Ahuru replied that this lunatic cannot be a duke. Estio came closer and said that he was the guild leader and inquired. The Duke had said they knew each other, right? Duke replied that he just wanted to make sure the guy didn't have a hobby of dressing up as cacti. Estio replied that he had no such hobby. The Duke, smiling, said that his interlocutor definitely has a special ability. It was mental power. Duke added that he had definitely guessed, for it seemed logical that a person who could read minds could also control them. Estio inquired how much the Duke knew. Duke replied that he was just guessing and shouldn't dwell on it. The Duke thought that the pressure of his interlocutor was tremendous. The host extended his hand and said that he wanted to introduce himself properly. His name is Mubyung Haigar. He was the one who sent the request to the guild. He is happy to meet you. Our hero shook his hand and said he was Estio of the Ignis Guild. Estio inquired what the request was. However, Haigar interrupted the boy and said that he would like to ask a question first. If the cactus is not under his control, then what is he? Is he really a monster? The cactus wondered, did this man really call him a monster? After a little thought, Ahuru said it was partly true, but it was not a good idea to call him that openly. Cactus got angry and said he wouldn't let the Duke down like that. Ahuru began to move quickly around the table. Haigar was frightened and jumped on the table. Estio squatted down and told Ahuru to come to him immediately. Taking the cactus in his arms, Estio wondered if the Duke was capable of hearing what Ahuru was saying. Haigar said he can hear the plant just fine. However, it frightens him a little. The Duke wondered if he shouldn't hear him. Estio apologized and asked again. Could the Duke really hear that cactus? Estio asked in surprise. Did the Duke really have the ability to? The Duke realized and said he didn't have the ability. He doesn't even know what he's talking about. Haigar said he would have understood it all if it had been the sword he had been associated with for so long. Estio replied that he wasn't quite sure what the sword had to do with it. The Duke said that with blood, some bonds can be strengthened. If that cactus had drank Estio's blood, the Duke added that it must be because of Estio's power. Thanks to it, the voice of the cactus comes to him. This ability can be activated in several ways. The guy can transmit commands with the help of a word. But with enough blood hit, he wouldn't even need to give orders. Estio noticed that the Duke knew of his ability even better than he knew himself. The Duke smiled and said so Estio wouldn't think wrong of him. He wasn't deliberately trying to extract information. It was simply a coincidence of knowledge that had been gathered over the years. Estio assumed that there were other people with an ability similar to this. Haigar said that there were such people, but until this point, everything was considered nothing more than a hypothesis. Haigar added that since their family's physical abilities have been passed down from generation to generation, many had questions because of the color of his hair. Duke showed and said it was black hair, black eyes, and terrifying skills. People began to wonder if the Haigar clan was indeed descended from the Black Dragon. Some wondered if the Haigar clan might be descended from a black dragon. Cactus wondered, is this Duke talking about a black dragon? What an unwieldy ego this Haigar has. The Duke grabbed his head and said that he could feel the black dragon essence awakening in his veins. Ahuru told Estio to get out of here quietly. Nothing to do with that guy. Haigar apologized. It was a stupid joke. Of course he's not a black dragon. He just wanted to say that there have been rumors like this before. The Duke said his request had to do with Estio. Estio asked what the request was. Hygar gave the guild leader a sack of money. Estio noted that it was a rather heavy sack. The Duke said that he wanted to find a true descendant of the Black Dragons while looking intently into Estio's eyes. Hygar said that if the young man would just help him for 1 month, the request would be considered completely fulfilled, regardless of the outcome. The Duke added that that was why he suggested not to be disturbed and to follow him. Estio wondered, how would the Duke leave his residence? Hygar replied that he had already found a temporary replacement. It was only for 1 month, after all. Estio immediately formally warned his interlocutor that he was not a fighter and inquired if the Duke had guards. The Duke asked in surprise, "Why does he need guards? When it comes to swordsmanship, he has no equal in the entire empire." Cactus heard this statement and immediately felt Spanish shame. This feeling was previously unfamiliar to him. The Duke added that if anyone dared to obstruct his work, they should worry for their lives. And the exception wouldn't even be the Supreme Emperor. Hygar concluded that it didn't matter who it was. Estio wondered if the Duke could confirm that the reason he was looking for descendants was unrelated to what he was currently thinking. The Duke, smiling, thought that this guy had read his mind after all. He is much bolder than he appears at first glance. The Duke replied that of course he affirms. Hygar added that he had not sent the request on behalf of the Duke, but on behalf of himself, Mubion. It had nothing to do with politics. Mubion added that the Hygar clan is definitely not directly descended from dragons. But the fact that they have a bit of dragon's blood in them is true. The Duke said that one of his ancestors drank dragon's blood, which was the reason why they got inhuman strength. Parker, Tsiki, and Neju continued to wait patiently for Estio. Hygar added, "Does Estio not find this case similar to his Cactus?" Cactus scolded once again. This chatterbox dared not put himself on the same level as him. Estio, after thinking, said that in that case Mr. Duke should give him his destination. The Duke pretended to ponder where they should go. Estio was surprised at this behavior. Hygar said that the main purpose of his request was to investigate Estio, the possessor of dragon abilities recorded in the ancient writings. Estio was naturally surprised once again. Hygar, smiling, asked if that would excite the guild leader. The natural powers of black dragons, wielders of the dark attribute, are based on mental energy that can subdue the will of a living being. Estio's abilities are too similar to them to be a mere coincidence. The Duke added that he had originally invited the young man here because he assumed his connection to dragons. Mubiong once again said he relies on the guy for the next month. A woman appeared in the Duke's memories and asked where Mubiong, her beautiful star, was walking. A little boy was hiding around the corner of a house on the grass. The woman asked, "Did he want to play hide-and-seek from sleeplessness?" The woman offered to listen to an interesting story in that case before he fell asleep. The boy agreed. The woman took the child in her arms and said that he had dragon blood in his veins. It's amazing, isn't it? It is the gift of a black dragon, one of the noblest and most beautiful creatures in all the white world. Little Mubiong said that wasn't true. His grandfather had told him that dragons had long since disappeared from this world. The woman was surprised. Could Grandpa really say such a thing? Maybe in relation to other dragons this could be considered true. The reason was that this world had become too complex and vast to be defended by dragons. Mubiong said that this was unexpected news to him. The woman asked, he remembered that important detail, didn't he? The dragon who shared his blood with them has not yet completely left this world. The proof of that was their family, which was constantly producing children with extraordinary strength. Mubiong wondered, shouldn't the dragon have passed away from old age by now? The woman kissed the boy on the forehead and told him that dragons were the guardians of their world. They are not afraid of old age, sickness, or death. The woman reminded the boy that she had already told him of the dragon's nobility and beauty. Surely he must still protect their family to this day. Maubion asked, "So what? If the dragon doesn't protect their family personally, then it means he considers their family too pathetic for his attention." The woman replied that they were indeed very weak compared to true dragons. However, by continuing their lineage, humans preserve the last evidence of their long existence. Mubion asked Yeria, why didn't the dragon leave their world then? The woman replied that the black dragon was very fond of children. The Duke woke up, propped himself up on the bed, and thought, there goes that dream again. Mubion looked at his companion, who was sitting by the fire. He asked Estio why he hadn't gone to bed yet. Estio replied that he too had just woken up. Maubion inquired if he had said anything in his sleep. Estio replied that the Duke had slept quite soundly. Hygar thought that this guy's manner of answering all questions quietly and calmly reminded him of Yeria. The Duke immediately pushed the thought away. Yeria was a gentle and kind woman, and her hair was fiery red. She was nothing like this sullen boy. Mubion asked, "Why then does Estio not lie down again?" Estio replied to his interlocutor that his ability is to read other people's hearts. When someone has a dream that comes from a strong image, there are times when the dream seeps into his mind, even if he doesn't want it to. It is as if everything is happening to him in real life. The Duke assumed that in that case, Estio had seen everything. Estio said that woman was a beautiful and wise mother. Mubyung agreed and said that was right. His mom, Yuria, was indeed wise, unlike him. Hygar added that she was no longer with them. Estio noticed that the Duke had only slept for 1 hour. Did he not intend to lie down again? The Duke replied that insomnia had seized him. Estio, reading his companion's thoughts, saw Yeria lying on the floor. There was blood all around. Mubyong added that he thought he had gotten plenty of sleep. The fire continued to burn, keeping the travelers warm. Parker slept peacefully and snored loudly. Neju was curled up under the blanket, sleeping peacefully and unresponsive. Mubion was surprised. It turned out that he had shown his dream to Estio. It must have been quite tedious, huh? Mubyong said Yeria was his father's second wife. He believes she is his real mother. He was told that his biological mother died during childbirth. Mubyung remembered Yeria calling him a beautiful little star, smiling at the same time. The Duke said sadly that he hadn't been able to repay her kindness in any way, nor had he even been able to save her. There was an invasion of monsters. People were screaming that the monsters were coming. Mubyong said everyone died that day, except for him. If the Black Dragon really existed in the world, he would like to ask just one question. The question is, what does he have left to defend now? He no longer needs that monstrous power. If things turned out this way, he would rather the Hygar clan disappear completely. Estio replied that if the Duke had nothing to defend, he could just enjoy his vacation. Estio added that the lack of sleep often caused a man to be visited by foolish thoughts, and suggested that the Duke get some sleep. Mubyung thought it was all because of his curiosity about whether he was a descendant of the Black Dragon. Estio said the Duke would not be bothered by nightmares this night. Mubyung thought that this guy was able to read the heart and control the mind. Surely he can control a little nightmare. When he woke up, the Duke noticed that it was already morning. So he'd had a good night's sleep. Mubyong wondered, had he really slept so soundly? Mental ability holders are truly incredible. This was the first time he had managed to get a good night's sleep. Cactus wondered if Mubyong had just woken up. He was so slow, just like a sloth. Mubyong took the cactus in his hand and said that he usually stays awake this long. The cactus didn't believe it and said he was a liar. Ahuru said to have the interlocutor rinse his face first before speaking. The Duke noted that this was quite straightforward. Parker brought breakfast. He said it was ham, cheese, and corn soup, and wished me a pleasant appetite. The Duke thanked and asked for a repeat. What was the soup with? Parker replied that it was a raw milk potato broccoli soup. Mubion was surprised. Parker had just said something completely different. Parker, after thinking about it, said that means it's a soup with pork, cheese, and crab. Mubion suggested that Parker had put whatever he could get his hands on in the soup. Parker said he hadn't, and asked that the Duke not insult his 20 years of soup-making experience. Mubion inquired, "In that case, how old is Parker?" The winged guy said he was 21 years old. He made his first soup when he was 1 year old. The young man said he was responsible for his own baby food. But at the same time, Mubyong noticed that his companion's nose had begun to grow like Pinocchio's. The Duke thought this was strange. Cactus said it made sense. His race is related to the bird race, so they are already able to fly quite well at 1 year old. Parker recognized that this was all true. What's more, he was very gifted and could fly as well as adults at an early age. And now, in his prestigious position as a letter carrier, he was also a member of the leader's team. Mubion asked Parker where the leader himself was. Parker spread his arms out to the sides. The leader said he wanted to look around. Duke clarified the question. Where exactly is leader now? Parker said they should leave the leader alone for a while. It must have been a shock to him. The leader had just learned that his abilities were similar to the dragon's. Mubion inquired when Estio left. Parker replied that it was around the time he was cleaning the food pan. It had been quite some time. Parker added, "After all, this is the leader. Nothing dangerous could happen to him." Mubion stated that he hates to admit it, but the area is still unsafe. Higer thought he should have warned Estio about this beforehand. Parker was frightened. Did the territory hold dangers at every corner? The Duke said monsters, bandits, soldiers of the enemy kingdom. Higar, these are domains that have not yet escaped the perils of war. The Duke added that word that they were safe, even without guards, is only valid if he's always around. Nothing bad had happened yet, the Duke thought. Parker thought that in that case he should immediately fly down to get the leader. Mubion said he would go himself, and Parker should wait here. At that, the Duke immediately flew upward with sword in hand and disappeared in search of the leader. Parker thought it was a very skillfully executed jump. There's something the Duke isn't telling us about himself. Picking a route in search of Estio, Mubion thought he could smell blood. Seeing Estio walking alone, Mubion landed and, catching up with the guy, asked if he was okay. Duke saw the wild wolves next to Estio and thought, why are there cave wolves next to this guy? When the wolves saw the Duke, they roared. Mubion thought it was all about mental dominance. Estio asked if the Duke was ready to move out already. The Duke replied that he had just eaten breakfast. Now he needed to rest. Estio replied that in that case, he too would be back soon. Mubion inquired, "What is Estio doing here?" A wolf cub peeked out from behind Estio's back. Estio said they were the wolves their group had met in Renox Cave. They belonged to a special species that lives and hunts deep in caves. But when the wolves came out of the cave after them, they were unlucky enough to suffer at the hands of humans. Mubion said that here in Higar, wolves will be considered a big threat, so people are trying to exterminate them. Estio wondered, why were people so ruthless? Why should wolves be exterminated? Mubion logically answered that because they are predators. The Renox Cave is the only path that connects the Higar domain to the outside world. To keep the people who follow these paths safe, it is wise to get rid of any beasts that pose a danger. For otherwise defenseless travelers could become lunch for hungry predators. The Duke said that in any case, Estio could do with them as he wished. Estio laid the pup down on the grass. The she-wolf began to lick him. Mubion wondered if Leader had given him his blood. Estio said he did, but he wasn't sure if it would work. But his blood had previously helped a wounded beast. Mubion said he understood the young man's desire to help. Mubion sternly said that a leader shouldn't share his blood so recklessly. If Estio is indeed a dragon descendant, then his blood has the ability to subdue living creatures and turn them into guardians. Duke finished. He said that in that case, the blood would make them accept the Black Dragon's will. It's going to happen exactly as it did with his family. The Duke coughed and said that he seemed to have said too much. Either way, Estio shouldn't keep messing around with wolves. Estio replied that he agreed with the Duke to some extent, but right now they could change them. If the wolves promised not to harm the people of Higar. Estio asked the Duke what they would be able to offer the wolves in return. It is said that in ancient times, the Black Dragon was the bridge between humans and all other creatures. The Duke thought he was one step closer to his goal. Mubion said it was not enough for him to just promise not to attack his men. Perhaps if the wolves become the guardians of these lands, he will promise them food and safety. Are these conditions suitable? Parker, arranging the food on plates, saw that Estio had returned. Parker cried out in fear. What does that mean? Where did the wild predators come from? The winged man began to have uncontrollable hysteria, for the cave wolves appeared before him. Mubion said that these cave wolves were now their new comrades. Estio added that they had decided that they would move on together. The hysteria continued. Parker shouted that he had no confidence that he could provide food for all those wolves. Estio wondered if Parker was raising a panic over this. The prudent winged man said that food was a very important aspect. Neju saw the puppy in Estio's hands and asked if it was a wolf cub. Estio replied that it was a wolf cub, but it was badly injured. If it's left in, the condition will only worsen. Estio said an enemy arrow hit his hind leg. Can Parker take a look? Birdman said that unless it was some kind of surgery, he could handle it. The puppy was placed on a clean blanket. Parker said he would check everything and give his opinion on the treatment. After examining the pup's condition, Parker said he was uninjured. If an arrow had struck such an immature body, it would have left a through and through wound. But this tiny scratch was hardly a wound. Body temperature's fine, too. I guess the baby just needs to rest now. Parker asked the leader if he was sure the puppy had been hit by an arrow. Estio replied that he wasn't sure. Apparently, he was mistaken. Estio held the hidden arrow in his hands. He said he must have confused it with another wolf. Mubyung thought that Estio didn't want his group to know how special he was. I wonder why. The fire had died down. It was time to go onward. The wolves stayed with their wolf cub. Estio called out to Tsuki, who was dozing on a tree branch. The boys said they would be moving out soon. Tsuki opened her eyes and saw the wolf pack. Where did these predators come from? Tsuki asked menacingly. Where did these mutts come from? Estio explained that they were their new friends and would be accompanying everyone. Chicky jumped on top of the guy's head. She wondered where such friends came from. The guild leader explained that these raptors could now legally live in Hygar territories. Tsuki said indifferently that Estio could do as he saw fit. Where would they go next? Mubion raised his hand and said that he should have said so earlier. However, he had already chosen their next destination. Everyone fell silent and listened to the Duke. Parker didn't hold back and asked when the Duke chose this item. The Duke replied that he had just now. Mubion turned to Estio. He had heard that the guy was born in a provincial town. Well, where exactly is he located? Estio explained that he came from the village of Selbia. Mubion cheerfully said that in that case, they were heading straight there. Everyone was very surprised. Cactus wondered why the Duke was doing this, even knowing that it made Estio uncomfortable. Ahuru looked at the joyful expression on Duke's face and said he was some kind of pervert. Estio wondered with surprise why the Duke would want to visit his home village. Mubyung replied that he had originally wanted to observe the young man. However, it is now clear to him that the guy himself does not know everything about himself. That's why he thought that meeting the family that raised him could provide a lot of useful information. Estio immediately recalled the faces of his older brother, his mother, his father. He did not recall them as friendly. Estio thought sadly, wasn't the family that raised him the same as the one he was born into? However, that was not what was important now. Estio said he did not want to see them. Mubion came close to our hero and said that he was obliged to follow the request. Isn't that right? Estio replied that he understood and motioned to move forward. The expedition arrived at Galacia, the Guild of Ignis. The staff was happy to have Estio back. Mr. Hawk bowed and said he hoped the guild leader was in good health. Estio asked that Superintendent Hawk address him as he had before. It would make him feel much more comfortable. Hawk said he's being treated according to status, since Mr. Estio now stands a head taller. Estio continued to insist. Mr. Hawk so far and said unless the leader asks for it. Mr. Hawk smiled again and asked how Estio was doing. Estio smiled in response too and said he was doing great. Hawk said it's great that Estio has been able to take the lead. The new uniform looks great on him. Mr. Hawk said he never doubted the young man for a second. He had already said that he had a keen eye for talented people. Mubyong thought that Mr. Hawk was somehow managing to praise himself. Hawk said management should have upped his rate or at least delivered a full set of candy monthly or even weekly. The assistant principal came over and said she was glad to see Estio. She had heard that the boy was on his way to the village of Selbia. The girl said that the village was quite far from here. He would have to go around a lot of mountains, and the path itself was very thorny. The road will be long and painful, so Mr. Hawk will lend a carriage for the trip. The deputy director said she would get right on with getting this carriage ready. Estio thanked him for his help. Mr. Hope suggested that the entire group was very tired and suggested that they settle into rooms. Estio got a room with a bunk bed. Neju lay down on the top bed and fell asleep immediately. He watched the sunset through the window. Nothing had changed here, Estio thought. It was just as it had been the day he left. The boy heard some noise outside the front door. He asked who was there. The door creaked open. Rosalind appeared on the threshold. She apologized for interrupting Estio's rest. Estio replied that it was nothing. Rosalind asked if Estio could ride a horse. The guild leader replied that he had never learned it. Rosalind said it was an unfortunate misunderstanding. She doesn't even know how to admit it. They don't have any carriages available right now. All carriages are used for other requests. There are a few loose horses in the stall, but you must be able to ride to use them. Estio replied that there was nothing wrong with that. They didn't have much time, so they would be able to get there on foot. Rosalind said she would at least introduce the guards to the expedition. At that time, Parker and Mubian looked into the room. Estio replied to the girl that there was no need for that either. Although he has no combat skills, his client is a self-proclaimed strongest swordsman, so they don't need to worry. Mu Byung was upset when he heard he was called self-proclaimed. Rosalind said it was a relief to her. She asked that Estio not be shy and to come to her if he needed help. At the same second, Parker raised his hand and said that if he wasn't too distracted, he'd like to address something. Their supplies were practically running low. Plus, the wok is burnt and smells bad. It would be great to find a decent replacement for this pot. Could the guild help with that? Rosalind replied that the guild would help and offered to come into the office to explain the procedure. Parker asked if there were any other things they could buy. Rosalind replied that, of course. Mu Byung noticed that he still had to visit the armory. Estio wished everyone a good hike. These conversations woke Neju up. Mu Byung wondered, would he really have to go to the gun store alone? Estio replied indifferently that he didn't know anything about weapons. Mu Byung wondered, hadn't Estio told him earlier that he was in a similar environment? Estio explained that he was a member of a special support group, not a combat unit. Therefore, he had never had to use a weapon. Mu Byung asked in surprise, so the guild leader doesn't know how to use weapons at all? Even though he lived in the province, he had never had to hunt? Estio replied that he didn't feel like destroying the beasts. The Duke inquired if the lad had ever had to destroy a man. Estio remembered that night of the Fabian family who had stabbed himself. Estio replied that he had. Mu Byung thought this guy had determination enough. One who is stranger to cutting off the head of a chicken has managed to terminate the life of a human being if necessary. Mu Byung said that he realized Estio had incredible strength anyway. The human body is much more fragile than it appears. It's best to keep at least one weapon with you. Herzog added that this is also part of his request. Estio told Neju to stay here with Ahuru and wait for the Parker. Neju said he wanted to go too. Estio disagreed. He said he would be back quickly, so Neju should wait. Cactus wondered why Estio was taking a black tiger with him. Estio replied that Tsuki would follow him even if he asked her to stay. Tsuki said that Estio really knows her well. Who would even dare to stop her? The young men came to the gun store. The manager was not behind the counter. However, a man looked out from behind the counter and asked who was there. Mu Byung replied that it was the customers. The man apologized and said he had forgotten to close the door before cleaning. The man added that the store was closed for the day, so customers would have to leave. The Duke was surprised and asked why. The man replied, because Viscount Fabian had bought up all the goods. As if that wasn't enough, he also ordered a big batch on top. The man replied that he had heard that new soldiers were being recruited, but he had run out of equipment. He is sure that the situation is the same in other stores. Estio wondered if Viscount Fabian was recruiting soldiers. He guessed from his uniform that he was a member of the Ignis Guild. He said the guy must know more than he does. A young lady of the Viscount's house suffers from a serious illness. Of course, this news our hero did not possess. Mu Byung had not heard of anything like this before. The man wondered, are these young people out of touch? Switching to a whisper, the interlocutor told the guild representative that the girl had a heart condition. She goes insane every time she sees blood and suffers from daily nightmares. Some time ago, the soldiers had destroyed their home, and the lady seemed to have grown fearful of the resulting void. So Viscount is recruiting new recruits to fill the space. He's also looking for any means to help him cure the lady. The vendor said it wasn't a good story and asked if there was anything else he could do to help. Mu Byung asked if the man could sharpen his sword. The man said yes. Estio remembered Saralyn telling him if he read her secret, then they would become secret friends. Mu Byung held out a dagger to our hero and told him to take it. Estio took the dagger but asked why he needed it. The Duke said it was better than nothing. Safety over regrets. Mu Byung added that Estio should take care of himself. He's too careless of himself. After the sword was sharpened, the youth and the cat proceeded onward. They walked through the streets of the city. Estio asked the cat if Tsiki remembered about Saralyn. The cat replied that she didn't remember everything. Estio suggested that it was probably true. It was probably best not to remember. Tsiki said those people made Estio's life difficult, but he's still worried. Estio said that Saralyn had done nothing wrong. Tsiki wondered what he was going to do. Mr. Fabian demanded that this guy be brought to him immediately. He was told it was impossible. Fabian was outraged. Would the guild dare to reject his petition? The girl asked Mr. Fabian to calm down. They can't do it just because he insists. The manager explained that they had several petitions. Fabian stated that it had been 10 days. Estio saw the man and thought, "What is Viscount Fabian doing here?" The girl apologized and explained to the Viscount that leader Estio was part of the main headquarters. Even if he petitioned, nothing would be gained. Mr. Fabian says this girl can't refuse him. Otherwise, he would close the shop. Behind Fabian's back were Estio and the Duke. The girl replied that the guild was an institution created by order of His Majesty the Emperor, and only the Emperor could close them down. Fabian continued to demand that Estio be brought to him immediately. The Duke took a step forward and asked, "Is this really the Viscount?" Estio confirmed the supposition. Mubyung said that this man looks more like a madman than his daughter. Where is his nobility? And why is he dressed like that? The Duke suggested just ignoring him and walking past. Estio agreed. The young men decided to do just that and headed past Mr. Fabian to go about their business. However, Mr. Fabian noticed our hero. He jumped up to the lad and said, "What a meeting." He had heard that Estio had changed his occupation and had been waiting for him for so long. Mr. Fabian asked if Estio would be staying in town. Estio told his interlocutor to let him go. Fabian apologized and lowered his arms. The man said he was just going through a difficult time. He introduces himself again. He is Lale de Fabian. He asks that Estio listen to him. Fabian said that his daughter Sarah wasn't feeling well. She needs Estio's help. Estio wondered why he would do that. Lail de Fabian said that only Estio could do it. Fabian asked that Estio erase her memories or make it so she could at least sleep peacefully. Estio replied that he was busy with another petition at the moment and asked Fabian to leave. Mr. Fabian ordered in a menacing voice that Estio cancel the other petition. Estio replied that he did not want to do that. Fabian asked Mubyung who he was. The Duke replied that he was a customer. Mubyung said he had no reason to revoke the petition, so Fabian could surrender. Fabian was indignant. How dare this fellow speak so rudely to the Viscount? The interlocutor said he forgot to introduce himself. He is Mubyung Haigar. Vicomte Fabian was very discouraged when he found out who was before him. His arrogance dropped at once. Everyone who witnessed the scene was terribly surprised. Such an important man as the Duke stood up for Estio. Haigar said that on behalf of the Duke, he apologizes profoundly for his childish and rude behavior, which does not befit his status. Mr. Fabian looked at Estio and asked, "Is the guy still mad at him because of that incident?" Estio remembered how his eldest son Fabian had threatened him and wanted to take Neju away from him. Estio remembered the guards trying to attack Neju. Fabian said it's all petty. Why is he acting like this? Fabian said, "If you look at it that way, of the two of them, he's the one who should be angry, isn't he? He's taken a lot of losses." The Vicomte said he had already forgotten everything. What is happening now is much more important than the events of the past. Estio thought that this man hadn't changed at all. He didn't know how to admit his guilt or apologize. Fabian says he's not asking for anything else. He wants Estio to help him now. Estio said he would repeat his question. Why would he do that? Fabian didn't answer anything. Estio turned around and walked in the other direction. The Duke continued to watch the scene. Fabian was depressed. He thought that it couldn't end like this. The man shouted that it was all about his daughter. He added that Saralyn wanted to see the young man. Fabian kneels before Estio and says he begs him to save his daughter. The Duke didn't expect this man to dare to do such a thing. Everyone watching was also shocked by this scene. Estio turned to the man and told him to listen to him carefully. Estio said that whatever this man offered him, he would not accept it. He would not coordinate all his further actions with him. Fabian continued to kneel. Estio thought that the man had never once apologized. Saralyn stood at the window in her room. A puppy was playing beside her. The girl heard some rustling outside, and then a black cat appeared in the window. Saralyn looked at the cat and asked, "Estio?" The girl added that the cat looked like him. Saralyn said that the guy seemed a little silly to her in the beginning. He was thin and quiet. He didn't like the fact that he could read the hearts of others at all. She would have been glad for such an ability, because then she and Hiru could talk every day. His face didn't express anything at all, even though cute Neju was around. Saralyn added that when she saw Estio, his eyes were very beautiful. Just looking into them immediately calmed her down. But the thought that he might have used them to destroy someone kept her in suspense. What her father and older brother had done really scared her. But at the same time, she felt relieved. Let all those people die. Estio hadn't touched her father and brother. Saralyn was frightened by these thoughts. The girl heard someone tell her it wasn't her fault. She opened her eyes. The man told Saralyn not to think badly of herself for something there was nothing wrong with. Saralyn saw Estio in front of her. It was a complete surprise to her. Estio smiled and said that it had been a long time since they had seen Lady Saralyn. Estio and Saralyn shook hands. The girl said she had asked to be called Sarah. Sarah wondered if it was his father who had asked him to come. Estio replied that he wasn't here because of him. Estio asked if Sarah remembered what she had said to him then. Sarah wondered what it was about. Estio reminded her that they were friends, after all. The girl smiled and said that indeed, they were secret friends. She was glad that Estio remembered that. Estio said that as her friend, he had no intention of hurting her and her family. Estio said that's why he would erase her memories. Estio told Sarah not to be afraid, she needed it. Estio asked, wondering if Sarah was thinking about just dying. If Sarah could forget what happened and him, she could smile at her family again. The girl clenched her fists and asked why Estio said she needed it. Sarah asked, "Is not knowing a good thing? So if you don't like something, you should just not look at it? Don't look, ignore it, and eventually forget it?" Saralyn, frustrated, wondered if this was really how adults acted. Estio said that wasn't what he meant. Sarah asked, "Then what was it about?" The girl said with tears in her eyes that she is afraid to forget all these feelings she is experiencing now, making fun of people without realizing it, hurting them. She's afraid she'll laugh without knowing she's doing something wrong. Like her father. Saralyn called out to Hiru and took him in her arms. Saralyn told her interlocutor that if she forgot him, she would forget Hira as well. Sarah cradled the puppy against her and said there was no way she wanted that. Estio stood in front of the little girl, the black cat sitting next to her. Saralyn was stroking her puppy. Estio asked, "In that case, what does Saralyn want?" Saralyn smiled and said she wanted to be his friend. The girl said she'd had enough of that. She could handle the rest on her own. Sarah added that she was absolutely sure of it. After all, she is Saralyn de Fabien. Sarah told Estio not to dare deprive her of her memories. Estio said he understood now. Estio turned around and headed for the window, saying goodbye to the girl. The guy climbed up on the window with his feet and said that Saralyn could really handle it. Estio jumped down. Saralyn was frightened and rushed to the window. She saw feathers flying near the window. Looking down, Sarah saw Estio already on Earth. There was a cat sitting on his shoulder. Next to him was a man with wings, and someone else was standing off to the side. Sarah figured this guy had a lot of new friends. Already under cover of darkness, the young men were returning from Fabian's residence. Estio asked his friends how they knew he was at the Fabian mansion. Parker said that Mubion brought him here. He said he was looking for the guild leader. Estio remembered telling Fabian that all his actions would not be coordinated with him. Estio, accompanied by the cat, went to his room. The Duke followed him. The guy told the Duke to rest and not to follow him. Mubion thought that this Estio was still acting like a child. Mubion caught up with the young man, hugged him, and said that he had never imagined that Lady Saralyn could suffer from love. Estio said it wasn't like that at all. Estio wished Mubion would just shut up. Neju looked out of the window and greeted his friend. "Welcome back," he said. Neju waved his hand and said that dinner was ready. Cactus greeted Estio as well. Mubion said he was indeed a little hungry. Parker said that if we were going on the road tomorrow, we should eat enough today. They should be in Selbia village tomorrow. Neju said that today's special menu was beans, meatballs, egg, and fried rice. Mubion asked if these were not standard dishes. During the journey, when the path lay through a hilly forest, the cactus cried out that he was very tired. The cactus said its roots were sore from the long journey. Neju looked at him with pity. Neju came closer and offered to take the cactus in his arms, just like old times. The cactus agreed unconditionally. The group moved on foot, as they did not use horses. Estio was at the front of the column. Neju, with a cactus in his hand, closed the procession. Parker, drenched in sweat, said the road was very rough. Even if they'd had a carriage, it would have been terribly shaky. Mubion looked tired. He said he thought so too, and asked how far it was to the village. Estio replied that it was a little farther. Mubion assumed that people here preferred to live isolated if they settled on a mountain. Estio thought he happened to live in a very remote place. Parker said that no one would even get robbed in these places. Mubion remarked that there would have to be people here for that to happen. Parker asked the leader how long it had been since he had been here. Estio replied that he had left the village earlier this year. Parker realized that it was after the coming-of-age ceremony. Estio remembered how he was treated by those around him. Estio remembered how he had been shunned even by his family at his coming-of-age ceremony. Everyone said that this guy was really cursed and regarded him with distrust. Parker said the extent of his responsibility is staggering. He started working right after he reached the age of majority. Estio wondered why Parker was talking about accountability. The winged guy said that leaving their hometown is not easy for many, even to fulfill their dreams. Estio said it was all wrong. It wasn't responsibility that drove him. Estio then left his town simply because he wanted to live. Mubion recalled that the guild leader said his family still lived in Selbia. Estio said they should be there. The Duke said he did some digging. Estio's parents are fine. He's the youngest child in a family with an older brother and sister. Malbion inquired, wouldn't they be happy to see him? Estio answered nothing. Parker found it odd that Estio wasn't smiling. After all, he had become the guild leader. Come to think of it, he never spoke of his family willingly, and his expression was very grim at times like this. They couldn't possibly mistreat the wielder of such a powerful force. The travelers ahead over the hill saw a fire. Definitely something was burning. Parker said he was about to check it out and immediately took to the sky. Mubion asked, what was that smoke? Did the mountain catch fire? Estio replied that it was not a mountain. Our hero said there is a village there. Mubion wondered, did Estio really mean to say that the village was on fire? Estio replied that none of them knew that yet. Estio looked completely calm. He was looking in the direction Parker had flown off in. Mubion thought, why is this guy so calm after all? That's where his home village is. Neju inquired, what are they going to do now? Will the residents not get hurt? Estio said that with a fire like this being doused quite uneasily, the fire was growing. Duke said they don't have anyone to manage the water, so it's a stalemate situation. Neju wondered, is it possible to control water? Mubion replied that mages can draw it from the nearest source. And elementalists could even create clouds. Parker showed up and said he had some news. Neju asked if the fire was bad. Parker said it's not a fire yet. He scouted it out. Estio was surprised and asked what "for now" meant. Parker replied that the inhabitants had made some sort of altar with a pole and set it on fire. He had never seen such a thing before. Cactus yelled for Parker not to stretch the information and to be quick about telling everything. Parker was startled. He said he might have imagined it, but he saw an unpleasant thing. The winged guy said there's someone tied to a burning pole, and that pole is on fire. Estio was alarmed. He really didn't like what the scout had said. Estio interjected. Does Parker really mean to say that the villagers tied the man to a pole and set him on fire? Parker said fearfully that he thought so, and the man seemed to be still alive. Estio thought there was no way that could be. Parker must have made a mistake. Estio, without wasting a second, immediately ran toward the fire. His companions wondered why he had run away so quickly. Estio thought that even the people of Selbia wouldn't do such a thing. They were scoundrels, but they were incapable of such evil. Though if they did dare to do such a thing, there would be another person tied to the pole. Estio thought that in that case, that person must be him. Our hero from the hillside saw the town and on the outskirts of it rising smoke. Fire was burning there. Estio, panting from running fast, ran up to the fire. He stopped and couldn't believe his eyes. Estio saw a bonfire in the middle of the town square. Inside the fire was a pole to which a girl was tied. There were many townspeople standing around it. They were observers. The girl was crying loudly and begging to be rescued. Estio recognized her. It was Bella. The girl called for help and said she wasn't like that. Bella begged to be believed and saved. Bella begged her brothers Dino and Louis to free her and pull her out of the fire. The young men only lowered their eyes and looked away. Bella asked Mr. Jake to come to her aid. The woman shouted back, "How dare this wretch speak her husband's name?" Mr. Jake also stood aside and lowered his eyes. Big tears flowed down the girl's cheeks. Her face was sooty. She was crying bitterly. She was in great pain and afraid. As a child, the girl was often left alone. She would call her parents for attention. The parents would turn away and say they didn't have time to play with their daughter. She should not interfere with their work and sent her outside. Tears would appear in the child's eyes, and she would say she wanted to be with her parents. Someone asked the girl if Bella wanted to play with them. It was the neighborhood kids who peeked into her room. Does she want to spend time with them? She was excited, of course. She didn't want to be alone and wanted to play with the other kids. The girl realized what it meant to feel loved. She was happy. Those around her called the girl the lovely Bella and smiled at her as she walked toward them. As the years went by, Bella grew more and more beautiful. She wanted to be loved. The young men were paying attention to the girl. They confessed their feelings to her. She wanted to be loved more. Some man showed interest in Bella, called her dear. Afterwards, the man's wife angrily asked Bella how dare she do that to her husband. It seemed to the girl that she would continue to be loved if she did this. She began to be called a witch. A man said she had bewitched him. Bella, while at the stake, screamed that he had said he loved her. The girl genuinely didn't understand why she was here. She had never done anything bad to anyone. The townspeople shouted for her to die and wanted to burn that witch. The girl cried and said she was hot. She did not want to die like that and asked for someone to save her. Suddenly, a cat appeared on a pole engulfed in flames and said, "Meow." Everyone paid attention to it. Bella saw that cat too and wondered what it was doing there. The cat continued to sit calmly on the pole and looked around at everyone present. People were surprised. A black cat in such a situation? That's not a good sign. That girl is really a real witch. The cat said, "Meow," again. The girl continued to cry loudly. Bella saw the cat's eyes and thought that those eyes were the same as his. It was all because of him. If he hadn't left, she wouldn't be here. Suddenly, the ropes binding the girl were loosened. Her hands became free. The townspeople watching this scene could not believe their eyes. What's going on? A young man in beautiful clothes appeared in front of the girl near the blazing fire. The townspeople thought, "What is he doing?" Bella saw the young man and couldn't believe her eyes. Had the boy really come for her? That savior was Estio. Bella knew him and called him by name. He took the girl in his arms and carried her away from the fire. The elder recognized Estio, and of course he was very surprised. He also saw the mark on the young man's chest. This sign was the Ignis Guild crest that the young man wore on his chest. Estio carried the girl to safety and set her on her feet. He asked, "What's going on here anyway?" The elder said that this maiden was a sinner. She had committed a terrible crime and had incurred the wrath of the gods. Now she must pay for what she has done. Estio inquired of the elder what was the sin of this girl. One of the women in the square said that this wench bewitched a man from a neighboring town and then destroyed him. That's enough to have her executed. The woman was Rosetta, Estio's older sister. She said that judging by the boy's appearance, he had accomplished something. But what did that change? Rosetta claimed that Estio had saved the killer. Did he really think it was over? Bella shouted that she wasn't the killer. The townspeople called her a witch. She seduced all the men of the town, then destroyed those who fell in love with her and ate the liver of each of them. Some say she likes to eat people's insides right out of their bodies. The townspeople were screaming to get rid of this girl. She's a real witch. Estio asked the logical questions. Do people have proof, and has she been tried? The townspeople replied that they didn't need to. One of the young men said that this guy is protecting a sinner. He really is a damn child. That guy was Theriot, Estio's older brother. He added, if the guy decided to run away, he'd disappear without a trace. Why did he come back? Theriot added, why did he crawl back like a rat? Estio said she hadn't destroyed anyone. Estio added that he had just gone through her memories. There's nothing in those memories like eating liver or destroying people. Bella said it was true. It wasn't her fault. The townspeople began to whisper. This guy was using his strange ability. Could he be lying? How could they believe him? The people shouted for this monster to leave their town immediately. They wanted to drive Estio away again. Someone threw a stone at his head. The elder shouted at Theriot, what is this reckless boy doing? Estio stood in the square, protecting Bella from the indignation of the crowd. The townspeople were dissatisfied with the boy's behavior and wanted to continue the execution. Bella said with horror that Estio had blood on his head. Estio laughed in response. He said that nothing had changed in this town and added that he had had enough. The guy looked at the townspeople and they kneeled down besides their will. People shouted that the man had cursed them and they couldn't move. Theriot began to swear and yell that they had raised this boy. Bird feathers were flying in the air. Theriot wondered where these feathers had come from, for this was the first time he had seen such feathers. Theriot decided that these feathers could be a sign from above. But what does it mean? Suddenly someone shouted, "Enough!" It was Duke Hygar. He angrily asked, "Did these people really allow themselves to say such a thing to the Ignis Guild leader? Where are their manners?" Rosetta asked with surprise and consternation. Was this really the same Ignis Guild? The elder said that it was not proper to make the guests stand outside in such weather. He would take them to his house and ordered the townspeople to go home. The elder of the town told the guests to follow him. The townspeople began to go home. Bella was left standing barefoot in the rain. No one paid attention to her anymore. The girl caught up with Estio and tugged at his clothes. She thanked him for saving her. Estio responded by saying that he wasn't trying to save her and urged her not to make it up. The surprised girl said, even though he says so, she still knows Estio is a kind man. Estio replied that he knew Bella still despised him, even now. Despises him so much that, if it were possible, she would personally tie him to that pole and leave him there to burn. Bella shouted loudly that it wasn't true. Estio yanked his hand away and said he wasn't kind enough to accept a man who thought he was disgusting. Estio added that he hoped that after he completed his errand, they would never meet again because both she and this town bore him. Bella stopped and said that in those days she didn't know at all what he was really like and blindly believed the words of the people cursing him. It was all just a misunderstanding and a misconception. The girl said that now she understood everything. They were alike. They had both been betrayed. Mubiot asked Estio what was going on. Is he really going to keep listening to this nonsense? The boy replied that he wasn't and added that he was leaving. Bella closed her eyes and asked, "Wasn't it true that they used to be friends?" Estio asked in surprise. Had they ever been close enough to call each other that? Bella fell to her knees and asked, "Why?" She stayed on her knees and cried for a long time. The travelers found themselves in the house of the elder of this town. Had the Ignis Guild come to visit them? The elder marveled at what an important man the man from their village had become. He treated the guests to fruits and vegetables. Estio's parents were also present. Estio sat at the table and never uttered a word. The elder said that it had been a long time since Estio and his family had last seen each other. They must want to socialize. In fact, they had nothing to talk about. Everyone was silent, occasionally glancing at each other. Our hero's brother and sister were also silent. The elder said that Estio has grown strong and holds a high position. That's wonderful. It seemed like just yesterday he had been quite small in stature. The old man stretched his arm forward to show how small the boy was. Mubyung was the first to speak on the matter. He said that their leader didn't come here because he missed his family. Hygar added that it's all about his errand. The elder said that he understood that the young man was a customer. But one should not rudely interfere when elders speak. Mubian thought that once again they were starting to talk to him about rudeness. Whether commoners or nobles, all old men are the same. Maubian said for them to come up with something more original. Our hero's father asked Hygar if he was an aristocrat by any chance. Hygar said he was the customer and pulled a bag of money out of his pocket, which he dumped on the table. The locals saw the huge amount of money on the table and opened their mouths in amazement. They had never seen so much money at once in their lives. Mubyung said that this money he would give them on condition that they answered all his questions. The elder immediately changed his manner of speaking. He said that this man should have at least hinted at his noble lineage. Sister Estio immediately added that she knew it. After all, this man is as brilliant and noble as if he were covered in the rays of the sun. The Duke laughed and said he was covered in perfume, not rays. Rosetta was even more surprised when she heard about perfume. Envy appeared in her eyes. The Duke said that he uses the Kirik perfume given to him by the Emperor every morning. It was a gift, so there was no way he could refuse. The Duke was immediately told that his lordship was incredible. Mubyung thought that he expected more from the people Estio had lived side by side with for so many years. This is just a nightmare. The elder turned to his interlocutor and called him, "My lord." He was not sure if they, simple villagers, could do anything to help a man as powerful as he was. Mubyung said he was greatly surprised when he realized that these people were not just villagers, but brainless rednecks. Without knowing they were the leader's family, he never would have thought. It's unbelievable. Mubyung added that he didn't feel like engaging in idle chatter anymore and was ready to get down to business. Hagar hoped that even untalented individuals like them could answer a few questions. Mubyung asked the first question. Are they a true leadership family? The parents replied that that was the way it was. Estio was their real son. The mother stroked Estio's head and said he was their precious baby. The Duke got up from the table and asked if they were blood relatives. He advised them to tell the truth. Any lie would result in punishment. The woman again told his lordship that Estio was her son. She added that he looks a lot like his parents and his siblings. How could his lordship doubt? Estio's brother and sister looked at their mother in silence. Mubion asked if they were here when Estio was born. The older brother replied that he did not remember that. The father said the children were too young then. Theriot was only 3 years old and Rosetta a year older. Mobion said that he remembers everything from his first year of life, for example. Parker stated that Hagar is just special. Mobion asked Estio if they were telling the truth. Estio wondered why Hagar was asking him. Malbion said that only Estio could check whether a person was lying or not. Estio looked at these people. Estio remembered how his mother had shouted at him, waving a ladle at him. His father did not stand up for him. The little boy defended himself against the blows and feared that the threats were not in vain. My father had said menacingly that it was wrong to read someone's mind. Estio was pointed at with fingers and told he was a monster who had done a terrible thing. The child was covered with a hand over his mouth and was not allowed to say anything in his defense. The parents threatened the child and demanded that he obey them and never read other people's minds. Estio sat in the corner. His mother covered his mouth with her hand and told him not to even think about doing it again. Otherwise, he would regret it. The woman threatened that otherwise he would cease to be part of their family forever. Estio couldn't remember what he had read that time. Why couldn't he remember it? Parker asked the guild leader what had happened to him. He suddenly turned pale. Is he all right? Estio replied that he was fine. Something just came to mind. You don't have to worry about him. Estio's parents were silent and did not deny their version. They were definitely hiding something, Estio thought. The young man stood up from the table. His parents sat silent with their heads down. Estio said he was ordered by the client to read their memories. Do they consent to this? The mother jumped up from her seat and shouted that he couldn't do that. The father continued to sit in silence. The woman kept screaming. They had told Estio not to do that, hadn't they? He'd become a monster. How much effort did they put into making sure that didn't happen? Mubion got angry and pounded the table with all his might. The table broke in half. Guy said, that woman is speaking untruths again. Doesn't she want to shut up? Mubion added that her words might upset the real monsters. Estio was surprised. Neju confirmed Hagar's words and said that he definitely didn't like it. Parker said that purely technically he wasn't quite human either. Humans don't have wings. A cactus with a flower on its body said that it too could join in this discontent. The elder and Estio's parents were horribly surprised to see that even the cactus here talked. Rosetta was frightened and screamed that it was a monster. She had never seen a talking cactus before. Ahuru wondered, what was this girl so scared of? Rosetta continued to scream in fear. Ahuru said that if this screaming didn't stop, he was about to get really angry. She doesn't want that, does she? Cactus was shocked. They had a talking white-haired monkey, a black dragon blood heir, and even a talking bird. However, it was the cactus that scared her. Estio took the cactus in his hands. He said, is he really being ignored by everyone? The cactus even cried. Estio said he's not being ignored. He is feared. Ahuru has managed to scare a lot of people. That's incredibly cool. Cactus pondered. Indeed, if you look at it from Estio's point of view, he is cool. Estio told those in attendance that if they wanted the money, they had to get together and answer questions. Theriot swayed. Does this guy even realize who he's trying to boss around? He headed toward his younger brother. Theriot grabbed Estio by the chest, called him names, and said he brings only trouble. Theriot said that he had endured years of scorn and humiliation from the other villagers, all because of Estio. Why did they have to go through this? Theriot added that he sent the guy to the attic because he didn't want him near him. Theriot asked if Estio knew that the attic was not intended to be a living room. In the middle of winter, it gets so cold there that it is simply impossible to survive. The old man told Theriot to shut up immediately. Theriot continued that they hadn't fed him for a month and he still survived like a cockroach. His father kept telling Theriot to shut his mouth immediately. Theriot didn't bother. What else was he to be considered if he had managed to make it out even from the hell they had thrown him into? Big Brother said he hates the fact that Estio is completely different from them. It's disgusting. Pretending to be their family even though he just copied his mom's eye color. Mubyung was surprised when he heard the phrase, copied the color of his eyes. The truth began to shine through. Estio said he, too, has hated Theriot for a long time. Theriot once again cursed and swung his fist, wanting to punch Estio in the face. At the same moment, however, the old man defended Estio and stood in front of him. It came to pass that Theriot struck his father. Theriot was frightened. His father says that Estio is his brother. He does not ask them to get along, but Theriot cannot refuse him. Theriot was surprised and asked his father why he was saying that. Theriot shouted that his father hated him too. He was always afraid of him. The old man admitted that he feared but never hated Estio. Estio thought, if this was true, why did his father do this? Our hero put his hand on the old man's back. He tried to read his thoughts. What Estio saw and felt certainly surprised and amazed him. Everyone present saw the light diverge from Estio's hand. Dark clouds settled over the dark blue forest of big trees. It was about to rain. A man with an axe in his hand was walking through the forest at night, either to get brushwood or to go hunting. Suddenly a bird cried out in the tree. It was strange because birds sleep at night. The man was startled and drew back. What was this obsession? He fell to the ground in surprise. The man cursed. Why was he here? This man realized he had taken a wrong turn. It turns out he had lost a lot of time. Suddenly he saw a bright flash behind the trees ahead. What could have happened there? Without thinking, the man got to his feet and ran toward that light. He wanted help and an explanation of how to get out of here. The man shouted for them to wait for him, for he needed help. The bright glow continued. The man walked over to where the light was coming from and couldn't believe his eyes. Where had it come from? A man stood at the edge of a huge excavation. At the bottom of the pit was a large gold nugget. It glowed brightly. The man, without thinking long, went down to the bottom of this excavation. The man stepped closer to the stone and his surprise was unparalleled. He was indeed right. The man put his hands around the nugget and said that this gold belonged to him. He decided to take it with him. However, he heard a strange sound. It was a growl. When the man raised his head, he saw a black wolf in front of him. The man backed away. At first, he was frightened. He didn't expect anyone else to be here in the pit. The man looked alternately at the gold and the wolf. He had a choice to make now. The man remembered his family and thought if he could come home with that gold, that would change everything. The choice was made. The man swung his axe and pounced on the wild beast. The wolf clawed at the man's arm and dug its sharp claws into it. The man screamed. However, he struck the predator with the axe that was in his other hand. Blood splattered in different directions. The battle didn't last long. Not far from the golden nugget lay the body of the destroyed black predator. The man was coughing and holding his wounded arm. The satisfied man smiled and thought that now all he had to do was carry that gold home. At night, there was a knock on the door of the house. The man told the wife to open the door. A woman with a child in her arms opened the door and asked where her husband had been for so long. The man told her to pack her things immediately. She wondered what he was talking about. The man closed the door behind him and said he didn't have time to explain. He should quickly pack his things and leave the village. The wife still wanted an explanation. She must realize how serious this was. Should the children be woken up? The husband said he was lost in the mountains. The wife anxiously asked if he was okay. Had he hurt himself? The man replied that he was fine. However, his wife would be surprised when she saw what he found there. The man took the basket off his back and said that he would show her now. The man said he had a precious metal in his basket that he had never seen before that day. The man, smiling, said that he had brought home gold. The wife was very curious to see it. The wife looked inside the basket and said her husband had definitely lost his mind. The man asked what she meant, and he himself also looked in the basket. He could not believe his eyes. At the bottom of the basket, instead of a gold nugget, there was a black-haired baby. The man screamed loudly. He didn't understand what was happening. The noise made the child scream too. The man fell to the floor and, apologizing to his wife, said there had been a misunderstanding. The woman pounced on her husband with her fists. Was this really the metal he had never seen? The man tried to justify himself. The wife told her husband to shut up immediately and stop telling some nonsense. She can see it all for herself. The next morning, a man picked up this child in his arms. He thought that there was definitely gold in that place. Accompanied by his wife, he went to the night pit. The man couldn't understand. Had someone played a cruel joke on him? A man with a child in his arms was walking along the same road that he had traveled through the forest the night before. His wife followed him with a stern look. The woman wanted this child returned immediately to where he was taken from. She doesn't want to know him. Thus, they walked through the forest for a long time. The man was trying to figure out where the excavation was located. The man reasoned, if the gold turned into a baby, then who was that beast? It wasn't like it could destroy a human being. After much wandering through the woods, the family came to the spot where the excavation was located. There were people at the edge of the excavation. At the bottom of the excavation, there was a priest with his assistants. During the daytime, the man noticed that this excavation is very large. It is impossible to pass by and not notice it. That is why the priests from the main cathedral arrived here so quickly. Looks like they got a revelation from God. But apparently the thing that was here just evaporated. The man asked the assembled people what had happened here. It was explained to the man that the people in the pit seemed to be from the main cathedral. Among them is the high priest himself. The man was frightened. The cathedral, the high priest, what's this about? The man asked why the high priest had come to such a remote area. He was told that there were rumors that the dragon's treasure was connected to it. The man and his wife were frightened when they heard it was about a dragon. The interlocutor said that these lizards were never honored as gods, but the entire main cathedral went into overdrive after the revelation came that one of them existed. However, someone destroyed the guardian and took the treasure. This thief must have thought he was immortal to do such a thing. It won't be easy for him. Once he's found, he'll be destroyed immediately. The imperial family will get to him before the dragon goes on a rampage. Even if that lunatic died 10 times, it wouldn't be enough. Listening to this, the man became more and more frightened. Was this really all because of him? The husband and wife returned home. The baby was still in the man's arms. The two men did not know what to do now. The unknown was ahead of them. At home, the son woke up. Theriot went up to his parents and asked if they were back yet. The boy asked what they had bought. The father said it was not what they had bought. Theriot asked again. In that case, what was in his hands? The father leaned over and showed the infant, saying it was Theriot's younger brother. He's even younger than Rogette. Theriot smiled. Now it turns out he has both a younger sister and a younger brother. Theriot noticed that this boy had very dark and shiny eyes. He asked what his name was. The father replied that the boy's name was Estio. Theriot said that was very nice. Theriot also learned the whole story. He asked his father in surprise, "What is it?" Theriot asked his parents who this guy really was. The parents, eyes downcast, were silent. The man walked over to Estio and apologized. The old man knelt down and told Estio not to be angry, for he knew nothing. The old man said that he still didn't know who Estio was. His father said he couldn't let his whole family die. But even so, he never hated Estio. The old man said in despair that he was only trying to protect everyone. The old man continued to kneel in front of Estio, saying the more often the guy went outside, the more danger the others were in. His father added that he had never neglected to protect Estio. He always wanted to think of him as his own son, the son he himself had given a name to, the son who was growing up before his eyes. Estio was not an ordinary child like everyone else. He unconsciously imitated the people around him, human language, emotions, and even growth rate. But all his physical development slowed down when he started living in the attic. And yet every morning was like a fresh start for him. He'd wake up and act like nothing had happened. It couldn't help but frighten them. He said he had been wronged, but begged Estio to forgive him. Estio read the old man's mind. It was humiliating for him to ask for forgiveness for the sake of his real family. He wondered why he had the ability to read other people's thoughts indiscriminately. Estio wanted to pound on the wall with all his might to make it crumble. The elder, parents, brother, and sister looked at the young man differently, thinking that he was not human. The elder was frightened, thinking that he was facing a dragon. He drew back in fear. Theriot asked in consternation, Would Estio destroy them now? But isn't he his older brother? Theriot apologized and said he was wrong. Estio thought that all this time only cowards had lived side by side with him. Estio couldn't stay in the house. He went out into the fresh air. Our hero's friends followed him. They all left the house together. His feet led the young man through the forest to the place where the old man had found him. There was already a lake where the excavation had been. Estio approached the water. Estio thought that that pit had long ago become a pond. Everyone stood by the water in silence. The boy looked down. Circles of raindrops were forming on the water surface. Estio thought of those wolves who had protected him. What was his name? Kneeling in front of our hero was Mubion Hygar. He held a sword in his hand. Estio asked if the Duke knew about it. Mubion replied that he had only guessed it. Mubion added that he didn't think Estio would believe such stories about the people who called themselves his family without hard evidence. Mubion asked if Estio was angry with him. Estio turned around and asked if he should be angry. Mubion said he didn't have to be. Estio noticed that the Duke had made a request to the guild and took up the matter. The mission ended in the village of Selbia. Or does the Duke disagree? Mubion said he absolutely agrees and added that he will defend Estio from now on. The Duke said that Hygar was originally a family that drank dragon blood. The Duke got down on one knee and put his hand to his chest. Mubion Hygar. The true name given to him by God means savior. He asked permission to become Estio's guardian. Mubion said to make sure something like this never happens again. A guardian who has drunk dragon blood receives great blessings, but the flip side of the coin is total submission. One who has become a guardian cannot disobey the dragon, and the well-being of the master is more important than anything else. That is the essence of a treaty signed in blood. Mubion said that Estio had been on his feet all day. The leader should go to rest soon. Estio was resting in his room. Tsuki jumped on his bed. The cat was quite quiet. Tsuki crept closer and thought the man's mind was a mess. It was good that he had managed to sleep. Chiki laid down on the pillow next to her and looked at the man. She said everything was going to be okay. Tsuki thought that nothing in the future would change, no matter what kind of creature he was. The young man woke up the next morning. A black cat slept next to him. Neju was nestled on the floor nearby. There was a cactus by the headboard. After a while, the door opened, and Parker appeared on the doorstep. He said that he wanted to wake Estio, but it turned out that he was already awake. The young men wished each other a good morning. Mubyung appeared from behind the door and said it was already safe to come down for breakfast. Parker grudgingly said those were his words, and he wanted to take Estio out to breakfast. The walk to Galacia will take about 2 days. However, due to the heavy rain, we can't use the carriage. We'll have to wait until the sky clears up. Parker asked the guild leader what he was going to do after he returned to headquarters. Estio said he would just wait for the next assignment. Mubion wondered if Estio was still going to work for the guild. Estio confirmed. He said that Hygar has been assigned the duties of Duke and Guardian. So how is he any worse? Mubion said he was going to give everything back to Estio. Estio said he didn't have to. Mubion replied, "So be it, but a keeper cannot leave his master." Estio knows without him that loners don't live long. Estio wondered, how should he know that? The only thing he was sure of now was the information about his birth. Estio added that he knows absolutely nothing else. Mubion thought that by the standards of dragons, Estio-san was still a child. A dragon's childhood lasts for quite a long time, about 150 years. After hatching from an egg, a baby dragon becomes an adult only after spending a sufficient amount of time under the protection of its parents. Based on this data, we can say that Estio-san is still a newborn dragon. He looks like a human who became an adult not too long ago, but that's just mimicking humans for the sake of survival. The black dragon left his flesh and blood to fend for itself. But what if his kin didn't abandon him? What if a kinfolk just can't help? Estio said the task was done and Mubyong could return to his estate. Hygar wondered why Estio-san was so eager to stay in the guild. Mubion urged Estio to go with him. His lands were much safer. Estio wondered if they hadn't found out everything. He still cannot accept that what happened is real. Therefore, he has no desire to go into any details regarding the case. Mubion can leave now. Mubyong thought that this was the last clue. It wouldn't be good if all the effort he'd put in after meeting the master was in vain. Will the lineage of Hygar become useless? Estio said he would need Mubion one day. Hygar must return home and attend to his direct duties. He will call the Duke when help is needed. He will. At guild headquarters, our hero was informed that he was being sent on vacation. The vice guildmaster told our hero that the guildmaster personally wants to meet him. He'll probably visit Estio soon, so for now, he's on vacation. The vice guildmaster gave Estio a blanket and said that this thing was very dear to him, but he was giving it as a gift. The interlocutor said that Estio could not even imagine what it would be like to wrap himself in a blanket. It's great to lie in a warm bed and read a book, or open a window to make the room cooler and wrap yourself up warmly. Collapse in bed with a cookie and at some point fall into a deep sleep, and wake up in the middle of the night and eat the chocolate bar lying next to it. Estio remained silent in response. The vice guildmaster said there were more cookies left in his room. Estio thanked and declined. The vice guildmaster said to let the boy rest well. The guildmaster would visit him himself. Neju turned to his friend. Estio said he was listening attentively. Would Estio just leave it at that? Not even try to find out more about his real family? Estio said no. Would he really let the people who had caused him so much pain go unpunished? Cactus said that wouldn't do. He would go back to those people and pierce something soft with his thorns. Estio told Ahuru to listen to him carefully. Estio said that it would still be the same even if those people changed. So there's no point in changing anything. In the morning, the guild leader woke up in his bed. A black cat was curled up next to him. Estio has just realized that he doesn't know how to have fun. What should he do? The guy got off the bed and swung his feet down to the floor. It was time to get up. Estio went to the window and opened it. Fresh air rushed into the room. Our hero looked out over the morning city. He felt rested. A small town at the foot of the Green Mountains stretched before Estio's eyes. The sky was a little cloudy, the weather just perfect. After breakfast, Estio decided to take a walk. He sat down on a bench outside the house. A black cat was sitting on his lap. Nearby was Parker, strolling with a knight, an old acquaintance. Parker told the interlocutor that he would say hello to the leader and come right back. Knight said he would also say hello to the man. Parker wondered if Mr. Estio wanted to be alone. If they approached now, this talkative knight would not be silenced. Would it be worth the risk? Looking at Estio, it was hard to tell what mood he was in right now. Parker approached the guild leader, said hello, and asked if the lord had already eaten. As he did so, he spread his wings wide apart. Estio wondered if it was already lunchtime. Parker said that, to be honest, lunch was over long ago. But he hadn't had time to eat because he had to wait for a friend to finish his business. Parker remembered that he was on vacation for the same period of time as Mr. Estio. Parker offered to go to lunch with them if Mr. Estio didn't mind. Parker added that Neju, Ahuru, and Siki will also be able to keep them company. Estio asked if there would be anything wrong with him joining them. Parker replied that it would be just fine. Parker said that the guild leader had nothing to worry about. These guys are so shameless that their equanimity can only be compared to a tough dragon skin. A knight appeared from behind Parker's back and said that the leader reminded him of someone. Parker wondered, had they really met before? Estio and the knight looked intently into each other's eyes. The knight said that the face seemed familiar to him. The next moment, the knight said that Estio was in front of him. He recognized him. He had done so much in their last meeting that he could never be forgotten. The knight recalled how he and Estio had traveled together in the wagon. Estio remembered? He said the guy's name was Rena. The knight was glad that his name was still remembered. Rena said he thought Estio was finished off by that white-haired monkey and he's alive and well. He was thrilled to see him. Rena added that the mountain had been searched from top to bottom that time, but no monster had been found. There were rumors that Estio had been eaten by predators, but those were just rumors. Rena added that he never thought they would have to meet like this. Neju appeared from behind the bench where Estio was sitting. The knight was frightened and shouted that it was a white-haired monkey. He immediately put his swords forward. Parker shouted that Rena-san shouldn't do that. Neju is a friend of the leader. The knight couldn't believe it. Is this monster really a friend of the guild leader? Rena thought, did this guy really read the mind of a ferocious beast and tame it? This Mr. Estio is much more powerful than he realized. Turns out he also has an insignia on his chest. Rena hid his swords behind his back and said that the guild leader in front of him was indeed the real guild leader. Parker told Rena-san to address the guild leader as you. Even a professional in the mercenary combat department should be polite, if only because there was too much difference in their statuses. Rena asked if Parker knew that belittling inferiors for the sake of raising one's own standing in the eyes of others was not a good thing. Estio got up from the bench and told Parker that he would have lunch with his team members. Parker wondered, why not with them? Estio replied that eating together would be inconvenient for both parties. Estio added that he doesn't like it when people say things like that about Neju. Estio turned around and said they were leaving. Parker and Rena remained standing still. The knight called out to the Estio leader and said that he apologized. At that, he bowed deeply. Rena said that it wasn't that he was uncomfortable at all, he was just very surprised and said without thinking, he would never call Neju a white-haired monster again. Furthermore, he had never imagined that his old acquaintance would turn out to be the head of their guild. From now on, he would refer to him as the leader. Rena added that it was just a minor misunderstanding and offered to buy everyone lunch as an apology. The knight added that he knew a place nearby where the food was very good. After a while, this group arrived at Levito's finest inn. Rena asked to be trusted. He promised to order the most delicious dishes available. Parker wondered if the knight could really pull it off. Rena replied that no one should doubt it. Estio looked at the cactus and thought he was kind of quiet today. Maybe he was sick. The girl, who was in the hood the whole time, asked how old this cactus was. Estio replied that he didn't know. He had never inquired from him. The girl was surprised, for a leader can find out without asking. Estio found this strange. He couldn't read this girl. He asked who she was. Rena said that Jen was not a person, but a doll created by the guildmaster. Estio was surprised. In the park, Rena wondered, didn't the leader know about this? The guildmaster of the Ignis Guild is the world's only puppet shaman. Our hero thought that, aside from her lack of thoughts, she looked no different from a living person. Estio asked how Rena had realized she was a doll. The knight suggested he take a closer look at her. The girl had a tattoo under her eye. All the dolls made by the guildmaster are engraved, so they are easy to recognize in a crowd of people. Rena said he shouldn't pay attention to Jen. She's just a puppet, nothing more. Such things feel no pain and obey only the orders of their creator. If you try to treat her like a human being, you can only get confused. Rena added that he had experienced it already. At that time, the waiter brought the order. Estio thought he had a living doll sitting at the table with him. Neju, looking at what appeared on the table, said he was already drooling. This motley group of people began to eat. Everyone except Jin tasted the delicious food. Parker asked why leader wasn't eating. That was pretty weird. Parker wondered if the leader didn't like what was currently on the table. Perhaps he should have asked about his preferences before ordering. Estio said he didn't eat that kind. Rena was very surprised and upset. Estio, looking at the meat, thought that the living beings in front of him had been destroyed a few minutes, maybe even a few seconds ago. Estio can still hear the pain and fear they experienced when they died. Estio thought it was just hatred, but he didn't need to know the details of their deaths. The leader said he wasn't particularly hungry, and added that he was fine. After the meal, Parker told them that Mr. Rin had caused the lunch to be ruined. The vice guildmaster had asked them to take care of the leader, but something had gone wrong. Rena scratched the back of his head and said that if he had known it would turn out like this, he wouldn't have taken everyone to this inn. After a hearty meal, Neju sat on the earth with a full belly. Estio inquired if Neju could walk. Neju nodded affirmatively. Parker asked Mr. Rena to give the leader a tour of the city. Mr. Estio had just recently been assigned to headquarters, but before that he had been busy fulfilling requests all the time, so he hadn't been going out much. Parker added that after Estio returned from his last mission, he looked like he had lost his soul. Rena was excited. He said tours were his specialty. Rena asked Estio if he had any plans for today. The knight pointed forward with his finger and said he was ready to begin giving the tour. Rena said that there was a long tradition in their guild that had been around since its founding. The tradition is a welcoming ceremony for newcomers like Mr. Estio. Parker cheerfully said that such a tour had been arranged for him too. Mentors are sent to the newcomers to get them accustomed to working at headquarters. The newcomers are then called on the carpet and asked questions about the city center. For example, what is the largest sculpture in the square? Where is the most famous pastry shop? If the newcomer can't answer, they will be piled with work to the point of exhaustion. Rena said that the leader won't have to go through that kind of hell because he will help. Rena said he could be trusted. Now in front of them is the safest and most prosperous fortress, Levito. and Rena was about to give them a tour of it. The travelers continued driving through the city. Rena kept saying something. The doll closed the procession. Jin suddenly asked, "What's the big deal? Why is the leader too kind a person?" The travelers stepped out onto that most famous street of the midday sun. Sunrise and sunset occur here along the entire road. You can take a carriage ride to watch the neighborhood. Estio said he didn't need to do that. Rena wondered why the leader was constantly looking around. Could it be that he was looking for something specific? Estio asked if there was a treatment facility here that specialized in plants. Knight said he knows the botanical gardens, but the owner is a very busy man, so he might not be there. The leader asked to be escorted there. Rena laughed and said that he didn't regret taking the leader with him now. Parker told Mr. Estio that this Knight was rather annoying. Estio replied that it was all right. The winged guy said that this Knight acted like an unbridled stallion. It's not for nothing that the guild called him Rena, the crazy man. That's Rena, the crazy man. Parker said that sounds pretty cute. He usually teases him about it when he does the rookie welcome tour. And he once thought he was pretty adequate because of his appearance. Rena moved forward quickly. The others were trying to catch up with him. It was unusual to move so fast. Estio looked at Ahura and thought he was still silent. Rena finally brought everyone to the guild-funded botanical garden. The door was unlocked. Rena said that this botanical garden was not only open to guild members. Anyone can come to admire the plants. Parker said it's his first time here too. Unlike animals, plants do not move or make sounds. Parker asked if the plants here say anything. Estio replied that he wasn't sure. Rena wondered, could the leader not only read the minds of animals? Plants would obviously be more difficult. Estio replied that he couldn't always hear them, only if he is standing opposite or in close contact. Rena said, the more he listens to the leader, the more amazing he seems to him. Can he tell what the tree is thinking? Estio looked up at the tree and said, trying to avoid other people's thoughts. Rena wondered why. If he could look into the depths of someone else's heart, he would read everything in a row, burning with curiosity. Jin said that the tree was happy to meet him. Parker and Rena looked surprised. Jean turned to Estio. Jean said the tree welcomes Estio. Tree says he is pleased to meet the adorable and last child of the Black Clan. What a blessing that he survived. Estio wondered, could Jin really hear the voices of plants? The doll said, it is made of wood after all. Estio realized it wasn't because of abilities like his. Jean suggested that Estio listen to the tree's speech. Estio said he didn't need to. Jean asked why. Doesn't he like trees? Estio replied that not at all. How would he know that they wanted to do that? Isn't mind reading without consent violence? Estio remembered the reaction of his fellow villagers when they found out he could read minds. Jean said if Estio doesn't listen to the trees, they will continue to be silent like that. They won't be able to tell you anything of what they want to tell you, and they won't pass on anything important. Even when they die of thirst, it will be in sepulchral silence. All plants are exactly like that. Jean asked if Estio knew that his existence was like a gift from heaven to them. Suddenly, a man with a rake appeared and angrily asked what they were doing here. Parker apologized for Rena-san touching the bark of this beautiful tree without permission. Rena was indignant. Why did Parker apologize instead of him? The man said it wasn't the trees and pointed to Neju. He said that the beast had stepped on a flower. Neju realized what was wrong and immediately apologized. He tried to step aside. Neju lifted his paw and the man saw beneath his foot a crushed plant. He shouted loudly. The man kept screaming and tearing the hair on his head. It was like hysteria. The gardener saw Rin and asked, is he really the one who came here? Is he still working as an itinerant mercenary because he has a bad reputation? Rena said it's all untrue. He has an amazing reputation. Rena says he's now the commander of the assault support team. He's already starting to get bombarded with questions, so you shouldn't say embarrassing words about him in the presence of the leader. Gardner looked at the guests and tried to identify the leader among them. The man asked Estio, so is he the most recently appointed guild leader? The man introduced himself. He said his name was Brun Jaeger, and he tended the botanical garden. Estio also introduced himself. Estio shook hands with Mr. Jaeger and sensed what he was thinking. Jaeger thought that he was a talented young man who could read hearts. Jaeger smiled and was glad this guy had stopped by. One must be sure to ask the leader to read his boys. The plant specialist, Brun Jaeger, took a magnifying glass and examined the cactus closely. Parker asked what was wrong with Uhuru. The gardener replied that it was a rather complicated case. Jaeger asked, "So his name is Uhuru?" He added that this cactus had been very carefully cared for. The plant has no need for water or feed and looks quite healthy. I asked, "Does that mean it's okay?" Jaeger shook his head negatively. He didn't know why, but it was as if this little guy had lost his strength. Jaeger asked the leader if he could take the cactus out of the pot and examine its roots. Cactus perked up. He asked, "Is this man really going to do this?" "He's a real pervert." The cactus immediately ran aside. The gardener saw this and shouted very loudly. Jaeger was terribly surprised. He had never seen a talking cactus before. The cactus was surprised that the gardener was surprised. What kind of gardener was he if he hadn't seen talking plants? Cactus blushed and told this Jaeger to come over to him. Estio told Uhuru to calm down immediately and not to behave like this. Estio said that Uhuru stopped talking abruptly, so he sought the help of a specialist. Cactus wondered if the man was a doctor. The man came closer and said he was a botanist, Brune Jaeger. Cactus asked, "Does he really know about plants?" Jaeger nodded affirmatively. Uhuru said that in that case he could examine its roots. But to take it out of the pot is too cruel a measure. Jaeger began further inspection. Something seemed strange to him, something suspicious. Jaeger said that his roots looked very strong and healthy. The cactus said he was as healthy as an ox, just a little drowsy. Jaeger asked Uhuru how old he was. Uhuru flirtatiously said he was 200 years old. Parker laughed. Had Uhuru already lived 200 years? The cactus wondered if they didn't believe him. If you count the exact number from the day he was born, you get even more. However, 200 years have passed since it became independent. In addition, it is considered a rather young cactus among its relatives. Jaeger, with sparkling eyes, told the leader that it was a rare plant that was thought to be long extinct. Giant acuminata. Estio asked what kind of plant was it. Jaeger explained that it was a large and beautiful desert flower that was rumored to grow to 1,000 years and bear the fruit of an earth nymph when fully grown. Uhuru said that his species is not extinct. His mother and other relatives in his native land are all alive and well. Jaeger said Mr. Uhuru is experiencing a decline in strength due to the hibernation season that usually comes during the growth period. What they had seen with their own eyes was like a dream. Estio asked how long the hibernation lasted. Since the plant is long-lived, it obviously won't take several days to sleep. More detailed information can be found in the historical records. Estio said that it was a botanical garden funded by the guild, so we should let Jaeger-san take care of Uhuru until his sleep phase is over. He should rest properly here. Uhuru said he didn't want that. Estio said if Uhuru is not happy here, he can ask for help at the residence of the Duke of Hygar. Mubion is a strong fighter. The cactus wondered if the man might be uncomfortable with it. Estio said that's not the point. Cactus said he didn't want to sleep and there was no way he was going to sleep. Estio said he was very worried about Uhura. The boy put his hand on the cactus. Jurgen said that the plant in front of them was a special plant that could talk and even walk. So he could not be 100% sure. There is a possibility that Uhuru's condition will worsen if he refuses to sleep. Therefore, he should be watched over at all times. Plants may seem simple, but once you get to know them better, it becomes clear that they are just like animals, beautiful and diverse. Plants vary greatly in habitat, size, sex, age, and leaf shape. Jorgen said a big advantage for this cactus is that it can communicate with people. The gardener said he had prepared some bait and fresh soil. That might come in handy. Estio thanked the kind man. Jurgen said he had something else. The man held out a scroll and said it was an order from the guildmaster. Estio wondered, did the guildmaster really know he was coming here? Jurgen replied, not really. The message had been in his hands only a few minutes before the guild leader had arrived. Estio thought, not unreasonably, that he was being followed. Jurgen said, lest the leader misunderstand. The guildmaster pays attention to more than just him. It is the duty of such an important person to always look after all the members of the guild. Estio was surprised to find out that he was always looked after. Jurgen recalled that the guildmaster was the puppet shaman. The number of puppets under the guildmaster's control has passed 1,000. These are only the puppets that are in plain sight. Parker said that the owner was right. In reality, there are many more. The guildmaster has to make a lot of dolls because they often break and quickly become unusable. Estio read the message. It is necessary to find a wizard in the central market of Castle Levito in the allotted time. The reward will be given when you meet him. The order will expire automatically once the allotted time is up. Therefore, you should get started as soon as possible. Rena said that the message was written in magic script. It must be really urgent, even if there was a time limit. Rena said the leader has less than 30 minutes to spare. Rena looked at her watch and said that they should hurry. Estio wondered how long it would take to get there. Rena said that's not the problem. The central market of Castle Levito is huge. There are 8 branches from the main square alone. And that's without taking into account the tiny alleys and the many people. Parker said they also don't know what a guildmaster looks like. Rena confirmed. Usually communication was always through dolls. The only one who met the master personally was his deputy. Estio turned around and said that it was urgent to proceed to the central market. Estio told the gardener that all the plants in the botanical gardens are grateful for his work and love him very much, whether it was the ginkgo trees behind him or the flowers Neju accidentally stepped on. Each plant was as eager to speak words of gratitude to him as Jurgen was eager to hear their thoughts. Estio once again turned around and said that it was definitely time for them to leave. After a while, Estio and his team found themselves in the central market square. There were indeed a lot of people here. Estio thought, is it possible that someone in this crowd knows the guildmaster? We should give it a try. Estio tried to read the thoughts of the passers-by. Someone said he was very hot. Someone said it was crowded, but people didn't even furtively glance at his merchandise. Someone said they didn't charge money to view it and invited you to just stop by the shop. Someone said that this kebab wasn't good. Estio decided he needed to go deeper into his thoughts. Neju said that Estio was bleeding. The leader said it was nothing to worry about. Neju remarked that if a person has that happen, they are definitely not okay. Estio said what he found, and turning around, rushed off in the right direction. The guy walked up to the simplest shop in the market. From inside the shop, someone said to him, "Welcome." A girl came out of the store and asked if the customer would like to purchase a gift for someone. The girl had tattoos under her eyes. The girl asked, "Or does the gentleman want to pick something up for himself?" Estio realized that there was a doll in front of him because he noticed those tattoos. Estio told the girl that he had come here to meet the guildmaster. The girl stood and continued to smile. Her eyes squinted at the smile. Estio thought, was he wrong? But he had definitely felt it. After a brief pause, a girl came out of the shop and said that Estio had found her. Therefore, he should get the reward. And excuses are not acceptable. The girl sat down next to her and said she was pleased to meet the leader. The stranger introduced herself. She said that the guildmaster of the Ignis Guild was standing in front of Estio. Suddenly, Jin rushed over to the guildmaster and shouted happily. Parker, Rena, and Neju, who were present nearby, were very surprised. After all, it was the doll, Jin, who had just smiled. Jin ran up to the master and hugged her. Everyone saw that. The guild leader approached the girl and said that he was Estio. The guy said that the master had helped him a lot after he left his home village and didn't know where to go. Though late, he wants to thank the master. The master said that made her happy. They were able to help Estio in his time of need. And even if he owed his gratitude only because of that, they didn't care. Estio said that he considers himself a full member of the Ignis Guild. The master said that indeed, since Estio was now their associate, he was the guild leader. The leader asked if Estio would like to know anything. She would answer any question because she had prepared herself for this meeting. Estio wondered why the master had appointed him leader. The master said it was a great question. That's why she came out to meet everyone. What she's about to say is not for prying ears. So she's going to have to use one of her unique abilities. The master said she wanted to protect the young man. This guild was originally created for people with special talents. Therefore, Ignis is a haven for those who are different from ordinary people. Besides, the position of leader was created intentionally, only to protect Estio. And it's because she's known someone with the same abilities as Estio for a long time. It is said that long ago all dragons left this world. However, 2 dragons remained. Estio inquired, "Who exactly?" The master said the first one had already died. But there's a second one left, named Golden Dragon Shuhanan. She believes he is the only one left. That was until Estio was reported to her. The master told Estio to avoid Shuhanan. The master added that she understood exactly how the young man was feeling. The desire to meet him and find out more about him is strong. But you must forget about it and not try to find him. Shuhanan doesn't know of his existence yet. If he suddenly finds out that the black dragon is alive, it will not end well. In that case, Shuhanan would definitely try to destroy the young man. Fortunately, Shuhanan is not in the Lubarzan Empire. Still, the day would come when word of the unusual man would reach him. So, she decided to inform him personally that as long as Estio was in the Empire, he had nothing to fear. The leader added that, in addition, she will accompany Estio everywhere from now on. Estio wondered, why? Was he really that valuable to the master? Someone who has no idea who he is so important that the master is even willing to jeopardize his own guild to protect him? What purpose does the master have in mind? The girl replied that Estio still hadn't realized his full value. She wouldn't do anything to hurt him. There is definitely no catch in those words. The master added that step by step the young man would find the answers to all his questions. If she told him everything right now, he would definitely remember nothing and only get more confused. The master finished her monologue. To begin with, the guild leader should return to his quarters and rest. That would be all for today. The girl said goodbye and said she and the leader would see each other again. Estio had been asleep for days. His team didn't know what to do. Neju wondered if Estio should be woken up already. Chiki jumped on the bed and got close to the man. Estio continued to sleep and did not react in any way. Neju took a deep breath. Tsuki thought it was too dangerous to leave Estio in such a state. Maybe one of the humans could help them. The cat thought that this muscular Rena would definitely not understand what was wanted of him. It would probably be better to ask the feathered guy for help. Suddenly, Estio opened his eyes, lifted himself off the bed and told the black cat that he was fine. Estio apologized for sleeping so long. Neju said the boy scared him. He had already decided that the man was sick. Cactus said he thought his sleepiness was passed on to the man. Ahuru is glad that Estio looks awake and rested. Estio said he's really fine. Estio took Tsuki's hands in his and got up from the bed. Neju wondered where the boy was going. Estio picked up the clothes. Cactus said that the sun was almost hidden behind the horizon. Where was he going? If he's awake this late, he can lie around a little longer, like until morning. Estio said he needed to go outside first because he was hungry. Tsiki said that Estio had a fever. Why is he pretending like nothing happened? There was a knock on the door of the room. Chiki jumped from his arms and ran away. Estio wondered who was there. The master walked through the open door and said that it was a delivery of a new errand right in his hands. The girl did indeed have a scroll in her hands. The master looked at the boy and said that she seemed to have come at a bad time. The master hid the scroll and said they would postpone this conversation for later. The girl said it looked like Estio was going somewhere. The boy said he was on his way somewhere to eat. Master suggested we go together. The food at the main branch of their guild is very good. The master said she would like to go there more often, but as soon as she crosses the threshold, everyone starts squinting at her. It's embarrassing. Estio wondered if that was definitely the reason. The young man suggested that the master change his clothes. The girl was surprised. Was her outfit so strange? Cactus said that the outfit was really very strange. The master replied that it was impossible. The girl added that it was a very expensive garment. Ahuru replied that he did not care. After all, it was not his life. But if a child walks around looking like this, they will always be the center of attention. People are always looking at what seems unusual. The waitress brought the order and wished me a pleasant appetite. Estio looked at the abundance of food and said he couldn't fit that much in him. Master said he could eat as much as he wanted. No one is forcing it through force. This time, even Siki was sitting on the table and food was brought to her. The master, smiling, said that the same was true for the black tigress. Estio thought, as expected, the master knows quite a bit. Estio couldn't stop thinking about the golden dragon Shuhanan even while eating. Estio didn't think the dragon was so nicknamed because of its color. Estio turned to the master. The girl told him to call her Kaya. She doesn't want to advertise that she's here. Estio wondered how Kaya knew about the dragons. Kaya smiled. She wondered what exactly Estio was thinking so deeply about. Did he really want to know the answer? Switching from buns to fish, Kaya said that apparently Estio didn't intend to ask about himself just yet. Kaya apologized and said she was in no position to tell him about it. Having lived quite a long life, this is now just knowledge stored in her head. Tsuki stared intently at the fish that was on the plate in front of the master. Chiki turned around and jumped on Nejue's shoulders. Estio apologized and said the cat didn't eat fish. Kaya was surprised. She thought cats were crazy about fish. Had she been wrong? Neju said that people often think this way, but it's really a misconception. Kaya told her interlocutor that there is even knowledge that turns out to be wrong in practice. Longevity is just an indicator that someone has more experience, so you should never rule out the possibility of an erroneous judgment. The master added that she was certain that the golden dragon Shuhanan was Estio's enemy. Switching to scones again, Kaya said that she planned to join the ranks of Estio's cheerleading squad starting tomorrow. Estio wondered if Kaya was referring to Parker. Master says that Estio has hit the mark. She does it to support him, just like Kaya does as a master. Master got up and headed for the exit. She wished everyone to enjoy their dinner and said they would see each other tomorrow. Neju asked if it was time for them to leave too. Estio said they'd finish eating in peace first and then go for a walk. After a delicious dinner, Estio and his support group actually decided to go for a walk. In the park, they saw many animals. The boy thought, have these animals always lived together? Suddenly someone said hello to Estio. He lowered his head and saw the animal in front of him. Estio asked, is it really a raccoon? The animal took offense and said he was a red panda. Don't confuse the two. Estio apologized and admitted his mistake. The beast said that this time he forgives. His name is Pan. And what is this man's name? The boy replied that his name was Estio. He had just recently arrived at headquarters. All of these animals are part of the guild. They are slightly different from the ones he saw in his village. Pan walked over to the other animals and said that he and Estio were now one family. Estio inquired, are they not afraid of humans? Pan replied that they weren't afraid. Anyone associated with the Ignis Guild was always treated politely. Pan added that they are fed, taught different things, and even clean up after them. People play with them every day and are always around them. Pan added that this is why they are very fond of people. Lying in bed before going to sleep, Neju, remembering those animals, said that they were so cute. The cactus recognized that they were indeed cute and adorable, like the thin shoots on its roots. Neju said he liked the cutie Pan the best. Estio reminded him that Pan was a red panda. Neju looked out from behind the bed and said that he would like to see them again. Estio said that if that was the case, Neju could go there tomorrow. Neju said Kaya promised to bring a new request tomorrow. Estio said that in that case, if they were accepted, they would have to leave headquarters for a while. So it was better for everyone to get a good night's sleep now. Cactus added that it would be a good idea to stop by the park and say goodbye to the animals before leaving. Morning came. Estio woke up, got out of bed, and opened the window. There were birds sitting on a branch. They said hello to Estio and told him that it would rain soon. It would be a brief downpour in the morning. We must be careful not to get wet. Neju came into the room with a cactus on his head. He got excited and said that Estio was already awake. Neju said hello to the boy. Estio said hello in return as well and thought Neju was very polite. Neju suggested they have breakfast and head out to meet their friends. Estio agreed. After breakfast, on a walk, our hero was called out. It was Rina. The knight said as they met again. He greeted Estio-san and the white-haired man. Estio greeted the knight as well. Rina wondered why the leader was so gloomy. Estio replied that he wasn't gloomy, but pensive, and he was fine. Rina said he was here to stretch his legs. The guy pointed ahead and said that this road just leads to the training ground. They say there's a new fighter here today. He mainly uses the spear, but he is also fluent in other weapons. This man is a very good shot. He's already got a nickname. This warrior is now called the Claw of Ignis. Rina said that Ignis was a legendary bird. If a guy got such a nickname, then he really is a legendary warrior. Estio wondered why the knight wanted to meet him. Rina replied that if he had something to learn from him, he would like to take advantage of the opportunity. If the place of Claws was taken, the beak would definitely belong to him. Estio said that he would be rooting for Rin in the upcoming sparring sessions. Knight said that made him a little uncomfortable. Rina, scratching the back of his head, said he had to go. Estio didn't bother to stop him. Rina stopped and listened. Something caught his attention. The knight looked around. He saw leaves falling unauthorized from a tree. Rina said it would be better for the leader if he left here immediately. Estio felt the smell of blood coming from the end of the road. However, it wasn't human blood. Neju looked frightened. Neju assumed that this blood belonged to those they had met the day before. Estio thought something was coming this way. He looked deep into the forest. Estio felt an aura of menace. Rina covered the leader's face and grabbed his sword with one hand. A girl came out of the forest with a spear behind her back. She clenched her fists and was serious. Rina asked why the place smelled like blood. Was there really a monster at the guild headquarters? Or did someone out there get really hungry and decide to feed on the critters that got in the way? The girl came closer, saw Neju, pointed her finger at him, and said it was another filthy creature. Neju stood frightened and didn't even move. Even the cactus on his head froze. The girl said it wasn't human, not in accordance with the laws of nature. Shining swords appeared in her hands. The stranger immediately headed towards Naj, thrusting her sword hands forward. The girl instantly approached Naju and put her swords to his head. Neju asked fearfully, how was it possible to start swinging blades without warning? The girl wondered, is he really talking? Could it really not be a monster? Could it be a man with fur? The girl said she was confused. She wants an answer. He's not human, is he? Estio walked over to the girl and took hold of her sword. He asked if it was human or not. Did it matter? Estio looked the girl in the eyes and did something, after which the swords dissolved. Estio called the girl by her name, Young Biran. The girl was surprised. How did the guy know her name? The girl wondered if he could read minds. Estio, who had joined them not too long ago. She wondered why he had stopped her. Estio asked why young Biran was trying to hurt Neju. Young Biran said that monsters are insects that get in the way and need to be gotten rid of. Estio said that Neju is not a monster. Young Biran replied that he was not human either. The young men looked into each other's eyes. The girl said that Neju was a monster that could tear a person apart at any time. Yanbaran added that it is impossible for an ordinary person to know what the lower beings are thinking. The girl said that if it was impossible, what trust could we talk about? Estio wondered, was that why the girl had destroyed them? The girl replied that the master had once given her advice not to hurt people carelessly. But if it's not about a person, there's no difference. Suddenly, Master appeared and said that she didn't mean it at all. Kaya was alarmed. Kaya approached the girl and said that she was just asking her to be careful to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. The girl said there was no bloodshed. The master replied that this also applies to animals that are under the guild's wing. These animals were companions and very precious creatures to them. They were not to be treated like that. The girl nervously said that in that case, it was originally a mistake if any animals were considered guild members. The girl turned around and said that she would not take part in this assignment. The master replied so Biran wouldn't throw such words around. Kaya added that Biran would have to answer for what had happened and refrain from further thoughtless actions for the duration of his stay in the guild. Biran was very upset, gritting her teeth. She agreed to the master's demand. Walking a little further, the master, Estio, and his escort saw a tragic picture. All the animals had been destroyed and lay bleeding. It looked like there were no survivors left. Kaya said Biran isn't bad. She just sees monsters or wild animals and she goes crazy. The master said that their first meeting didn't go as she had envisioned. Estio said with despair that those who actually deserved an apology had to pay with their own lives for being unlike human beings. Estio remembered Puck telling him that the local animals loved humans very much. However, if someone shows up who will destroy every person he sees in his path, things will be different. Would the master give exactly the same punishment to such a monster? The master thought they were in trouble. Kaya told her companion not to get ahead of himself. Estio took the red panda's body in his arms. The boy stepped aside and started digging a hole with his fingers to bury the animal. Rina approached the leader and said they would do it together. After a while, all the animals were buried. There were flowers on their graves. After the animal funeral, Estio and Kaya went to a nearby cafe. They drank tea and looked at each other. Neju, along with the cactus, stood outside the window and looked at his friend. Estio said there wasn't much room for them all to fit in here, so he wants to quickly discuss the main issues and leave. Estio received an exclusive request for an Ignis guild leader. The client was Marissa Lubarzan Arconia. The location of the request was Eli, capital city. Kaya said that Her Highness Marissa is the first princess of the Lubarzan Empire. She is also the first child of His Majesty and solely enjoys his favor. She turned 21 this year, but she rejects all incoming marriage invitations, making her famous as the rebel princess. Therefore, it is quite possible that her conversion is quite challenging and will require a lot of effort. Kaya asked if Estio would be willing to accept such a request. Estio said he didn't think a member of the imperial family could be refused. Kaya replied, then before he set off, she wanted to warn him that there was one item that would be imperative to fulfill. The master said that Estio should take one warrior with him. Estio was originally supposed to run errands with Biran. However, what happened recently has changed the plans a bit. The master added that she had thought of going with the young man, but she was not a good fighter. So this time, she's giving him the opportunity to choose an additional team member himself. Kaya put the documents with the applicant's personnel files on the table. Estio met all the warriors listed in these documents. The guild leader asked, "What is the reason that a fighter is needed when making this request?" The master said it was a fair point. Everyone knows that Eli is the most peaceful city. However, the guild has a policy that movement, including support and combat personnel, is mandatory for team assignments. Kaya added that since Estio was in a leadership position in the guild, he should not go on a mission without any protection. She wondered if he should be able to protect himself even better than he was now. Master said, she doesn't argue that Estio's abilities are unrivaled, and Neju is very strong too. However, if he were to deal with an enemy similar to young Biran, would he be able to emerge victorious? Estio inquired, did the fighter have to be specifically from the guild? The master replied that it was not necessary, but it is necessary to choose wisely. The interlocutor said that in that case he knows who he will choose. He has one candidate. Neju and Cactus stood back. Estio tried to help his friend. However, Parker was very sick. He was constantly vomiting. After another seizure, Parker apologized to the leader. He wasn't feeling well. It happened after the portal transfer. Parker said that this kind of displacement was a good thing, but sometimes unforeseen circumstances happened. He was nauseous again. Estio asked Kaya, wasn't there a portal that could take them straight to headquarters in the capital? The master said that the emperor is too concerned about his own safety, and the ruling dynasty has a lot of enemies. Even Mubyung Haigar, who is a relative on his mother's side, has been sent to the front lines. The orders that he was needed here in the capital had not yet come. Therefore, His Majesty was definitely against having a guild with special skills moving around the domains under his rule. Kaya added, as hard as it was for them, they would have to walk part of the way. Our heroes came to a ranger village. The locals were surprised to see these travelers. In this village, the people were surprised that even an angel, a man with wings, was among the travelers. The boys peering out from behind the fence recognized that the travelers had come from the Ignis Guild. However, those people who arrived here the night before were also from the Ignis Guild. The other kids said that it was the Ballista Guild the night before. The boys were naturally more interested in finding out which guild was actually stronger. A dispute arose among the children. They couldn't agree on which guild was stronger. One of the guys stood his ground. Among all the guilds, Ignis was the strongest and largest. Another kid said that this guild supports the emperor. One of the children suggested asking the travelers to help them. After all, a guild is a place that takes on a task. The other boys told Leon that they needed money to make a request to the guild. Leon replied that they had the money. When the boys decided to go to the guild with a request, Parker was put to bed. Estio told the guy to rest and recover. Parker said he was sorry and threw up again. Kaya appeared on the doorstep and said that she saw that there was a serious problem. She asked if Estio was all right. Estio replied that he was fine. He is worried about his friend and hopes that he will recover soon. Estio said he would be back soon and asked him to watch Parker. Kaya said she understood that Estio was leaving now for no reason. He doesn't have a fighter on his team yet though, so he has to be careful. Estio said there's no need to worry. He'll go with Neju. Neju looked out from behind the door as he left and said they would be back soon. The master waved at him. Kaya stayed in the room with Parker. The young man felt very bad indeed. Kaya thought that apparently only Estio could make someone like Mubyun Haigar a personal bodyguard. The master, watching Estio departing from the window, thought that Duke Haigar would not come too late. Already in the forest, our hero saw a black cat on a branch. Tsiki said that the man was being chased. Estio said he knew. Chiki jumped on the guy's shoulders and said she didn't mean those. Estio turned around. Tsuki said, those people over there who look like mindless goons. They've been following the guy ever since he left the inn. Estio said he was also aware of their presence. The cat jumped down and said that humans were much faster at spotting things than she was. Estio excused himself and said that he had just unknowingly read someone else's thoughts. Estio said that even if he tries to ignore them, they still get into his head without his knowledge. Tsuki replied that it was even better. Humans should develop the habit of being more vigilant anyway. Neither humans nor animals should be underestimated. Both can be overly intelligent and cunning. Estio replied that he would try. One of the men came up and asked, "What is this guy muttering to himself? Does he really have the ability to talk to cats?" Tsuki said that this upstart doesn't even have a clue about Estio's rank. Another guy said if this man doesn't have a weapon on him, it means he's not very strong. His colleague said that he could well have left his equipment at the hotel. All three of them laughed. How could they not take their weapons with them, thus making such a grave mistake? Estio asked who they were. The strangers replied in unison that they were Ballista. Did the man pretend not to know them, even though he saw the guild emblem? Showing the emblem, one of them said that now this guy should realize who he's dealing with. Neju stood up on his hind legs and looked down menacingly at these people. The guys weren't scared and said that this man must have tamed a wild animal. Perhaps he is a monster trainer? Estio politely said that Neju is not a monster. The people did not relent. One of them said, "So, it's clear to everyone that it's a monster. Why fool them?" The guy took up his sword and said they just wanted to say hello to someone in the field. Estio thought that the three of them must have a grudge against the Ignis Guild. These insolents kept pressing on. They asked, "Why is this guy silent? Isn't he even going to talk to members of another guild ranked below him?" He calmly talks to the cat while ignoring people. Estio said he didn't have much time and had to get back. So he's willing to listen to these people if they have some business to attend to. He doesn't have time for idle chatter. One of the guys said he was surrounded by losers. If they were accompanying a child, they should have picked normal people. Tsuki told the man that there seemed to be a misunderstanding. Which child are we talking about? Estio was asked when he started working in the guild. Estio replied that he had joined Ignis earlier this year. The opponents laughed. Is it really true? One of the guys couldn't help himself, called Estio names, and decided to punch him in the face with his fist. The blow was sharp and quick, designed to keep his opponent from reacting in time. However, this guy had miscalculated. Neju reacted lightning fast and grabbed his fist in his huge clawed paw. The attacker was surprised. That man in the black cloak didn't even blink an eye. That wasn't all. A huge black tiger flew down on those people from above. The tigress flew over Neju and was about to lash out with her paws at the insolent men. The guy who wanted to hit Estio was lying on the ground. His chest was bruised and bleeding. A huge black tigress stood over him. Estio calmly said, "You shouldn't intentionally hurt people." The guy added that they weren't even going to hurt them. "Isn't that right, Commander of the Hausmark Special Task Force?" The kid got scared. Turns out this young man knows them. Who the hell is he? The injured man's colleagues screamed. How could they hurt their commander? They grabbed their blades. The whole scene was observed by the local boys sitting in a tree. One of them said that fighting was forbidden in the ranger village. If they don't stop now, we'll have to report them to the authorities. The guy who got hit by Neju and the black tigress said it's not fair. After all, they are the victims here. All three of them turned around and walked away from here. One of them said that this guy had better leave his guild as soon as possible. Turning around, the injured man said that the Ignis Guildmaster was not a human, but a monster. Everything was only created for its own kind. Estio asked his opponents if they had proof that the master was hostile to humans. The opponents said that's what Shuhanan told them. Estio thought, are we really talking about the golden dragon Shuhanan? The opponent said that the guy doesn't seem to be aware of it. But lately there has been news coming from the eastern continent about a new pope. A lot of people have known about it for a long time. Estio thought, now these guys aren't lying. Even though he hadn't officially entered the main cathedral, how much longer would the cowardly emperor hold out, grasping for their guild's lifeline? These guys advised their opponent to think hard about his future and prospects. Local boys climbed down from the tree and approached our hero. They asked if the young man was okay. Estio replied that he was fine and thanked the boys for stopping those hooligans. The boys wondered what kind of tiger it was. Is it tame? Estio replied that it was his companion. The guys were amazed that this man was friends with a tiger. It was amazing. The boys asked Estio why he didn't do anything in his defense if he was a member of such a strong guild. He should have knocked out all those insolents with one blow. Estio was surprised. for the boys themselves had said that fighting was forbidden here. One of the guys said that if the first party has stirred up conflict, the second party has the right to fight back. The boy asked our hero if he could accept his and the boys' joint request. STO responded that there is no age limit to register the request, so he can accept. The boy rejoiced and said that this was a relief to him, for the Ballista Guild would not accept an assignment if the petitioner was under the age of majority. STO told his interlocutor that he was now busy running another errand, so better for the guys to head to the nearest branch of their guild to have someone else take the request. The boys said they would never make it. The villagers were forbidden to leave the forest and they were upset. STO said there is a process for registering assignments. Those that do not follow the process cannot be accepted. The children were offended and said that the man was evil. Tiki thought that if he was really evil, he would not have behaved so kindly to the children. One of the guys wondered if this man would at least listen, since he wanted to tell the guild representative about Leon's father. Leon told his friend to stop. After all, they had been told to stick to procedure, which means those who can't get out of here have nothing else to hope for. The boys started bickering with each other. One of them wanted to ask properly. The other was against it. Leon shouted angrily that he didn't need the help of such a guild. STO looked at the guy and tried to read his mind. He saw Leon communicating with his father. Leon and his father were approached by armed men. Two of the men grabbed the boy's father by the arms and led him away. Leon screamed, but they wouldn't let him get close to his father. STO looked at Leon, who, very upset, turned around and ran out of here. Leon's friends shouted for him to wait for them and rushed after him. A lonely building with bars on the windows. STO opened the door to Parker's room and immediately turned to the foreman. The master replied, and it was obvious from her face that STO wanted to tell her something. STO wondered if the Ignis Guild was created for the purpose of hurting people. The master said the question was so unexpected that she was even a little confused. STO said he wanted an answer. Kaya said she had no intention of hurting anyone at all. STO said that this answer satisfied him. The master asked if that was all. The guy said he only needed that because something was bugging him. The fact that one of the two of them was cheating either her or Shuhanan, STO explained, which was why he wanted to hear the answer from the master personally. Seeing her sincerity now, everything made sense. It turns out that Golden Dragon Shuhanan is a liar. The master apologized and said that in truth, she had left something out. Kaya added that she'd never had any intention of deceiving STO. But in the end, she ended up taking advantage of the guy without explaining anything. So she would do it at least for now. Long ago, when the guild was first founded, those with supernatural powers were ruthlessly persecuted. Therefore, Ignis was a kind of refuge for such people. The guild's goal was to create a society where everyone could live in prosperity. However, after a while, things began to change. The gifted were no longer treated with contempt, and the emperor even made an alliance with the guild. It was during those times that her meeting with Shuhanan took place. The dragon said he despised and would never forgive. Shuhanan turned to the black dragon Lauren. He said he hated the people he loved so much. Kaya said that apparently Shuhanan was talking about the second dragon, the one that didn't turn its back on humanity. The master said she assumes that STO is the descendant of Lauren. Only a dragon can destroy a dragon, which means that Shuhanan has gotten rid of Lauren, leaving him as the only member of his species in this world. Master said that she had come the moment the shouting had died down, but the golden dragon was gone. She decided that the golden dragon was up to something, so she traveled the world in search of him. After a while, she was lucky enough to find the dragon on the eastern continent, far from the empire. At the time, she thought that Shuhanan had lost his former power and was no longer a threat. But suddenly a sea of negativity began to pour into the guild, and the dragon itself was trying to take over the holy throne. He must be intent on destroying the world he so despises. The master added that in the maelstrom of these events she learned about STO. However, the very thought that STO might hate humans as much as the golden dragon at some point scared her. So she decided to take a closer look at the new guild member first. STO wondered, did the master really think that hating someone was a sin? Hadn't Kaya tried looking at the situation from Shuhanan's point of view? The master wondered, how can it be done? She cannot, like the young man, read minds. So how could she figure out what was on his mind? STO said that guessing would be enough. Perhaps the dragon is doing this because he senses the hatred coming from Kaya. Estio speaks as someone who has experienced this kind of relationship. The master pondered, but after all, Shuhanan's anger and authority were now at such a level that it would not be easy to explain such behavior. The master said it was late, and everyone should get a good night's rest. Estio thanked her for today's conversation and for not hiding anything from him. The master wondered if the young man wasn't annoyed by this. Estio decided to reiterate once more. Just because the master doesn't tell him about something doesn't mean he doesn't know it. Kaya turned around and after saying goodnight, left the room. The next day, Parker came to his senses. He apologized for causing so much inconvenience. Estio asked if Parker was all right. The winged guy said he felt great and they could hit the road. The local kids entered the room and said hello to the Ignis Guild members. Parker wondered, did too many kids show up here? Parker asked the children to speak one at a time and not to have a choral sing-along here. Estio wondered, were these guys really looking for him? The boys said they had shown up here at first light and wanted the guild to accept Leon's official request. Estio reminded me that he had explained the process of creating an assignment yesterday. I had to go to the nearest guild office and fill out the form in person. One of the boys said they couldn't leave the forest. Leon entered the room and said that the young man had said the day before that he already had an errand to run. In that case, can I take over their assignment after it's finished? It wouldn't be a big deal. The boys once again asked that the young man accept their request and added, "You're welcome. When that person leaves, it's unknown if anyone else from the guild will come." Estio looked at Leon, once more reading his mind. He saw Leon's father tell his son that they had a big catch today. He'd gotten a bear on a hunt. Leon was happy to have such loot and said that he would definitely become a better ranger, just like his father. Father said if the son really became like that, Mother in heaven would be proud of him. Estio walked over to the boy and asked, "Leon said yesterday that he didn't need the guild's help, and yet they now want to make a request. Is that true?" Leon blushed and said that he actually wanted to leave the forest and go in search of his father on his own. The boy tearfully continued that he has no idea what to do or where to go. He considers himself useless, so he asks the guild to find his father, who is now in the capital. A little news that he is all right will be enough for him. The boy stood in the middle of the room and cried. His friends stood nearby and watched in silence. Parker, Master, and Estio thought about how to help this boy. Estio apologized and said he could not accept that request. Leon replied sadly that he knew he would get an answer. Estio added that in return he would personally try to find out more about the boy's father. Estio asked as Leon called out his father's name. Leon said with hope in his voice that his father's name was Isaac. Estio said that when they were done with the task, he would stop by the village on the way back and asked Leon to wait a bit. Leon asked, "What about payment?" Estio replied that this was not a guild assignment, so no money was needed. In return, however, Leon must promise to stay in the village until his return and not to go outside the forest. Leon promised to fulfill that condition. Estio turned around and headed for the exit. The boy asked what the name of his interlocutor was. Estio turned around and said his name. The road lay through a forest in the mountains. There was a beaten path in front of the travelers. Ahuru said the weather is wonderful, but it's too hot. Parker said it's summer. The sun has been shining brightly lately that he even wakes up on his own in the mornings. Cactus said he wished winter would come sooner. Parker remarked that he likes winter better too. Parker wondered why Ahuru liked the cold after all. He came from a hot desert. Cactus said that's a strange logic. So if Parker is a bird, he should only eat bugs and worms? Parker was outraged. He said he was not a bird, but of the bird-like tribe and could not stand bugs. Ahuru replied that this was what was required to prove it. Just because someone is born in a hot place doesn't mean he likes that kind of thing. Kaya suggested that Parker and Cactus don't get along very well. Estio replied that it's okay, Ahuru doesn't dislike Parker. If he really didn't like someone, he would say so directly. Parker noticed that from the outside it still looked like someone was about to snap. It's just the way they talk. Estio added that he wouldn't have been so talkative with a foe. The master looked at Estio's face and thought it was really a smile on his face. When they left the inn, she didn't think so. This man is clearly different from Shuhanan, who is all about hate. The master asked if she could find out the reason why Estio accepted the request from those children. Estio replied that he had not accepted that request. Kaya agreed that it was an unofficial assignment. But why had he made a promise to the children? The boy replied that he was just listening to someone else's request. The master thought that every dragon always keeps its word. So the young man still didn't know how important that was to creatures like him. Estio said since they were heading to the capital, he decided to help Leon because it was a request he could fulfill. Tsuki said that this man doesn't know how to be heartless. Estio said he would find out about Leon's father on his own, and his actions won't cause any problems for the team, so there's no need to worry. Estio asked Kaya, "Does this really violate guild rules?" Kaya replied that there was no violation. Parker, after thinking about it, said that as long as the leader's actions don't harm the client, he has complete free will. To be even more specific, the support team will follow the leader everywhere so that you can rely on them completely. Estio inquired if this also applies to matters related to his personal affairs. Parker said it was natural. The guy with the wings added that work is work, and all guild members are paid as much as they work. Parker said he needs to work hard, so he's sure to get one blue Pegasus this year. Estio wondered what the hell is a blue Pegasus. Parker replied that a Pegasus is the same as a horse, but with wings. They are very fast and strong, but they are also very cunning, so they have to be baited with various jewels. Parker said many people in his hometown dream of riding a Pegasus or unicorn. Estio was surprised, for the Parker already had wings. Parker reasonably pointed out that people have legs. However, they still prefer to use transportation. In this case, the situation is similar, but if he had to choose between a Pegasus and a unicorn, he would definitely ride the former. Estio wondered how a Pegasus was much different from a unicorn. Parker said there are differences. Even though they belong to the same species, unicorns are always born female. Instead of wings, they have a horn on their forehead that can heal wounds. Pegasi, on the other hand, are all males with huge wings. How wonderful the silver armor would look combined with the blue fur of this winged creature. Parker remarked that if he ever managed to get his hands on Pegasus, Leader would be the first person he would show it to. Estio said that he would look forward to it. So, talking to each other, our heroes moved forward along the forest path. After a while, Parker said that they had finally reached the capital. Even the Imperial Palace was visible. Neju recognized that this is a very huge city. It's more like a work of art. Cactus wondered if Neju knew what a work of art was. Neju replied that a work of art is a creation that encapsulates beauty. And that's what he was seeing now. Neju asked if he was allowed to enter this city. Cactus wondered, why not? Neju replied that in other people's eyes he was different, big and hairy. Estio wondered if Neju was worried about young Baran's words. Neju said with sad eyes that if it's honest to admit it, yes. People always look at creatures like him with hatred. Estio apologized to Neju for having to hear such words. Neju threw his hands up. He didn't mean to say that he had been spoiled by this. It's just scary that through his fault, Estio might be attacked by humans again. There are more people in the capital than anywhere else. Then he's willing to wait on the outskirts of the city. Estio said it's not necessary. Guy added that Neju wasn't guilty of anything. Neju replied that he thought so too. People who say such insulting words are not good. Estio promised Naju that if he ever heard such a thing said to him again, he wouldn't just let it go. Estio once again said that Neju isn't bad, he's just different. They will always fight side by side, so there is no need to hide from prying eyes. Cactus noticed that if someone said something naughty, he would also show them where the crayfish were. Our heroes with the whole company entered the city and got lost among other people. In front of a large gate, a guard stopped Estio and his friends and asked who they were. The boy answered that they were members of the Ignis Guild. The guard demanded identification to verify this statement. The young men presented the necessary documents and proceeded further. Cactus said it smelled really good in here. Estio wondered if Ahuru could smell something. Ahuru wondered, can't man feel anything? The cactus said, it seems to be a divine power. Come to think of it, the capital is the only place that is directly connected to the cathedral through a portal. Parker wondered if Ahuru could sense divine power. Cactus replied that he himself had only just learned about it. The winged guy assumed that plants were more sensitive to this sort of thing. But it's still magnificent. The cactus replied that he wouldn't argue. Parker said that among humans, only a select few priests can sense divine power. He has also heard that there is more vegetation in places where there is plenty of it. And in places where the unclean force has accumulated, there is no vegetation at all. On this basis, there is a hypothesis that plants feel the divine power earlier than others. Cactus said that was just a guess. Parker remarked that it was just that no one had ever been able to communicate with his kind before, so they had to make do with what they had. Kaya asked if Estio knew where the meeting place with the customer was. The boy nodded affirmatively. In that case, if they had a few more days to spare, they could rest today. Estio wondered, why all of a sudden? Master said it would be best to hold off until a fighter joined them. Then they could go to the one who had sent the request. Remembering his words about calling him when needed, Estio chose Mubion Hygar. Kaya formally addressed Bernie Parker. The young man said he was listening intently. The master inquired if he knew where their guild's branch was located here. Parker answered in the affirmative. He has to deliver mail here year after year. Kaya asked that Parker be the guide in that case. Bernie replied that he would do anything. Parker inquired as to where Mrs. Kaya was going. Kaya replied that there was someone she needed to see. The capital branch of the Ignis Guild is the central building. Our heroes settled down in the reception room. Parker asked where Estio was going. Estio had heard that there was a separate room here that handled information processing. He wondered if Estio wanted to find out anything about Leon's father. Then he should be the one to do it. He wondered if Estio wanted to find out anything about Leon's father. Parker didn't let his interlocutor answer and said he was bullet flying to the information team. A few feathers that flew out of Parker's wings began to swirl in the room. Ahuru asked Neju if he knew. Neju replied by asking what exactly? Every time a dove makes a wing flap, 100 feathers fall out. Estio remarked that if Ahuru continued to make fun of others like this, he would one day be hated. Ahuru immediately apologized and admitted his mistake. Cactus thought he was actually referring to Parker. Estio decided it wasn't worth specifying in this case. After a while, Parker showed up. He said he had brought the leader of the one he wanted. Parker brought along a young woman who, after saying hello, introduced herself. She was Skylar Tiff, head of the Information Management Department. She was honored to meet the leader in person. Skylar took a seat next to her and asked what exactly the leader was interested in. Estio said he had 2 requests. Skylar asked, "Is it okay if outsiders can hear about it?" The leader replied that one of the assignments he could voice without fear. The girl said as she listened intently in that case. Estio stated that he needed to find one person. Skylar, smiling, replied that if it was about finding a certain person, then a form had to be filled out about who he was looking for. Parker wondered, how can you describe someone's appearance when they haven't spoken a word about it? Although the leader could have found out about it on his own. Tiff said no other paperwork needs to be filled out as this is an informal request. The girl said that it was better to continue this conversation now in another room. Suddenly, old acquaintances, representatives of the Ballista Guild, entered the guild's capital city office. One of the young men caught a flower with his foot as he entered. The pot containing the flower fell down and broke. Everyone present fell silent and turned their attention to these rude young men. Estio recognized the Ballista Guild members he had seen in the Ranger Village. The receptionist in the office asked what business these people were here on. One of the visitors slammed his fist on the table. He shouted, "How dare this guy ask such questions?" The young man, excusing himself, said that he was just asking. The visitor said they are here to submit a request. The administrator wondered, didn't the badge on their uniform belong to the guild? The boy rejoiced. It turns out they were recognized. It turns out that even the world-famous Ignis Guild had heard something about Ballista. The admin apologized and said they don't accept quests from other guilds. The administrator changed once more as he had to deny their petition. He hoped that these people would be able to find another way. The scandalized people screamed. After all, this man had just called them customers himself. This place doesn't put down the people who come in. The visitor said they would still pay and make the request. Estio thought, although these people are not behaving nicely, he doesn't feel any negative emotions. The admin once again calmly said that they couldn't accept another guild member's request. And the rule goes both ways. Visitors cursed. The young man wouldn't stop. He said that their lives depended on this case. The visitors demanded that the guildmaster be summoned immediately. The administrator asked them to calm down. Estio rose from his seat. If these people had come here, they must be in need of help. Our hero thought that if he got a little closer, he could figure it all out. Violation of rules, vandalism, obstruction of work. According to the rules, when members of one guild entered the building of another guild, it was considered provocation. A blonde-haired girl appeared in the guild room. A sword was about to appear in her hand. Estio recognized her. It was Yanbaran. The girl told these men to disappear immediately and threw her cold weapon at one of them. Estio had time to react instantly and got in the way of the weapon to block its path. The young man knocked the dagger aside with his hand and it stabbed into the floor. The girl was furious. It turned out that Estio was caught between the aggressive visitors and the aggressive Youngbaran. Yanbiran asked angrily, what was the newcomer doing here? Looking at this weapon with a crystal inside, the visitors thought that this girl was a battle mage. Youngbiran wondered if the guy had followed her all the way to the capital. She had clearly said she wouldn't join the team. Estio replied that that wasn't the point. The girl had just tried to destroy a man. Yanbiran inquired, so what of it? They are members of another guild who broke the agreement. Estio said they could be sent away without bloodshed. Yanbiran logically observed, if they were destroyed, things would get quieter much faster. The interlocutor wondered, were these people so guilty that they should pay with their lives? The girl said it was just trash that someone would have to clean up. Don't tell her what to do, he should get out of the way. One of the visitors indignantly asked if this girl was overdoing it. He didn't think that a guild that was called the best in the empire would treat its customers so badly. Another visitor said it was a disgusting place and he wasn't going to stay here. The guy said they only came here to make a request. They have no desire to fight, so if she didn't put the spear away now, they would have no choice but to bare their swords. Estio said for young Biran to lower her weapon. Young Biran was indignant. This guy isn't even a guild master. Why is he pointing her out? The most incredible thing happened. The girl lost her spear. It flew out of her hands. Yanbiran looked to the corner of the room. The spear was there. How could it be there? Young Biran clutched at the guy's chest and asked what kind of trick did he just pull? The girl asked, so this man can not only read other people's minds? Then he is definitely not human. Young Biran reached back, and her spear flew back towards her. She said if the person in front of her wasn't human, they should be dealt with accordingly. Everyone present shouted for the guy to be more careful. Neju suspected something wrong and shouted for Estio to be more careful as well. Yanbiran grabbed her spear and wanted to strike her opponent. But suddenly Hygar appeared and stopped the girl's action with his sword. Mubian called young Biran a feisty girl and suggested we call it a day. He added that if this boy's body got one extra scratch, he'd be furious, and there would be no stopping him in his anger. Young Biran was surprised. She didn't even notice the man approaching. Who was he anyway? Mubian called himself a fighter from the guild leader's team. Yanbiran wondered if this place had ever been empty before. Was he a warrior? Duke Hygar said that this was only his temporary job. Due to some circumstances, he is unable to join the guild. Yanbiran asked indignantly, why was he helping, knowing what a monster this man was? Mubian wondered, was she really calling the leader a monster? Did young Biran only attack Estio because of his unusual abilities? Why isn't she trying to destroy the Birdman in that case? He clearly looks a lot less human. Parker got scared and said he was human. They belong to the human race. It's just that their race is too small. Mubian pointed at Neju and said, there's also this beast. It's some sort of a mix of an albino ape and a human. Will she be able to destroy its monstrous part? Neju told the girl not to dare to hurt Estio. The Duke had said that the world was far more diverse than one could imagine. But how could she realize that it was filled with such amazing things if she was locked in some ridiculous dungeon of her own selfishness? The Duke added, so that Yanbiran would stop being so presumptuous. After all, no one had even instructed her to discriminate against every creature that didn't fit in. Mubian told his friend that he had no idea what was going on here, but he fixed it. Estio thanked the Duke for his help. Estio asked the young men what business they had come here on. The guy said Ballista was in danger of disbanding. Recently, their guild had gotten involved in a so-called gambling inquiry that had become very popular. As a result, they ended up on the verge of bankruptcy. Estio wondered, what is this? This is a kind of scam that has spread among small guilds. If you take on a task with absurdly high risk and reward and fail to complete it, you will start demanding compensation for breach of contract. Estio wondered, did they really accept the request without knowing how dangerous he was? The interlocutor said they knew everything, but the reward was too good to refuse. However, when their squad arrived at the capital, they were immediately informed that the guildmaster had failed. The guy apologized for the mess they made here and said they were on their way out. Mubian asked, Hadn't Estio told these guys that he was the guild leader? The leader replied that he just didn't want to get involved in their business. Parker said hello and told him that he hadn't seen Mr. Mubian in a long time. It seemed to him that it would take several days for the Duke to reach the capital, as several portals had to be crossed, but he arrived much sooner. The Duke said that he had tweaked the recommendation that said to only use a portal once a day. So, after signing a document stating that the country was not responsible for the side effects of exceeding the limit, he was able to pass through the portal several times. Parker wondered if Mubyong was making 2 jumps a day instead of 1. Duke said he made 4 jumps at once. Mubyong added that he had some business to take care of in advance so that he could leave the duchy in peace. He decided to arrive at the capital as soon as possible. Parker advised the Duke to get a medical examination. He suggested that someone be called in for that purpose. Hygar, smiling, said he was fine and asked when they were going to meet the customer. Estio replied that they weren't going anywhere today. Skylar said they'd better continue their conversation elsewhere and suggested they go upstairs. Estio asked Neju to go with Parker to the room and wait for him there. Neju agreed. Cactus wondered where the man was going. Wouldn't he even take him with him? Estio turned around and told Ahura to stay with Neju. Estio noticed that they might be curious, but it would most likely be a boring conversation. He doesn't want them to listen to something like that. Cactus said he would wait. The boy, in return, must promise to come back soon. Mubyong asked if it was okay if he went too. Is it okay for him to attend the discussion? Estio replied that it was fine. In Duke's presence, Estio told Skylar that he wanted the guild to investigate Shuhanan. Estio added that he had heard that Shuhanan was in the east of the continent. Also, that he's been nominated as the next pope. He might be golden in color. Skylar replied that she was aware of it. Shuhanan is a person they watch with special care. Skylar said an updated report was received just today. She offered these documents to the guild leader. The girl said that she would give the report in its entirety, but after reading it, you don't have to give it back to her, you just have to burn it. Skylar said this is unconfirmed information, but it is possible that Shuhanan may want to contact the guild. The Ignis Guild is convinced that Shuhanan is the one submitting gambling requests and absorbing bankrupt guilds to increase their own power. Skylar added that if Shuhanan tried to hurt them, a war would break out. When the young men left the office, Mubion asked who Shuhanan was. Estio replied that it was a dragon. Mubion was surprised, and then asked if Mr. Estio was joking now. Estio replied that he was completely serious. Mubion thought, if he was facing a black dragon, it was no surprise that there were others. But isn't its appearance too sudden? Estio added that he had heard that Shuhanan hated black dragons very much. The leader added that it was even possible that he was the reason why Shuhanan targeted the Ignis Guild. Duke asked if Estio was really going to leave the guild. Estio responded that no decision has been made yet. Mubion wondered, did this mean that such an outcome was possible? Assuming that the Golden Dragon had a grudge against him, Mubion continued, why is there suddenly the idea that leaving the guild will solve everything? Estio replied that at least the reason for starting a war would disappear. Mubion didn't bother. Leader said he wanted to stay here. It appears that Mr. Estio is simply avoiding a major battle. Hygar walked over to Estio and got down on his knee. He said he was waiting for an order from Mr. Estio. Estio said he didn't summon Hygar to ask for anything. No, he didn't. Their team just needs a fighter. Nothing more. Hygar had been there to talk about the dragon, to try to find some trace of it. Mubion said, in that case, the trail was found. Estio was surprised again. The next morning, Kaya said hello to Mr. Hagar and told him that this was their first meeting. He arrived on time. Mubion said that the meeting was indeed a first. But the girl, without any embarrassment, immediately addressed by name. The girl replied that she thought Mubyong was hiding his identity, so she didn't address by title. Mubyong said she owns the building, but because of the many dolls standing guard, it seems like she doesn't have much confidence in herself, so he just pretended that they weren't here at all. The girl said that Mr. Mubyong can call her Kaya. The Duke said that in that case he would just call her Mubyong. Estio, Neju, and Ahuru entered the room. Cactus said he could see the idol. Estio wondered if Kaya had already arrived. Kaya replied that she had intended to return before Mr. Mubyong joined the team, but she was beaten to it. This fighter is proving to be quite fast. Kaya looked at Estio's arm and saw the wound. Did something happen? She asked. Did Estio drink Ahura's precious blood again? Estio said that the cactus had indeed stopped drinking water at some point. However, it will be better to forget about such a food diet for a while. It is even now difficult to call it a common plant. Kaya said it was already time to go to the meeting with the customer. The weather was beautiful. The sky was clear and the sun was warm. Parker wondered if there was anything wrong with Mr. Mubian going with them. What if they recognized him? The Duke nonchalantly replied that he didn't care. There was only one person in the capital he didn't want to cross paths with. He doesn't have any dislike for the other members of the imperial family, so it's fine. The person who sent the order probably doesn't even know him by sight. After a while, the company found themselves at the place. It was a lonely building surrounded by fruit trees. A girl appeared on the doorstep and said, "Welcome. She is Lantana from Evergreen Glade. What kind of flowers are the young people looking for?" Estio said they had come to look at the crystal flower and asked that the girl point the way to the clearing where they were. Lantana inquired if they had brought an invitation with them. Estio showed a coin with the image of a flower on it. The girl thanked and said that the inspection was over. "We should go inside and wait for a while." The entire company remained in the room. Lantana left the room. There were still people in the room that Mubian identified as knights, though they were without armor or weapons. The girl bolted the door behind her as she left. Mubiang thought that this worker was a maid of honor. After a while, Lantana appeared and offered the guests iced tea to help cheer them up. The flowers from which it is made have a mild flavor similar to mint or tooth powder. Drowsiness disappears instantly. Parker tasted the tea and said the flavor was really strong. "And I don't feel like sleeping anymore." Lantana wondered if the young man was surprised by the tea at all. Everyone who tasted it for the first time said it was hard to drink at first. Estio said he was familiar with candy with a similar flavor. Lantana was delighted. The candy-flavored waves are excellent. The girl said that the taste of waves is a specialty of Fiat Delphi. Lantana took Estio's hands and said that it was difficult to find people versed in such subtleties, because few people preferred such sweets. She was very happy to meet the young man. Mubian asked the girl what the point of the case was. Lantana apologized and said she seemed distracted. The girl introduced herself once more. Her name was Lantana. In accordance with Her Highness Marissa's will, she will submit a request to the guild with her, as the princess is forbidden to leave the palace of her own free will. The girl said that they had heard rumors that there was a telepath in the Ignis Guild. The assignment and His Highness is this. The princess will pay a visit to 3 people and ask them questions. The leader, on the other hand, will just need to be present and determine if these people's answers are true. It's very simple. Estio wondered what would happen to the 3 if they told the truth or lied. Lantana replied that she couldn't say for sure. The first case is nothing bad, but those who lie to a member of the imperial family are punishable by death. Mubyung thought that they were now trying to use the leader as a political tool. It turns out the rumors about the princess being fair to others are not true. A true daughter of her father. Estio said that he was accepting the request. Mubian was very surprised at this answer. Lantana also said it was somewhat unexpected. She thought the boy would hesitate. Did he really have no fear at all? Estio asked, should he really be afraid? Lantana told the leader to think twice about his decision. Would he be able to complete this task and not oppose Her Highness's will at the most crucial moment? The leader said he wanted to ask something in response. Is this question now being asked of him by Lady Lantana? Or is it Marissa, the first princess of this country? The girl was silent and stared directly into the eyes of her interlocutor. Parker dropped the teacup from his hands and apologized. He said he'd clean it up now. The girl said that it was a perfect match to the rumors about the young man. After all, he had just read her mind. Lantana was her childhood name. Her mother called her that because she looked like a pure white lantana flower. However, her real name is Marissa Lubarzan Arconia. The girl used color-changing charms and her hair changed color. She became blonde. Marissa said she was their customer. The girl explained that she was looking for a traitor who had betrayed His Majesty. The list of suspects was reduced to 3 people, but the investigation stalled further. If it turned out that the imperial family doubted these people, the consequences would be unpredictable afterward. That's why she can't act like a princess, because everything must remain strictly confidential. Estio replied that the princess had already received his consent. She just had to tell him whose thoughts to read. Count Endymion, Duke Delphia, The fifth prince, Hirsch Ruberzahn Arkidion. The interlocutor said he was surprised. He had not expected Her Highness to suspect her much-loved younger brother. Although this family has been on the decline for a long time, Mubion didn't stop touching the plant's flower. The cactus said stop torturing the poor plant. He doesn't like it. Mubion asked Mr. Estio if the crystal flower was uncomfortable with his touch. Estio replied that he could not hear anything unless the flower wanted to talk to him. Mubion told the cactus that the flower was okay with it. The cactus was outraged. Just because a flower is silent doesn't mean it can be touched with impunity. This is a violation of plant rights. Mubion wondered, do plants really have rights? The cactus said it was not worth picking on his words. Mubyung wondered if Estio could really handle it. The imperial palace must be like a real battlefield. Estio replied that he didn't feel like, as a member of the guild, taking requests and then turning them down. After all, it was because of the Ignis Guild that he was here now. The master had been standing silently against the wall the entire time. The window was open and it was raining outside. The cactus looked at the plant and said that its crystal flower was soaked to the skin. Someone should take care of it. The flower changed color. Kaya was surprised. This plant changes color when it comes in contact with water. I guess that's why they call it the crystal flower. It's very beautiful. Estio took the flower in his hands. Mubion wondered if the leader wanted it off the windowsill. Estio said that this flower is frightened by the sound of rain. The flower thanked the last seed left by the black dragon. Estio was very surprised to hear the answer and wondered if Tsiki would be okay since it was pouring like a bucket outside. Parker asked how the leader was feeling. The young man was pensive and motionless. Estio said that Tsuki can't stand the water, so he'll be back again soon. He'll only calm down when that happens. However, the storm was raging. The clouds were dark and low, and the rain was really pouring down. Parker was depressed. This rain hadn't stopped for a week. Maobion said it's time for tropical rainstorms. It will continue like this for another 2 or 3 weeks. Bernie looked out the window and saw a horse-drawn carriage. Where are they going in this weather? Parker shouted that it seemed that someone had come for them. He ran to the exit and said that he was about to inform Mrs. K. Estio said that in that case, it was time for them to pack. Crystal Flower asked that these people take him with them. He wants to go to her. A knight appeared before the young men and said that he was Talon Zephyros, a knight serving the first princess. Once they got into the carriage, they would immediately become guild members accompanying Duke Mubyong Hygar, who is on his way to the Imperial Palace to attend Her Highness Marissa's birthday party. Talon Zephyros continued, if an unaccountable problem is caused by their actions, the Imperial family will not be able to help. Knight asked, are these people really willing to accept the request? Estio replied in the affirmative and added that they would move out immediately. Zephyros said that in that case he would escort them to the garden of the first princess's palace. The young people found themselves in the winter garden. There was a glass dome above them, and now they were not afraid of the rain. Parker noticed that the sound of the rain was so strange that it sounded like it was dripping on their heads. The princess appeared unexpectedly and rejoiced at the young people's visit. Mubyong knelt down and said, glory to the sun that illuminates the empire and its descendants. He greeted Her Highness. The Duke wondered if such a greeting was too dry. Anyone who saw it would think it was their first meeting, even though they had known each other for a long time. Marissa told Duke Hygar that the palace walls also have ears. The Duke said that in that case he would follow the princess's will. Marissa said that was fine because they better not cross her from now on. The young men obediently bowed their heads before the princess. Marissa smiled and said she was just kidding. You don't have to worry so much. The princess said that very soon they would meet aristocrats who were as nimble as the hedgehogs. So there might be difficulties if any of them slip up. The princess asked the maid to serve the tea she had prepared for the guests. Marissa says there's nothing to worry about. It's just a normal birthday party, though there's nothing surprising about their excitement. Even she, used to this sort of thing, is nervous a lot. Mubyung thought that he had never even heard rumors of the princess's social life before. She helps people outside of the Imperial Palace in every way possible, so she's obviously heard a lot of compliments on her. But Her Highness clearly has power even after giving up her right to the throne. Some of the princes are trying to keep her in line. After the tea reception, the princess asked her guests how they had relaxed. Parker said all his excitement was gone. How can that be? The princess said that this tea contains herbs that calm the mind and relieve stress. Mubion inquired, was it really a medicinal decoction? The princess said that she only used harmless ingredients. The duke shouldn't look at her like that. Mubyung lowered his gaze and said that he had in no way intended to insult the princess. He apologized for his tactlessness. Marissa said she understood his concern. From the outside, it might seem strange that medicinal herbs were added to the tea. However, this drink is also used for medicinal purposes. It is made from the petals of the tul flower that grows in this greenhouse. When tea is consumed by animals, their blood circulation is stimulated, making them hyperactive. Neju noticed that he had something else in his cup. For humans, this plant is completely harmless. Knights often drink this drink during breaks because it relaxes tense muscles. The princess added that the Ignis Guild was a close friend of the imperial family, always finding the answer to the question at hand. She couldn't help but treat them to this tea. Estio wondered, were all the plants added here personally grown by the princess? Did she like them? Marissa replied that she had seen many people and animals in her life, but none of them had ever been as genuine as the flowers. They were always silent. It confused her at first, but in time she realized that there was no need to pretend. Flowers can't speak, so even the slight swaying of a bud can be mistaken for sympathy. She loves flowers very much. The princess thought, why did she suddenly become so frank? It must have been the tul tea. Marissa said everyone had relaxed and gotten to know each other enough. It was time to start preparing for the evening reception. Estio approached the princess and said that he wanted to give her back this flower, the pot with which he was holding. The princess asked if he had come to dislike her. She thought that Estio liked plants if he traveled with a cactus. Estio replied that it was a wonderful plant. However, he wants it back for the reason that it would be much better off with its true owner. Estio gave the princess the flower and went to the guests. He said they would meet again. The princess held the flower in her hands, and she got the impression that the flower was glad to be back. Marissa thought Estio was a far more unusual person than she had previously believed. Neju said regretfully that he couldn't go with the humans and wished them good luck. Ahuru added that they would eat some goodies when they returned. Ahuru asked if the black tigress had never returned. Estio confirmed this assumption. Neju said that he was very worried about Suki not coming back for so long. What if she's been kidnapped? Cactus said that's the stupidest reason to worry there is. Mubion, dressed in a smart suit, approached Estio and offered to escort him to the guests. Estio agreed. The door to the banquet hall where the guests were seated was opened by a servant. Everyone in the room turned their attention to the new visitors. It turned out that the rumors were true. No one expected Duke Hygar to actually attend the banquet. Why did he decide to arrive now? Does this young man really have something with Her Highness? However, such subtleties of the imperial family are not known to many people. The princess met Duke Hagar and said she was immensely pleased that he had responded to her invitation. The duke bowed and congratulated the princess on her feast. The guests noticed a young man who was following Hagar. He was also a brunette. Did the duke have a brother? However, it became clear that it was a representative of the Ignis Guild judging from his uniform. So, who's going to get here first? A young man approached the duke and said that he was glad to see him back in the capital after so many years. He hoped all was well in the duke's domain. Hagar said hello, apologized, and said he didn't recall the young man. The young man apologized for the tactlessness. The guy introduced himself and said his name was Liz Endymion. This year he inherited the title and became the head of the Endymion family. Hagar extended his hand in greeting and said that this was the genius the princess had high hopes for. Endymion rejoiced and asked, "Did Her Highness really say that?" Hagar said he had heard that the young man was making sure that the quality of the wood was fully in line with consumer expectations. Mubion thought it would be hard to put such a man down as a traitor. The duke inquired what Endymion's baptismal name was. Endymion lowered his eyes and said that unfortunately he didn't have such a name. It was just the way things were. Estio thought, a bastard who didn't get the approval of the papal curia. Mubion is definitely not the kind of man who doesn't follow social life. Apparently, he didn't care at all about the feelings of others. Estio decided that there was no point in further communication with the young man. He called out to Duke Hygar. Another person appeared and said that his elder sister's palace, which had always been so quiet, had suddenly become lively. It turned out that it was because of the appearance of a special guest. The Duke turned to the man and bowed to him. He said that Mubyung Hygar welcomed the fifth prince. The young man said he was pleased to meet the Duke. He called himself Hirsch Lubarzan Arconia. The Duke had not expected to meet him at such an open event. Marissa rushed out to meet the prince. The prince was overjoyed when he saw the birthday girl. Marissa said that if the prince came, she should have said hello right away. She had almost overlooked his arrival. The prince apologized. He really should have found his own sister first instead of going to the guests. The guests stood back and watched the prince and princess chatting amicably with each other. Marissa said that the prince seems to have been studying a lot lately. Will he have any trouble keeping up with his grades by attending this reception? Hirsch replied that he was, after all, her brother. Therefore, he had no right to miss such events. The girl lowered her eyes and said that the prince was addressing her in you again. The older he gets, the less cute he is. The prince thanked Marissa for remembering his childhood years so often. He said that unfortunately it was time to say goodbye. As the princess had said, he had a lot on his plate lately. He only came because he wanted to personally deliver the holiday gift. The young man presented the birthday girl with a gift. It's a sacred artifact. It has the power to heal wounds. It was a pendant. The princess tried on the gift and said it was a beauty, and added that she would cherish it. The prince, pointing to Hygar and Estio, asked Marissa if those black dogs were her return gift. The prince added that he'd known he would be tested by the princess. Marissa thought that the young man had come here even knowing that. Hirsch hugged his sister and said that he was ready to show her everything without secrecy. But in return, he wanted Marissa to promise him something. The prince asked Marissa to always be at his side and not to leave him. Hirsch hugged his sister and looked at Estio, thinking to keep the boy out of the way. After all, Estio is the one who can read minds. He shouldn't get involved in all this and should just keep his mouth shut. Only then will their guild not be harmed. Hirsch continued to broadcast his thoughts, but if Estio still did his own way, he would wipe the Ignis Guild off the face of the earth. So it's better for the guy to rack his brains and make the right choice. He must realize who will be the next ruler of the Lubarzan Empire. Mubyung said that this prince is a lousy prince who knows how to ruin the mood. The Duke added that he looked an awful lot like the current monarch. Parker remarked that the prince was getting along quite well with the princess. Bernie added that the prince even brought the gift himself. Seeing such an idol between brother and sister makes him excited at the thought of a future peaceful relationship in their family. Mubyung noticed that this guy was definitely not the kind of guy who would bow to everyone he met just because he wasn't the heir to the throne. Parker wondered, did the Duke really think so? Even he understands how much the fifth prince loves his highness. The leader thinks so too, doesn't he? Estio apologized and said he was thinking. He didn't hear the question Parker asked him. Bernie noticed that the leader had recently become somewhat silent. Could something be bothering him? Estio thought it was an emotion called excitement. The leader replied that his words were unlikely to please those present, for they had a problem. Those present were immediately interested in Estio's intriguing statement. They asked with one voice that the leader tell them everything without secrecy. Estio said that at the banquet, the prince showed that he was the truest threat. Mubyung remarked, even though the prince is young, but this kind of thing crosses all limits. Parker asked that the leader deny the request immediately. They need to get out of here immediately. Mubyung said he was of the same opinion, but it was up to the leader to decide for himself. Parker immediately remembered that the princess had threatened to separate their heads from their bodies if they refused. But hasn't the very nature of the mission changed? It's no longer a simple search for a traitor. Now it's about the struggle for the throne of legacy. Parker remarked that the guild should definitely not get involved in something like this. His Highness had correctly warned them. Then get involved in something like this? Let the guild master handle the rest. The master said it was exactly as she thought it would be. Parker wondered if the master knew everything. Kaya confirmed it, but added that the situation was far more dangerous than she had realized. Kaya wondered what the leader was going to do. She was certainly interested in Estio's opinion. Estio replied that such a decision was clearly not for him to make. Marissa ran into the room and said she wanted to cancel her request. She will also pay the fine for canceling. Therefore, she asks to leave the Imperial Palace. Estio asked the princess if the thoughts she read from the reception didn't need to be reported to her either. Marissa replied that she didn't have to, nor should he tell anyone, including her, about what he had learned today. Marissa said there's no need to meet with Duke Delphia anymore. She wants to cancel the request now. Estio read the princess's mind. She doesn't want to know anything. It would be better if she couldn't find any evidence. Everything will be fine. After all, there's no one to support Hirsch. Estio replied that there are such things. Hirsch is much more powerful than the princess thinks. Estio told the princess that the prince had obviously started preparing a long time ago. He had never begged for anything or complained about anything. And yet the request that Marissa not leave him was sincere. The princess said that Estio was being impertinent. Who gave him the right to say that? The reason for her special treatment was only because the guild leader had been assigned a task. But now they were no longer connected in any way. Mubyong said that they would leave the imperial palace immediately. The young men withdrew. The princess took in her hands the pot with the flower that had been left on the table. The girl thought, wasn't it absurd that Hirsch turned out to be stronger than she thought? And the fact that he had been preparing for a coup for a very long time? Are all three suspects traitors? Estio and his entourage left the imperial palace. The princess put the flower aside and ran out of the palace. Marissa screamed loudly. She tried to stop Estio. Marissa ran up to our hero and said she wanted an answer. How deeply is a young man able to penetrate another person's soul? Estio inquired as to what exactly the princess wanted. Marissa nervously took the young man's shoulder with a trembling hand. The girl said in a trembling voice that she had to stop him. The princess asked the guild leader to share everything he had learned with her. Several horse-drawn carriages moved through the forest, one after another along the established route. Parker, who was in one of the carriages, said regretfully that things had turned out strangely. Mubyong said if the princess herself asked for something with tears in her eyes, no one would refuse her. Parker agreed. He thought that the princess would cancel the request altogether. Who would have thought that after that, they would all accompany Her Highness to the Duchy of Delphia together? A short time later, the carriages arrived at their destination, the Duchy of Delphia. The young man bowed and said that he, Shin Platina Delphia, welcomed the first princess of the Lubarzan Empire. The princess greeted the duke and said that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Shin Platinum stated that he had ordered hot water to be prepared. Marissa must have been tired on the road. The girl thanked. Duke Delphia asked, "What was the wind that brought Hagar here?" After all, his family had no connection to the ruling dynasty. He smiled and said that he and Delphia were blood relatives. Duke Delphia said that Hagar should show more respect to the imperial family. Then he would be treated differently. Hagar asked, why was it the Duchy of Delphia that the princess had decided to go to in the first place? Delphia pretended to be offended and said that Kagar was still talking out of turn. Hagar thanked him for the compliment. Delphia said that Hagar was still worthy of respect, if only for managing to defend his honor despite that incident with the emperor. Delphia said that it might be considered normal to behave like a wild beast in Hagar's domain, but in his castle one must forget the usual vulgar behavior. The master said that the servants would take the guests to their rooms. He had already given the appropriate orders. The young men were invited to dinner. Tonight, lamb ribs were served. At the table, the princess told Duke Delphia to ignore these commoners. They are her people. At the appropriate moment, Marissa told the Duke that she had come here to convince him to change his mind. Duke Delphia made a surprised look and asked what decision we were talking about. The princess said that it was an informal conversation. Therefore, there was no need to pretend. Marissa added that she also wanted to ask something so that their future dialogue could be as candid as possible. The princess looked intently into his eyes and asked the master of the house who he was serving. Duke Delphia wondered why the princess was asking such a strange question. The princess repeated the question, "Who exactly is the Duke following?" The Duke of Delphia rose from the table and knelt down on one knee in front of the princess. The young man said that he was a descendant of the Delphia family and had served and would serve, like all his ancestors, only one man, His Majesty. The princess said that this was a lie. If the Duke really does follow the Emperor, then who then had the outrageous idea of using Hirsch as a draft horse to gain power? The Duke replied that no one would dare to even think of such a thing. The princess was nervous. Delphia said that members of the imperial family always try to get as many associates on their side as possible. His Highness is no exception. Marissa jumped up from the table. She had said that Lucian had been chosen as the crown prince, not him. Did they really intend to go against the Emperor's will? Duke Delphia replied that with all due respect, nothing lasts forever. Duke Delphia added, "Once Crown Prince Lucian ascends to the throne, the fifth prince will immediately get rid of all his siblings. Prince Hirsch may still be young, but he's determined to fight to protect the princess. The ducal house of Delphia will always follow his majesty. And that will never change. And if he has the power to give the full might of his family for the future of the ruling dynasty, he's a man who fights to protect his own kind. So he will humbly accept punishment for infidelity if the princess so desires." The princess, having listened to this monologue, turned away from the duke. She was in thought. Marissa said she would leave tomorrow. Mubiek said he's really bored now. Parker said he was scared. Would their actions be the beginning of something serious? Mubiek wondered. Isn't internal strife inherent in any empire since its formation? Mubian asked Parker if he had ever raised dogs. Parker said he hadn't and wondered why such a question. Mubyung said that these animals always prefer someone who feeds them all the time. For them, a master is a being who cares for them, someone who loves them. Mubyung added, the same could be said for him. He did not raise his sword to defend the country. But leaving the princess now would only complicate matters further. Estio said he now has no idea how the request should be handled. He is at a complete loss. Estio and his company were together. However, no one knew what they should do next. They did not understand where they should go. The pause was interrupted by Cactus. Why can't we just use the Duke and Crown Prince? If you just order these two not to destroy anyone, then the problem will go away by itself. Estio said that the effects of his powers are limited. So unless he was in the Imperial Palace all the time, it would be impossible to pull this off. Estio thought he didn't want to use his powers in such a way either. After all, isn't that the reason why humans stopped communicating with dragons? Cactus asked about attacking first. Neju replied that in that case Estio would be in danger. Cactus replied that perhaps Mubian should support this principle. If the two dukes sided with him, the emperor would have no choice but to agree to the terms. Mubian said that he could not openly oppose the monarchy. Cactus was surprised, for Delphia had quietly done so. Mubian said he and Delphia have different situations. Simply put, in his case, the lives of Feud's men are at stake, who reached out to him when the ducal family was in danger of collapse. Tsuki appeared on the windowsill beside Estio. The cat asked if Estio remembered the boy from the ranger village who had asked to find his father. She found him, Leon's father. His name is Isaac. He was constantly being moved from one place to another as if trying to cover his tracks, so it took longer than she thought to find him. Estio wondered, had Tsuki personally set out on his trail? Tsuki said that the last time Isaac was in the palace of the fifth prince. He was now in the capital. Master wondered if the Black Tigress had found the father of that child from the ranger village. Estio replied that Isaac seemed to have been taken by Hirsch's men. Kaya assumed that Hirsch had gathered men in his palace who were good at ambushing and hunting. Tsuki said she saw that there were several people from the same village with Isaac. In addition, everyone was not treated very well. What was going on was like conducting some kind of secret training. She didn't think it would be easy to meet Isaac. Estio took Tsuki in his arms and said he was grateful to the cat for such important information. However, he wished she would give him advance notice of where she was going. He was very worried. Estio clutched the cat to his chest. Tsuki said she would warn the young man next time. Neju saw the cat and said he was glad she was back. It was good to have her back. The cactus missed her very much. Chicky said it was time for them to hit the road. Marissa asked Duke Delphia if he still had anything he wanted to tell her. Duke Delphia bowed and said that once he had gained the princess's trust, he would dare to inform her that the key to this battle was in her hands. The princess wondered, what kind of power could she have if she wasn't even able to team up with a single subject who was wholeheartedly devoted to the empire? Duke Delphia said it must really be difficult, but he asked that the princess not interfere. The duke added that if the princess ever made a choice, he would follow her will unconditionally. Hail the bright future of the great Lord Lubarzan. The carriages have left the Duchy of Delphia. Walking back, the princess thought she hadn't even noticed that Hirsch was up to something. But if the crown prince plans to destroy all his siblings, it turns out the emperor has nothing against it. Marissa pondered after receiving so much information. How should she proceed? She said that the guild leader had done a good job. Now their paths were diverging. The princess thanked our hero for giving her courage. If it wasn't for this meeting, she would have never dared to come here for the sake of meeting Duke Delphia. Saying goodbye, Estio told Marissa to take care of herself. The princess, smiling, wished the young man the same. The next moment, something flew past the princess. The girl was very frightened. There was an unauthorized explosion on the premises. The room was engulfed in flames and smoke. The security representatives shouted that it was urgent to protect the princess. The princess was unhurt, but she was scared and at a complete loss. Marissa asked, "What just happened?" A group of strangers in black cloaks appeared in the room. Their faces were hidden under hoods. The guard asked who they were. The knight protecting the princess told her that they were professionals with first-class magical training. The princess asked fearfully, "Is she really their target?" Marissa said she's fine. Her knights can focus on the enemy. We must be sure to catch at least one of them, take him prisoner and interrogate him to find out who the customer is. The guard said as he proceeded to carry out the order. The opponents did use their magic abilities. Marissa instinctively covered herself with her hands. The room continued to fill with smoke. However, in the next instant, the black-cloaked attackers disappeared. The princess saw Estio appear in the room. However, as far as she knows, this guy doesn't know how to fight. The perpetrators, after the failed attack, tried to escape and remain unidentified. However, one of them froze and could not move on. The villain in the black cloak said his legs wouldn't listen to him, so he couldn't move. Colleagues dumped the man and said they were leaving first. The attacker thought for a second as he met Estio's gaze. Why couldn't he move his legs now? Mubyong said he was upset. He was going to catch them all, but he miscalculated his strength, and one scoundrel died. When the smoke cleared, everyone saw Neju. He was carrying 2 opponents on his back. The white-haired monkey said that he had also caught 2. The winged guy, flapping his wings, brought 1 villain. He said he had a package, too. Eventually, all the attackers were deactivated and captured. They were gathered in one place. The villain, who couldn't move his legs, said it was better to destroy them. Estio said that the opponents could calm down and sit down. The interrogation will now take place. Estio said for everyone to drop their weapons and put their hands behind their heads. The villain couldn't understand what was happening to him. His body was moving on its own, on the orders of the guy. The princess said that thanks to the young man, all the criminals had been caught. She thanked him. Estio replied that the hunt for their leader was not over yet. Marissa decided that if the situation turned out this way, she would need their power again. The princess asked the guild leader to help her until they caught the customer of the attack. Estio asked, "Is this an order from a member of the imperial family?" The girl said she was requesting her cooperation as the first Princess Marissa Lubarzan of Arconia, and it was an official request. The Palagon Magic Guild, one of the best guilds specializing in magic, is made up entirely of wizards. The members of this guild do all the dirty work for Lucien. Marissa didn't want to believe it. However, the words about the crown prince wanting to get rid of his siblings turned out to be true. However, the current evidence will not be enough to convict. More solid evidence is needed. The princess said to wait here for a while. She'll be back soon. Parker was glad that they were back in the winter garden. The other guild members had never visited this garden twice. Master said that it was true. It's very rare, although the Ignis Guild has close ties with the imperial family. Kaya added that it was just an exchange of paperwork, nothing more. Kaya recalled, if memory served her correctly, Vice Guildmaster Huen Lensky had said that he had had the pleasure of meeting His Majesty in person. Parker said that's not surprising, since he's the one who handles most of the external relations, though that doesn't inspire much confidence. Kaya said that thanks to Estio, the imperial family would be in a huge debt to the guild. Perhaps Estio had purposely induced the princess to ask again? The master asked when Estio resolved the power struggle issue that had arisen. Was it part of his plan to use the favor rendered as an excuse to defend the guild should Shuhanan decide to attack Ignis? Estio replied that not really. He just wants to help the princess, and so the master shouldn't blame himself for this unforeseen situation. He wanted it for himself. Kaya thought, once she learned of Estio's existence, she immediately began to see him as a weapon against Shunhanan. However, this guy is different from the Golden Dragon. There is no rage in him. and he can feel emotions just like humans. Was it right to drag him into this? Among all the flowers in the greenhouse, there was, among others, a crystal flower. Mubyeon wondered if this wasn't the same flower their cactus was so worried about. In that case, why does he look so lifeless? Neju said he thought the flower looked the same as before. Estio said he would try to find out what the matter was now. The cactus in Neju's hands was worried. Was the crystal flower really sick? Had it caught some kind of disease when it came back here? Estio replied that the flower is not sick, but like Parker said, it doesn't look good. This flower could die very soon. Mubyeon asked how Parker was able to recognize the symptoms of wilting. Parker replied that he had a feeling, but he hoped he was wrong. Parker said it's sad. The flower can't even tell it's dying until it actually dies. Mubyeon noticed that his wish to return to his mistress had been granted. Perhaps it made him happier, even a little. Flower said he wasn't happy. Is there anyone who would be happy about impending doom? Yet he has no regrets about returning to the place where he was born and being here before he withered away completely. Parker wondered, had the flower just moved, or had he imagined it? A maid appeared and said that Her Highness, the princess, was inviting everyone to dinner. Marissa told everyone to come through soon. She was a little embarrassed that she hadn't been able to get everything ready properly. Mubyeon wondered what Her Highness was even talking about. The princess replied that she just wanted to thank the young men for their help. The princess is well aware that any man would look for profit in the task assigned to him. And taking a side where that benefit was not available was like something out of the realm of fantasy. But the guild still decided to support her. The princess said that with this humble meal she was showing her appreciation and added that everyone enjoy the meal. Parker ran ahead of everyone to the table and thanked the princess on behalf of the entire company. Mubyeon thought that the princess was different from the emperor's coward. The guests sat down at the table and began a pleasant meal. Marissa was very glad they had come to her. Marissa intercepted Estio's gaze and wondered if the young man had something to say to her. Or maybe the guild leader is uncomfortable here and wants to move to another seat. Estio replied that he was fine with it. Marissa moved closer to Estio and wondered what was wrong with his face. Or was he always like this? The girl, smiling, said that Estio didn't seem like a stone, but she had always wondered why he never showed emotion. And immediately apologized. Had she offended him? Estio said again that he was fine. He thought, people can't read minds, so they pay attention to the facial expressions of their interlocutors. But when the interlocutor has the same face, it looks strange. The princess raised her glass and offered everyone a drink. She made this drink from the petals of a very useful flower. Marissa offered to drink to their victory. Mubyeon tasted the drink and said he really likes alcohol. This is the first time he has encountered such a flavor. The princess explained that the main ingredient was tantalus nectar. It is a very rare flower that only blooms once every 10 years. It was also nicknamed golden grass because of the color it exudes during this period. Mubyeon noticed that this flower even has a name that breathes elegance. Since time immemorial, nectar has been left to ferment to make wine. It was once said that a glass of nectar could revitalize the whole world. All because it was said to be a poisonous drug that could charm even a dragon. Duke Hygar put his glass on the table. The princess asked, "What's wrong with the young man?" Mubyeon replied, "Because the princess just said it was a drug." The girl smiled. Was the duke so much surprised by her words? This nectar is absolutely harmless to humans. The flower attracted its victims by its scent. And its victims, as we know, were dragons. But since dragons left this world long ago, he has no one else to enchant with this fragrance. Estio still showed no emotion. He was approached by a black cat. Tsiki said that the boy had better not drink that drink. Marissa asked, didn't the guild leader have something to tell her? Estio said that the crystal flower he had returned to the princess earlier was fading. The princess was surprised, for the flower seemed to look healthy, but the leader noticed it anyway. One day the flower will wither, and this is irreversible because the life of this species is only 1 year. Plants are in an endless cycle of blooming and wilting. Where one has died, a new one springs up. And with the coming of spring, they bloom their beautiful buds. Marissa told Estio not to think anything bad. The lifespan of that flower was short, but it was no less beautiful. She had no intention of sending the young man a flower that would soon die. Estio said Flower asked him for a favor, saying he wanted to come back. The flower wished to return to the princess before it withered and ended its life's journey. The princess was surprised. The girl wondered if the guild leader could read the minds of more than just humans. Marissa interjected. Had the flower said it wanted to come back to her before it died? Did it mean that plants could feel emotions too? Estio replied that it was quite rare for a plant to express its thoughts and feelings. But plants are able to recognize among the many people who care for them and experience the joy of meeting, and from the separation, sadness. The princess, hearing these words, thought that not so long ago she had spoken inspiringly of how she loved flowers for their silence. But now, having learned that even they can feel and think, she thought differently. The girl said regretfully that it would have been better if she had found out a little sooner. The princess jumped up from her seat and said that she must go there immediately before the crystal flower wilted. She asked Estio to tell her what that little boy would say. After a while, only Neju and Ahura remained at the table. Cactus wondered what had happened to the people. Did they forget something in the garden? Neju said there was a strange smell. Cactus assumed someone had tainted the air and suggested I pay attention. We should catch up with people. Neju became alarmed and said he knew that smell. Marissa said that this glass greenhouse was a gift from His Majesty for her 5th birthday. At first, she really liked the place because it was incredibly beautiful. But as time went on, her feelings began to extend more to what was inside. The flowers became the ones that always kept her going. Over time, gardening became her passion. The size of any plant depends on how much one loves it, and it blooms in proportion to how much effort is put into caring for it. So the princess always thought that in a place like this, the gardener's touches seemed to be the best in the world for them. And even though it's a one-sided relationship where one takes care of the others, it never occurred to her that her little ones were capable of recognizing her. Marissa remarked that she had been short-sighted before. The girl took a pot of crystal flower in her hands and said they would meet again next year. An alarmed Neju ran in with a cactus in his hand and shouted that something was burning somewhere. Everyone in the greenhouse looked at the white-haired monkey with surprise. Neju said worriedly that he could smell the smell of burning. There is a fire at the entrance to the garden. We must put it out quickly, Parker wondered. Was it really that bad? Was it really on the same terrace they'd been on earlier? Marissa said fearfully that there was only one entrance to the greenhouse. Mubyong thought he was getting a bad feeling. He said that the first thing to do was to leave this place. Everyone present turned around in a hurry and headed for the exit. There was no time to hesitate. Much ahead was engulfed in flames, but the fire had not had time to spread much. Mubyong dashed forward, trying to find a safe exit. The smoke was getting thicker and thicker, and it was getting harder to breathe. After inquiring if everyone was in one piece, Prince Hygar told the princess to stay behind. It was very dangerous here. Mubyong realized that it wasn't an accident. A maid appeared in front of the young men. The princess called out to Penji. Marissa was relieved that Penji was fine. I should go to His Majesty as soon as possible and tell him everything. Penji apologized to the princess and put her hand forward and began to influence with magic. The door from the room appeared to be locked. Marissa called out to Penji, but the girl closed the door and ran away. Mubyong said there were traitors among the cronies. He thinks it was no surprise to the princess. Marissa replied that she was guessing. After all, the Imperial Palace is a battlefield where everyone survives as best they can. The girl held the crystal flower in her hands. Hygar said they were unable to use the normal exit and asked what level of protection the magic circle set up in the greenhouse had. Marissa replied that the highest. Parker asked if Kaya could use her powers. The master replied that all of her dolls were made of wood. Mubyong said he could destroy everything here in a few strikes. But will that solve the problem? Mubyong asked the princess. Because plants need water to grow, is that right? The princess said that there is a pond in the center of the greenhouse. The water from there is used to water the plants. That could really be the way out. We should go there as soon as possible. Using water from the pond, the young men were able to put out the fire. Parker said that now they had to get out of here. The princess agreed because there was no additional magical protection on the door, so it would just have to be broken down. Hygar said he thought so too, but suggested the princess look out the window. There were traces of blood on the window. The Duke told the princess that it was all the result of blind faith in the Emperor's orders. Neju asked if Estio was all right. Tsuki noticed that cold sweat was pouring down from the young man. How long has he been like this? Estio was surprised that he felt very hot. Was it really the alcohol? Mubion also asked how the guild leader was feeling. Estio replied that he wasn't sure if he was okay. The princess found it odd that Duke Hygar was addressing Estio in you. Estio turned to the princess and said that her flowers had something to tell her. Marissa wondered, really right now? The crystal flower in the princess's hand said hello to the dear one. The girl was surprised. She could hear not one but several voices at once. The plants in the greenhouse said they knew the princess. And though they slept all the time, they always heard her every greeting through their sleep. Marissa wondered if Mr. Estio was hearing it now too. Estio declared that all the plants that the princess had grown herself spoke to her. The girl realized that it was not only the words of the crystal flower. Estio tried to drown out their voices, but he could no longer control it. The plants said Marissa had always talked to them. Now it's their turn to protect her. Everything's gonna be okay. Everything's gonna work out. Parker noticed that the branches on the plants began to grow in front of his eyes. It's amazing. Mubyong noticed that the heat had gone down and the fire outside had died down. The noise had died down too. Security officials burst into the room. The knights asked if the princess was all right. They came to help. The princess stated that she was fine. Marissa looked up and saw ash falling from above. The girl was surprised. The princess kept hearing words that they would protect her and things would get better. The princess thought it was her plants that put out the fire and were always there for her. Marissa said sadly that she wished she had known their feelings and emotions a little sooner. The girl thanked the plants for protecting her. The plants replied that they wished they had too. The potted crystal flower wilted. He said he was very happy that he could spend at least his last moment with the princess. The girl cried and said she had never given the flower a name, and she could not call or address it. Marissa suggested calling the crystal flower Perla. It means pearl. The princess said that from now on she would always remember the flower by saying the name aloud. At that time, the master turned to the princess and said that she would be able to save the flower. Kaya added that even though he would have a different appearance, he would stay alive. That's what the princess wants, right? Marissa asked with hope in her eyes as Kaya helped her. All the guards and attendants were replaced due to the fire. Some fell under the emperor's hot hand, and their heads flew from their shoulders. However, no one cared about finding the culprit of the incident. This means that whoever is pulling the strings has realized that the ruler has chosen to remain on the sidelines, silently watching the sibling power struggle unfold. The princess knows that her father also loves plants, but after such inaction, can she call him a man? A country that recognizes a ruler who knows how to listen to the voice of the people and a monarch who cares for the people is a mutually protective state. The princess wondered if the Lubarzan Empire was such a country. The princess raised her head high and said that she had made her decision. She intends to take the throne. That means she is going to fight. The girl asked if Estio would take her side. As she looked out the window at the carriage, Marissa thought that they had all left. But they could be her strength if they stayed with her. There was an unwavering determination in their eyes to return home. She didn't want to force them. Marissa turned around and said they had a lot to do. The princess told Perla that it was time for them to go. Perla smiled in return. The carriage, returning home, continued through the forest thicket. Tsiki, addressing Neju, said that he was very noisy. Neju replied that he was very fussy. Tsiki told him not to make a fuss. Silence is the best helper, Parker thought as he finally heard Saika's voice. He didn't realize the voice seemed so harsh and deep. Mubion noticed that this was no ordinary cat. Mubion thought Estio was starting to slowly go insane from mind reading. He doesn't know if it's the nectar, but he can't get his abilities under control. Neju noticed that they were already at the gates of the capital. Estio asked if it was time to get out of the carriage. Neju said that they would continue on foot. The town was bustling with activity. There were many people in the square. Estio thought it would be better to go to some backwater, not to a place with so many people. In this situation, passing out seemed like the best solution. Estio asked that Neju take him to the guild office. Neju agreed and asked why Estio had closed his eyes. Estio replied, "It's to avoid crossing eyes with anyone." At the office, the young man was greeted and told they were glad to have him back. Estio asked that Parker confirm the completion of the request. The assistant said that she just needed to lend something to the guild leader. The girl inquired if the leader had a problem with his eyes. Estio replied that there was a little. The girl offered her help and asked if perhaps a healer should be called. Estio replied that he does not need treatment. This is a problem of a different nature. The aide told the leader that if the eyes were damaged, it could take a long time to recover. Such a problem should not be taken too lightly, and he should let him know if he needed anything. Estio said that in that case he was interested in something to cover his eyes. The girl said she would bring something right away. The assistant brought a black blindfold and asked if it would be enough. Estio put it over his eyes and asked what the girl wanted to report. Skylar said that they had managed to find out something about the man the leader had asked them to look for. It was confirmed that Isaac was living in the capital. However, his exact whereabouts are still being tracked. The girl said that if the leader himself couldn't check the documents right now, she would give a detailed report to a member of his team. Skylar handed the documents to Kaya and asked that the little girl give them to the leader later. Estio said that the request can be considered complete at this point, Skylar said as she relayed more information about Shuhanan. There is news that he will be traveling to the Papal Curia in the near future. In addition, this morning the current Pope, Lada Sikiel, announced his resignation. The master said that she believes the Curia has begun to act. That seems strange. Shouldn't he first destroy the guild that stands in his way? Skylar said that's all the basic information. If anything new comes up, they will send everything by courier. Estio thanked Skylar and said it was a good job. Parker stated that he wanted to give notice of the completion of the request. Fortunately, he wrote the report on his own time. Parker wondered why Mubion's face changed dramatically. It was like seeing a ghost. Mubion noticed that sooner or later they would have to face something worse than a ghost. Mubyung asked Kaya, "Is he the repulsive type?" Kaya replied that a ghost is many times better. Estio worried when his abilities would return to normal. What if he stayed like this? Mubyon told his friend that he would take Isaac's job instead. Estio has to recover. Mubyong added for the guild leader to rest and gain strength until he could fully recover. Estio objected. For this case is a personal request. Hygar noticed that he is not a member of the guild. He only follows Estio as a bodyguard. Estio asked that in that case, Mubyon should just accompany him. Kaya said if it's a personal matter of the leader, she won't get involved. Instead, she will try to take action against Shuhanan. We have to be careful. Estio asked that Siki take them to Isaac. The cat agreed. Siki led the young men to the old, poor part of town. Everything here was in a state of abandonment. The place looked like a gathering of illegal immigrants and people with no fixed abode. The poor people slept directly under the open sky. Instead of beds, they had wooden pallets. Siki announced that they had arrived at the place. In front of them was an old wooden door in a gnarled wall. Mubyong wondered. The fifth prince uses Isaac as his strength, but doesn't provide proper maintenance. Is it really true here? Tsuki replied that it was true. Mubyong knocked on the door and asked if anyone was there. They came here at Leon's request. A man with a bandaged head opened the door and asked if they had really mentioned Leon. Hygar said Leon is from the ranger village, an 11-year-old kid with red hair. They want to see his father, Isaac. The man said for people to come through. They look like guild members. But why did they come here? Did someone make a request? Estio said he could smell blood and wondered, is this man alive? It was explained to the young man that for the time being, the man was alive. There was a man lying on the floor all wrapped up in bloody bandages. Parker said this man has serious injuries. Treatment needs to be provided sooner rather than later. The man who opened the door said no one would do that. Everyone here dies like flies. The man explained to the honored guests that this was the dumping ground of the imperial capital, and added that he was leaving them with Isaac. They could call for him when they were done talking. Estio inquired, "Is this man Isaac, Leon's father?" The wounded man opened his eyes when he heard Leon's name and wondered if the boy was well. Estio thought he was mistaken. This man would not last long in his condition. He replied to Isaac that his son was alive and well. He need not worry. The man, coughing up blood, thanked for this information. Estio said that if Isaac was having trouble speaking, he could answer to himself. The guild leader mentally asked the man what he would like to convey to Leon. Isaac asked to inform his son of his death. If he inquired about his father's death, there was no need to hide anything. He was not taken by force. It was his own choice. He served the Lubarzan family faithfully until the end. but there is something he still regrets. Isaac added that he regretted not spending enough time with Leon. Isaac also asked me to tell him that he loves his son very much. Estio asked to pass on everything he had heard here. Isaac thanked and closed his eyes. He stopped moving. Neju stayed outside waiting for people. He was told that he was too big and should wait here. The beggars watching the monkey from the side thought that there hadn't been any guests here for a long time. Someone heard that these guests were from the Ignis Guild. This must be their beast or pet. Someone watching offered to steal the beast and sell it. Neju heard this conversation and became wary. One of the villains crept up behind the monkey and hit it on the head with a stick. The stick broke into 2 pieces. A lump grew on Neju's head. Neju turned around and said that the man had hit him with a stick. The bully thought the monkey was too strong and asked for help from his companions. The 2 standing off to the side thought that this beast was even talking. This is a very rare monster. It's a very unusual monkey. You can pay a lot of money for such a beast. Neju held a broken stick in his hand and stared after the man running away from him. The man was running away and begging loudly for help. Neju wasn't going to do anything to him and told him to stop. The man kept running away and shouted that he was being chased by a monster. Neju shouted back that he was not. One of the villains said they noticed that the monkey understood human speech. He stabbed his partner, who ran away from the monkey. The villain with the knife pushed the wounded man with his foot and said that the monkey could eat him. It's a gift, and if she goes with them, she'll get even more goodies. Neju said he doesn't eat people and is not a monster. Neju shouted loudly, Estio said he's not a monster. The terrified men threw a bottle at Neju, which shattered on his head. Neju screamed in pain and covered himself with his hands. The liquid from the bottle flowed over his head. The villains laughed. They had another bottle in their hands. One held a knife in his hand. The rogue said that once the liquid was absorbed, even the strongest monster would faint. Neju stood up on his hind legs, his eyes glowing furiously. He growled loudly. The 2 robbers were frightened and covered their hands and cried out in fear. They had not expected such a turn of events. At that moment, Estio came out of the building. He shouted for Neju to calm down. Estio walked over to Neju and told him to look at him. Neju, still not calm, continued to growl. Estio said it's all right. The people who made Neju angry are no longer here. Neju said with anger that the rascals destroyed his comrade and threw his body to him as food. That's disgusting. Neju said he wasn't a monster and something strange was thrown at him. His eyes hurt, and he got angry and lost control. Estio apologized for leaving Neju alone. Neju was surprised. It turns out Estio was already without a blindfold. Neju asked if Estio didn't need to close his eyes anymore. The boy replied that he still needed the blindfold. Estio put the blindfold back on and said it was time for them to go back. Some time passed. Estio, lying on the bed, thought that 10 days had passed since he drank the nectar. The noise in his head had subsided, but he was still struggling to control his abilities. He should definitely curb them. He must. Estio was still blindfolded. He pulled himself up and sat on his bed. This is his power. Why is he unable to subdue it? Perhaps he needs training. But the only one who is more or less aware of such a thing is Shuhanan. However, Kaya said that Shuhanan hates black dragons. Then if he despises them so much, why doesn't he return to the dragon world and try to destroy the humans? Estio thought he needed someone to help him. Our hero called Kaya. The master said she's been here for some time. How did he know that? She had entered quietly on purpose, so as not to disturb him. Estio replied that he didn't know. The master looked around and asked where everyone had gone. Estio replied that everyone would be back soon. The master was indignant. How could they leave Estio alone in such a state? Parker and Mubion looked out the door. They said they had gone to find Kaya. Hygar said that the guildmaster disappearing for days seemed extremely irresponsible. If she got some information, she should share it with them. Kaya said she had 2 pieces of news regarding Shuhanan. Good news and bad news. Which one should I start with? Estio asked to start with the good one. Kaya stated that Shuhanan had stopped acting. Apparently, he just wanted to show everyone that sooner or later the Holy See would be occupied by him. Mubyung admitted that this is quite comforting news in recent times. Kaya replied, "Not really. Things could get much worse. After obtaining the position of Pope, Shuhanan could exercise the right of sacred immunity at any time. Then even the emperor wouldn't be able to get close to him. In addition, he might be able to win the monarch over to his side altogether. Parker wondered why everyone would be worse off if Shuhanan became a dad. What doesn't he understand? Kaya explained that Shuhanan was not a human, but a dragon. Parker said it was clear to him now. After a few seconds, he wondered, was it really a dragon? Kaya asked if Parker wanted to hear the details. Parker declined, deciding he'd rather remain in the dark. Parker figured it was a legendary race of creatures. Why is everyone talking about the dragon like it's about the buns from the bakery around the corner? Estio wondered. What about the bad news? Kaya handed the young man a paper scroll. Estio removed the blindfold. Estio familiarized himself with the information given to him. Kaya said, it seems that Shuhanan has learned about the existence of the black dragon and wants to contact Estio. In the guy's hands was a request whose customer was Shuhanan. Estio read, thou shalt be summoned in the hour of good immediately, when Elysium the pillar of God's light protects. And in his truth assuring all, let the goblet of blood be spilled upon the altar. Mubyong said it was more of a demand than a request. The direct text says to bring Estio to him. Cactus said that Shuhanan is not a teenager with hormones hitting his head. And from what I read, it's not clear whether it's a query or a poem. Kaya said that the pillar of God's light is the baptism of the Pope, but not human, but something given by God. The moment the new Pope ascends the throne, a pillar of light appears and envelops the whole of Elysium, proving the divinity of the Chosen One. Mubyong asked, so Shuhanan wants to see Estio right after he becomes a pope? They already have the request. Kaya said that Shuhanan would find Estio even if he had to destroy an entire guild. Unfortunately, the Golden Dragon has a deep hatred for the descendants of the Black Dragon. Parker became alarmed. Did the words about shedding blood on the altar mean annihilation? Kaya noted that for something like this, no one would definitely summon a victim directly to the Curia. And the faithful who follow the Almighty are forbidden to destroy. Rather, Shuhanan would prefer to get rid of Estio quietly and without attracting attention. And there are many ways to do that. Mubyong asked, then why is Shuhanan calling Estio to Elysium? There is no point in trying to understand the actions of a mad dragon. He only cares that Shuhanan might harm his master. Kaya said there was no need to worry. This assignment means that they still have time. Estio stated if they couldn't solve this problem before the day of the Pope's baptism, he would leave the guild. Kaya said that the Ignis Guild wasn't weak. A young man doesn't have to do that. Estio said it wasn't worth risking it over him after all. Besides, he's been wanting to meet Shuhanan for a long time now. Even if he hates him, he's the only dragon family he's ever met. Besides, Estio doesn't want his choice to hurt the guild. Estio stated that due to the above, he was asking the master to expel him from the Ignis Guild. Estio thought the master was disappointed. He doesn't care if strangers hate him, he's used to it. Kaya once said she would protect Estio. Master said that Estio could go and meet Shuhanan. There are no prohibitions against such things. Kaya added that she had said more than once that the guild was on his side. So she would follow whatever choice he made. The thing is, Estio is the leader of the guild. A position like that isn't given for beauty. Mubyong asked, it turns out that until the day of the Pope's baptism he is absolutely free? The master replied that that was the case. They had completed the previous mission and didn't need a fighter for the time being. Mubyong said it's cruel. Why is Kaya trying his best to send him away? He's so happy to be away from the duchy, just as long as he's away from the duchy. Kaya motioned for the leader to return to the guild headquarters. Parker, in a forest clearing, put his hand to his forehead and, looking out into the distance, said that summer was coming to an end. Mubyong acknowledged this fact and said that he wished autumn would come sooner. Parker wondered if there was anything good about fall. Hygar said one of the most spectacular events of Lubarzan is the Leaf Fall Festival. Although there are many monsters on the territory of the Duchy of Hygar, but unfortunately, there is not a single place where you can quietly admire the fall foliage. Mubyong added that with the arrival of the new season, he wanted to go to a place where yellow, orange, and red colors were a blaze of color. Parker wondered if the Duke would ever return. Parker said such foliage can be seen in his hometown, a winged settlement. It's just a mountain range there, of course. But literally at every turn there are many different colors of leaves. Some trees are even ripening very tasty fruits by this time. Mubyon inquired if Parker wanted to go home. Parker replied that he didn't want to. He likes his current life. The guild is his home now. Still, when the opportunity to take a vacation comes up, he immediately goes to the settlement to visit his family. He would be glad if his friends could keep him company sometime. Neju said he wanted to go there too. Parker expressed doubts that Neju would be able to get up there. Neju remarked that he could climb mountains very well. Parker thought, "It's not really mountains up there, there's a real peak." The travelers returned again to the ranger village. Parker said that just after this village it would be a short walk to Rainville. The local boys, led by Leon, saw the travelers and shouted that the Ignis Guild had returned. Leon ran up to Estio-san and asked if he had found his father. The boy, delighted at this meeting, said that he had behaved well and had not left the forest. He asked, what news? Had his father been found? Estio stood blindfolded in front of the boy and squatted down and said he had something to tell him. There was a long pause before Estio told everything. Estio told Leon what happened to his father and where he found him. Everyone who heard the story cried. The guild leader apologized to the boy for bringing such sad news. Leon asked, why was the guild leader apologizing to him? Leon said through tears that he was grateful that the young man had kept his word. Someday he would repay that kindness. After a while, Mubyong wondered if Mr. Estio was still thinking about that child. It was as if he hadn't been able to find a place since they left the ranger village. Estio replied that he assumed Leon would take offense at him. Mubyong wondered why. Estio explained that it was he who had brought the boy the news of his father's death. However, he received thanks in return. Hygar said that the boy just wanted to get some news about his father. So it was no surprise that he was so happy to have his request fulfilled. Leon had no reason to take offense at the guild leader. Estio replied that he was relieved afterward, because more often than not, people vent their own anger on others. Parker reported that the guild headquarters was now in chaos. Kaya had noticed that a serious power struggle had begun in the imperial family, so it was going to be turbulent around here for a while. The requests will pile up on the leader. So she advises Estio not to take the side of either the prince or the princess. Estio replied that he understood everything. Kaya said she had something else. Shuhanan's official christening will take place around the beginning of winter, so Estio can spend all his free time as he likes. Kaya said she had to go. There was still a lot of unfinished business. Estio could call her if she needed help. A surprised Parker said there were 88 requests for the leader's name. Would he read all of them? Estio replied that right now he was only interested in those not connected to the imperial family. Parker said that leaves only 9 letters in that case. Estio thought it was still a lot. Parker wondered, was the leader really going to get to work right now? Bernie added that Estio hadn't recovered yet. It was better to rest now. Neju agreed, for they had just gotten back. Maobion notices that Estio finally has some free time. He suggests going on vacation instead of running errands. He says he's supportive. Estio asked Parker where the kitchen was at headquarters. Bernie asked in a troubled voice, was there something wrong with the guild cooks? Estio handed Parker a request. It was a request from the kitchen. Bernie said it was amazing. It is extremely rare for a guild member to ask for help in this way. The request was from Cheese, the head of the kitchen. He reported that there were 2 almost indistinguishable creatures in the kitchen. They've been causing a lot of injuries. He asked to get to the bottom of it. Bernie asked if the leader was going to accept this request. Estio replied that he didn't want to turn down any of the associates. Parker stated that in that case they shouldn't split up because they still have work to do. Estio stated that Parker would not be involved in this case. The kitchen is not far away. It's not a long journey, so there is no reason to worry. The guild leader added that the others should rest properly today. Tomorrow they will start their assignment. Parker is being sent on vacation. Bernie scratched the back of his head with his wing and decided that the leader was right. He was really tired, and the assignment seemed easy, so Parker decided to go on vacation. Mubyung told the guild leader that he did the right thing when he decided to stay. Tsuki and Neju were not allowed in the kitchen due to the presence of wool. Maobion assumed that if they were purposely going to the kitchen at non-dinner time, it must be quiet. As they approached the kitchen, Estio and Mubyong heard shouting from behind the door. Someone was shouting, "How can this be called a dish?" Looking inside, the young men saw a man reprimanding the cooks. Where is it seen that the cook was so inattentive? This is some kind of madhouse. Estio put the blindfold back on as he sensed that a commotion was coming. Mubian just cursed. Hygar said hello and hoped that the request had not been sent for them to get involved in this verbal scuffle. The enraged man did not calm down. He told the chef to bring his dish right away. Or rather, a medley that would make his eyes pop out of their orbits. The cook apologized and said there was a slight error in the cooking process. The man shouted that one should know what to do, especially when it comes to condiments. A man with a weak stomach collapsed unconscious and was immediately dragged to the hospital. Mubiang thought that this man was not red from anger, but from the large amount of peppers in his food. A man in white clothing appeared in front of the disgruntled man and said he was the chef. Just then, another man like that showed up and said he was the chef. The scandalized man was at a loss. Two large, identical chefs stood before him. Which of them to continue the conversation with? Estio thought that these were probably the people the request was referring to. The two began to work things out between them. Each of them said he was a chef. The food-affected man asked in amazement, "Are they really twins?" Both of them screamed that it wasn't funny. Well, which one of them has never had a brother? Each of them is an only child in the family. One of the cooks present in the kitchen at the moment noticed the guests and rushed over to them. He asked if by any chance the leader was in front of him. Estio confirmed and said that he was here because he had received a request. The cook immediately cried. Mubyung wondered why he was crying. They had come to help. The cook continued to cry and said that they had been doing this for several days. They can't find out who is real and who is not. Mubyung told that guy to stop crying and explained everything in order. Where did it all start? The cook explained that a few days ago a doppelganger, a monster missed by the magic research department, had broken into the kitchen. A doppelganger is a monster of a spiritual type whose body is like a mirror. The doppelganger is a spirit-type monster whose body is like a mirror. After the transformation, monster and human become completely indistinguishable in appearance. Doppelganger, although he doesn't harm people, is constantly mischievous with his food. He probably likes to tease others and draw attention to himself. The cook said he was very glad the leader came here. He doesn't even know how they would have coped if he hadn't accepted the assignment. Inexplicably, Yangbiran said that it was simply possible to destroy both of them. Mubyung said hello to the girl and told her they hadn't seen each other in a while. Yangbiran was surprised, after all. Hygar wasn't a member of the guild. How did he end up at the headquarters? Did he come at the call of his master? The girl didn't understand why the Duke was serving some boy with such talents. It was a waste of resources, Mubyung remarked. So from the outside, he looks like a worthy servant. Yangbiran headed towards the chefs. Her magic spear began to appear in her hand. Mubyung said to Yangbiran to stop. After all, this case doesn't even concern her. Yangbiran told Hygar to back off and put her spear to the throat of one of the chefs. The girl introduced herself and said that she was an independent guild fighter. She came here at the request of the Magic Research Department to deal with the monster. The girl asked the terrified chef if he didn't want to die, should he answer which one was the real one? The chef replied that he was the real chef. The doppelgangers began bickering again. Each of them claimed that he was the chef and his opponent was the monster. Yangbiran sighed heavily and said that in that case she had no choice. She would have to destroy both of them. Either way, both of them had gone crazy. The frightened doppelgangers shouted for the girl to stop. She wasn't the one sending the request. Yangbiran looked at Estio and asked, "Was this task really assigned to this newcomer?" "You mean the leader?" Yangbiran asked the leader irritably. Would he let her destroy both of them? And what was that blindfold over his eyes? Did he really manage to get hurt? Estio calmly replied that he had his reasons. Yangbiran, still nervous, said that this was going nowhere. How was he going to tell the two apart if he can't even see them? He won't even be able to use his miraculous ability to read other people's souls, Estio said as both cooks held out their hands to him. The two cooks were naturally surprised. What did their hands have to do with it? The palms of our hero and these cooks' hands touched. Yangbiran wondered if he was going to find out everything with a simple touch. It's not serious. Estio stood silently with his head down. He was completely focused. His face expressed no emotion. One of the men asked the Great One who could read souls. He wanted the boy to tell everyone that he was the real chef. Estio couldn't tell if it was a real cook. Estio felt nothing, as if he were holding an empty bottle. One of the cooks asked if the leader was convinced that he was real. The other asked if the leader would sooner tell everyone the truth that he was real. Young Biren asked what the result was. SDO, without removing the blindfold, said that everything was clear to him now. He had found out who the real cheese was, the head of the kitchen. The guy said he'd tell them about it when they got to the magic research department and told everyone to follow him. Slaughter is not the only way to fight monsters. You can simply return the doppelganger to where it was originally meant to be. Yanbiren reprimanded herself and thought that this newcomer was right. He could do without bloodshed. Mubyung thought that of all the guild buildings he had seen, this one had the most guards. Is this place really that secretive? The guard said hello to the leader and asked what business brought him here. The leader replied that he had found a doppelganger lost by the magic research department and had come to bring him back here. The guards reported to the guild leader that the leader was on the first basement floor. Going downstairs, Mubyung wondered if the stairs were also made with magic. There's even video marble. SDO wondered what video marble was. Yanbaran explained that it was a magical orb for observation. It is a holographic object that allows you to see what is happening while you are in a different place. In wartime, it is often used as an unmanned reconnaissance drone. SDO wondered where the one who was looking through him was. Yonbiran replied that he could be anywhere. The main thing is that the video marble receives the magic signal. SDO assumed that someone was watching them at the moment. Mubyan said that the video marble wasn't just here. All along the way, he noticed these things under the ceiling. SDO inquired how Mubyan knew about them. Haiger replied that his residence is swarming with them, so he's used to them by now. But the video marbles here are much bigger and more beautiful. Someone thanked Duke Haigar for the compliment. The girl said she must have used the wrong address. We should thank his lordship Haigar. Mubyan replied that it was more correct the first time. The girl apologized. The stranger said she just never studied etiquette. The girl saw SDO and cried out. She was honored to meet the guild leader. The stranger introduced herself. She is Shuangberg, the head of this department. She could be called simply Shuang. The guild leader replied that it was a pleasure to meet her. His name was SDO. Shuang replied that he knew. She had been watching him the whole time. Realizing she had said too much, she said she was a fan of the leader. The ability to read minds was amazing. She'd really like to do an experiment, do some tests. Shuang thanked young Biren for agreeing to fulfill the request. Young Biren replied that if she had known she would cross paths with the leader, she would never have given her consent. Mubion inquired, so Shuang made a request for a doppelganger? Shuang admitted that she had asked young Biran-sama to handle it. She was still a little worried about whether the doppelganger would even be alive, since young Biran had a violent temper. But luckily, she brought him back safely, without even maiming him. The chef and his doppelganger were bound by their hands and magically deactivated. Mobian said that if Mr. SDO hadn't intervened, rivers of blood would be pouring in the kitchen right now. Shuang said that it doesn't matter anymore. After all, it couldn't be completely destroyed anyway. A doppelganger is a kind of spirit. However, at the same time, he is a spiritual being originating from the material world. Mubyung decided to ask for the sake of interest. Are there really experiments being conducted here to create them? Shuang replied that it was a misconception. It'd be great if it really turned out that way. It was just an accident. The girl was checking out an old mirror that was rumored to have paranormal properties. What if there was an unknown kind of magic in there? But suddenly, a doppelganger popped out of there and immediately escaped. SDO now realized why he couldn't read the doppelganger's mind. Shuang asked the leader's permission to take the doppelganger away. SDO wondered what would happen to him now. Shuang said that no one had made a contract with the spirit, and it was impossible to destroy it. She thinks it should be sealed in the mirror again. The spirits of the material world have a strong attachment to the objects in which they came into existence. Shuang said that's why they will take advantage of it. If he feels that the mirror is in danger of being damaged, he will certainly rush to protect it. Mubyong asked if it was necessary to stoop to such threats. Shuang replied that if this is not done, he will continue to mischief, traveling from department to department. Perhaps one day, if they could find the right person to contract with, they would be able to give life to the great spirit master. Shuang tapped on the mirror in front of the chefs and said that he had better go back before his house was destroyed. One of the doppelgangers changed his face and immediately expressed his displeasure at what was happening. Everyone present saw one of the chefs begin to melt and disappear. In the end, only a small puddle of dark liquid remained on the table. Estio wondered if this was his body. The remaining cook asked, "Is it a spirit or a demon? But would it really be possible to seal this thing inside the mirror?" Shuang replied that she couldn't say for sure. More research needs to be done. Yang Biran suggested that in that case it could be destroyed. Shuang said it was impossible, but you could try, and then they would know. In Young Biran's hands, her magic spear began to reappear. Who could guarantee that this thing wouldn't get out and hurt people again? Shuang tried to reassure Young Biran that it was a spirit, not a monster. Young Biran logically said that when a spirit harms people, it is no different from a monster. Estio wanted to stop Young Biran's action. However, the girl thrust her spear forward and was right in front of the mirror. At the same moment, a girl who looked exactly like Young Biran but had black hair appeared between the mirror and Young Biran. Young Biran was now holding the spear in front of her doppelganger. The people around her didn't understand why the doppelganger's hair and eyes had turned black. Shuang said that the spirit in the mirror reflects the true appearance of the object. It turns out that Young Biran was originally like this. Estio thought that Young Biran didn't like it when he revealed her real name, and that all the people in the lab also live her simply as Ran. Mubyung blocked Young Biran's spear just in time. The girl couldn't do any damage to her doppelganger. Mubyan told the girl that she certainly had a lot of strength. Now she wants to destroy her comrades too? A bewildered Young Biran lowered her head and said that it was impossible to let anyone know. That it's her, and that she had managed to survive. Young Biran looked upset and depressed. Mubyung asked Young Biran, "Does she come from Hedong?" Young Biran thought, as expected, she should have eliminated the monster from the beginning. Then none of this would have happened. Young Biran turned around and yelled that it was all his fault. Estio thought that this girl was afraid. Shuang asked apprehensively, "Why is Ran acting like this?" Estio asked Shuang to forget everything she had seen today. All Shuang saw was the spirit of the mirror turning into a cook. It is necessary to forget about the girl with black hair. Ran had never been to this place. Estio told Shuang to get some sleep. Shuang immediately began to pass out and fall asleep. All the lab staff and the chef had also fallen asleep. Mubyung was also motionless. Estio turned to Young Biran. The girl got angry again and shouted for the guild leader not to call her by that name. Estio said there was no reason to panic anymore. The sleeping people would no longer remember that the girl was here. Young Biran asked, "How could she believe the leader? There's also a video marble here after all. Through that sphere, someone else is watching this place." Estio replied that there was no problem with that. Estio added that if he lied to her, she could come and destroy him at any time. Yanbaran tried to calm down and assess the situation. Perhaps she should have believed the guild leader. Yanbiran asked, because Estio had had her head scanned from the beginning, hadn't he? And her real name, and where she was from, and why her hair color was black. It's precisely because he knows everything that he erased the memories of others, isn't that true? Estio replied that it was true. Youngbiran wondered why he hadn't told her anything. Knowing her secret, he could tell the others or threaten her. The girl had her magic spear in her hand again. Estio replies that he didn't mean to do that. Youngbiran therefore asks why he didn't mean to do that. The guild leader asked, did one need a reason for a heart that felt it was the right thing to do? Youngbiran tearfully said that she couldn't tolerate types like him. The girl, still crying, turned around and ran away. Mubion, who had regained consciousness, and the brunette looked after her. Estio wondered to the brunette if she should pursue Youngbiran. He knew he was talking to the spirit from the mirror. The girl thought, do people really hate her? Is she not allowed to go outside, even though she's not mischievous anymore? Had she hurt someone now? Is she such a useless spirit? Then why did this spirit even come into existence in the first place? The brunette began to melt and turned into a dark puddle on the floor. Estio squatted down in front of the puddle and said that someday someone would come to this particular spirit. It was bound to happen. Estio stated that there is not a single useless life in this world. 1 month has passed. There was a request to go to the Turk branch to fulfill it. Mubiong asked, if this was about Turk, it was that huge desert to the south, right? It was the first time in a long time that they had received a request from a place so far away from the main office. Would the leader mind going there? Estio said that this request is related to the transportation of the mirror spirit for sealing. It is a continuation of the previous request that was related to the mirror spirit, so he wants to deal with this matter definitively even if the desert is far away. Cactus was surprised to hear that it was the Turk desert. It was his homeland. Neju suggested that Ahuru's family was most likely there. Cactus said he was excited. He will see his mom soon. Mubyan wondered, were plants also not strangers to such a concept as family? The cactus said that they don't remember something like family like humans do. Although they do remember their mother, brothers, and sisters. There are simply too many to mention them all. Mubyan stated that it was still amazing. The master said she had heard that the leader was going to the desert in Turkey. The desert will be a difficult journey. Kaya stated that she had a burning desire to go with Estio, but the situation made it difficult for her to do so. Young Biren entered the room. Kaya said that this was now the new member of the team who would be going to the desert in her place. Estio reminded the girl that she had said she would never work with the leader from now on. Young Biren replied that it had been her request this time. She asked Master to enroll her as a member of the guild leader's team. If he doesn't want to, he can refuse. She doesn't do it because she likes it either. Young Biran said she had a debt to repay. She also feels safer when she knows where the person who knows about her secret is headed. Estio said he was refusing. His team is fully staffed. They don't need any new faces. The guild leader said the girl is going back to her place. He won't reveal her secret to anyone. Young Biran told him not to make her laugh. How can she believe in something like a promise? Estio said he doesn't trust her either. What does he have to be to accept someone he doesn't trust one bit as a teammate? Young Biren lowered her head and said she was wrong. She apologizes for touching his pets and for treating them like monsters. Now, knowing that he hates destruction, she won't hurt anyone without getting permission. Making a promise. The girl said that Estio should also keep his earlier promise. Estio agreed. If she kept her word, he would accept her as a member of his team. But there were some things she should remember. Estio told the girl that these guys were not his pets, but his comrades. If she joined the team, they are now her comrades too. Young Biren recognized that they were now her comrades too. Kaya said that in that case, they should head out faster before the portal closed. Estio promised the master to handle everything as soon as possible. Kaya expressed confidence that the leader would handle everything flawlessly. Kaya asked as Estio took care of himself. Estio and his group found themselves in the desert. Surely they would need camels to cross the desert. Mabyan wondered. Didn't the guild provide them with all the tools they needed to fulfill the request? Parker replied that the guild always provides. But first, you need to know exactly what will be needed. Mabyan asked, didn't Parker say that he often delivered packages? Didn't he never once get stranded in the desert? Parker replied that his wings were pretty useless in the desert. He can't fly here because of the frequent sandstorms. Parker wondered if it was okay for Neju to go with them. After all, the original habitat of the white-haired monkey is snow-capped mountains. Would it be uncomfortable traveling through a region with such weather? Neju stated that he was fine and could go ahead. Although he doesn't like the heat, he is still half human. Mubyung asked if it was so hot, was Neju going to shave off his hair? Neju refused and said he was embarrassed by the suggestion. Mubyan suggested that they start by figuring out what they need if no one really knows anything. Young Biren stated that she has been to the deserts often. She has more than 5 trips to this desert alone. Higer inquired what the young girl was traveling through the desert for. Yonbaran vaguely replied that she was fulfilling requests. Mubyung didn't calm down. Why would she fulfill this kind of request at this age? I mean, she's very strong. Even without a guild behind her, she could find a good place anywhere and live happily ever after. Young Baran replied that it was none of his business. Mubyun said he wasn't really interested. The girl wondered why he was asking in that case. Parker suggested that the leader look at the items needed. Mubyung replied to the girl that he was asking questions just to dispel boredom. Mubyung put a friendly hand on young Biren's shoulder and said that to get close to the team, you should at least tell them a little about yourself. Mubyung asked if the girl knew that she could easily slit the throat of someone she didn't know, but her hand may tremble when she hears a story that makes her shed tears. The travelers took everything they would need on this trek. What remains to be chosen is the means of transportation in the Turka Desert. Parker said it was worth considering buying camels. Jan Biren remarked that it would take a competent astrologer to get to the settlement of the Turka tribe. It's just a man guessing the stars. Parker said he doesn't think it's a scam or anything like that. But divination itself is forbidden in the Lubarzan Empire. Young Biren noticed, that's why she said competent. It's not about those fortune tellers who try to fool anyone. Astrology is a shamanic incantation that is tolerated even in the Empire. Neju said that shamanism is not magic. Yang Biran said that since astrologers read the movements of the constellations, they are indispensable in the desert. A competent astrologer can find an oasis even in the middle of the desert. Parker wondered if they couldn't just walk with a map. Jan Biran explained that the coordinates of the mana flows in the Turka desert were constantly changing, so maps and magic compasses were useless. Parker wondered, was it possible for mana flows to change? In addition, there are mirages that show illusions in Turk. And in fact, hordes of hungry monsters are popping up everywhere. Mubyung agreed. He had heard about the desert being a dangerous place. Yongbiran stated that was why they needed a competent astrologer. Without someone who could read the stars, they would never reach the Turka tribe settlement. Parker inquired as to what would be the case. The best way is to follow a trade caravan. It's the method she uses most often. Parker asked the logical question, maybe we should take a request for caravan security. Youngbiran said it's the right thing to do. It is a deal that aims to move dangerously to the destination. Mubian said he agreed with that statement. Parker also supported the idea. Estio agreed. A man with a camel was walking around town yelling that he was looking for a mercenary with combat skills. He was willing to take another mercenary with ice magic. Mubian wondered, are all the merchants here? Parker assumed that most of them were. Someone suggested that members of the Ignis Guild had shown up. After all, it's the same black-colored uniform with the Phoenix mark. There's nothing better than entrusting it to the Ignis Guild. There were so many people born in the park. It's probably best to choose a bigger guild. Those who are members of the Ignis Guild can choose anyone they want. The little girl approached Estio. Although the leader was blindfolded, he felt her. The little girl said, strange. Why remove the end of the star? Everyone is born under a unique star. The star speaks of his destiny and guides his path. The girl said their merchant family and other mercenaries had a star. The child, turning to Estio once more, inquired, doesn't Big Brother have a star? Mubyang said that this girl is still a child and already a fraud. The girl, turning to Hygar, said that he had a very ugly-looking star. Looking at how jagged it is, the star will have a very difficult life. Mubyang was surprised. He told the girl to check his star again. She can't be ugly. Parker said for Mubyang to calm down. The girl is talking about the star after all, not him. Hygar said he didn't believe it. His star must be huge and beautiful. Parker asked his interlocutor to calm down. The girl said that Mr. Angel has a little star. It shines very softly. Is he a guardian angel who protects people? Parker said he's not an angel, he's an avian. Parker explained that he is a man with wings. He looks like a regular person except for the wings. The girl said that he really looks like an angel. Seeing how gentle his starlight is, he must be helping people a lot. That's cool. The man who approached said that this child was a star contractor. The man took Alzenib's hand and walked over to Estio. He introduced himself and said his name was Russell. He is the leader of the Porum traders. Estio shook the man's hand and said hello, saying that he was the leader of the Ignis Guild. The man thought, this person is a newcomer, but he's already the head of the guild and can read hearts. It's simply delightful to meet the protagonist of this story. The man said the child is Alzenib, his niece. She's also one of the most experienced star contractors in the desert. Parker apologized for interrupting the merchant leader and asked what a star contractor was. Mubian said that's what they might call astrologers. Russell replied that they are wrong. Star contractors are not ordinary astrologers. They are the ones who directly hear the whispers of the stars. They were named that because it was as if they had made a pact with a star spirit. In any case, they are very valuable individuals. Russell added that Alzenib said she would meet special people if they went to the hunters for work, but he never expected them to meet the leader. Estio wondered, in which case Russell wasn't here to hire mercenaries. Russell said they've already hired mercenaries. Someone from outside said that he could see the black-haired brat from the Ignis Guild. It turned out that they had met again. It was that trinity from the rival Ballista Guild. The guy said their guild went bankrupt. It completely disappeared and the guildmaster ran away. So they're just traveling as mercenaries since they used to be on the same team. Estio said he didn't expect they could meet again. The leader of this trinity said they began to meet quite often. Looking at our hero, this guy asked, Did their leader hurt his eyes? SDO replied, something like that. The opponent said that it must be hard for the newcomer after losing his eyesight. He's really hit rock bottom, considering he's here in the Turka desert, even though he's from Ignis himself. The three pretended to be frightened and asked why their leader was with that scary woman. They were referring to young Baran. Baran said menacingly for them not to speak to her. SDO asked Jose, the leader of this trinity, "Are these the same mercenaries hired by the Purim merchants?" Jose replied, "That's right, they just got the tariffs." Russell replied that he didn't. He didn't have that kind of money. Jose wondered, why doesn't the merchant leader have money? SDO asked Russell, "What's going on?" SDO added that they have to go to a village of a tribe of Turks in the desert. Can they go with them as mercenaries? Russell stated that he doesn't have the money to pay. SDO stated that they don't need the money. Russell asked if this would be a good solution. After all, it is very unusual for an Ignis member to work without pay. Young Baron said it didn't matter as long as they could get to the Turks' village. Parker said they are just following the leader. Mubian said they are waiting for his answer. Russell said, of course. Purim merchants never make promises for nothing. He added that opponents need to lose something in order to gain something. That is his commercial mindset. If they reach the village safely, he will give part of the proceeds they get from there. Now for all those who trusted and chose Purima, it is the best solution. The load from the wagons was transferred to camels. Russell told Parker that these camels were not for them. They will take other transportation. The man pointed to the side. Mubian noticed that this merchant was unconventional in his choice of riding animals. He pointed to a huge sand crab. The man said they were all gentle and sturdy, so there was no need to be afraid. Hadn't they ridden horses before? Parker noticed that it didn't look at all like riding horses. Russell said they all become more like each other over time. SDO touched the crab with his eyes closed and said it was strong. Does it have armor on it? SDO kept his hand on his shell. Crab reported that he liked the man. SDO asked Parker what kind of animal it was. Parker replied that the creature was too big to be called just an animal. Parker told Mr. SDO that it was a desert crab. Parker said that crabs usually live in the sea, but there seems to be some in the desert. It's a pretty big crab, so they won't have a problem with it, but it looks pretty strange. Russell said the crab they would ride would be a blue desert crab with a nice dark shell. He'll also ride a green, hairy desert crab. Mubian said it would look very problematic. He had never ridden a crab before. Russell said there's no need to worry. You just have to get in the saddle and hold on properly. Higa replied that even if he had the desire, it would not work. The saddle was tilted to the side. Is it really so non-obvious? Young Biran, sitting down on the crab, asked, "Isn't the Duke an educated man?" Crabs walked sideways. Young Biran had already settled on the crab and was apparently feeling very good. Mubian was indignant. Hadn't he just been told that crabs go sideways? Somehow his crab went in a straight line. Young Biran said it was a pebble crab, a different species. Doesn't that sound reasonable? Parker, seated on his crab, wondered if everyone had made it. Bernie saw that SDO was not yet seated and asked if the leader was all right. SDO replied that he was fine. Parker stated that he was a little scared, and the leader still had his eyes closed. Don't they say that people are more afraid when they can see? Parker wondered if the leader might ride with Neju. Desert crabs are very large, so several people can ride them at once. The crab told our hero not to leave. He picked him up with his claw and lifted him up. The crab said he liked the man and could ride him. Crab sat SDO down next to the girl. SDO inquired if Alzenib was next to him. The girl said Poco was her blue desert crab. Alzenib added that she knew that from the first time they met. This man is the only one without a star. SDO asked, "What does no star mean?" Alzenib said that all people are born with a star that is unique to them. Depending on the person's heart, the star's light becomes brighter or dimmer. They come in many different shapes, and they also sometimes tell you when danger is coming. SDO said that's what astrology is. The girl confirmed it. SDO was alarmed that he had no star. Sounds like he's not alive? SDO asked if the girl was afraid of him. Alzenib, smiling, replied that it couldn't be that someone Poco liked was a bad person. In the evening, around the campfire while eating, Alzenib asked Parker what Mr. Angel's name was. The winged guy introduced himself and said his name was Bernie Parker. You could just call him Parker. Alzenib was surprised. Isn't his name Bernie? Parker said it was an avian custom. The girl probably didn't know that. They use the name of the village, not the family name. The avians have a celebration when a child is born. They get the name from the village elders, so the village name comes first. So Parker is his name. A black cat appeared near the fire, made a voice and started licking. The traders wondered where the cat had come from. Mubyung thought, something is not right here. Jose wondered, since Mubyung isn't even a member of the guild. Why is he following this guy? Hygar said that it had been bothering him for a while. Mubyung said he would ask once. Why is his interlocutor treating the Ignis guild leader like a child? Jose replied that he had heard that Estio was a newcomer who had only recently joined the guild. Seeing him last time, he didn't even look like he knew how to fight. Considering his low rank, he couldn't use swords or magic, so he's just a kid. Jose continued that now that he thinks about it, he can't understand how this guy got into the guild. Jose, thinking, said, "Is this nepotism? Is this child of noble birth?" Mubian grinned and told his interlocutor to just go to bed. Several days had passed. This journey was gradually coming to an end. Parker said he was curious to see what the desert monsters looked like, but it's really just a desert and he didn't see anything but sand. Russell said most of them Parker wouldn't even see, even if he got close. Most of them are hidden under the sand. Sandworms, giant scorpions, whatever. They move around by digging in the sand. Parker said he was frightened by these monsters. Mubian remarked that if they move underground, it will be much harder to detect them. But the most dangerous enemies are the desert phantoms of the blue sand. Blue sand is a place you may hear about in some ghost stories. Jose says it's a mirage. At one point, a mystical blue sand spreads out in front of the travelers. The blue-colored desert looks dreamy and beautiful, but one must not be enchanted by it. Whoever sets foot on it will immediately perish. Mubian asked, "Is it dangerous because of the strong monster living there?" Jose replied that no one really knows. He had only heard that if someone set foot in the area, he would immediately die mysteriously. Parker asked Russell if he had ever seen blue sand. The trader replied that he had. Russell said the blue sand was literally one step in front of him. It was like the ocean. He was very frightened when he saw it in front of him. The merchant added that if you move under the guidance of the stars, this blue sand will pass by, but you still have to be careful. Parker thought he saw a blue desert. He asked, "Is that blue sand by any chance?" Then he looked in the same direction and said that it was indeed blue sand and they should get out of here immediately. But what happened this time? A giant scorpion appeared in front of the travelers. Young Biren said they were vicious monsters moving in packs. Parker stated that the scorpion was very close, but he didn't see it at all. Young Biren activated her magic spear and said that scorpions move underground and one must be careful. He was definitely stalking them during the day, thinking they were his prey. Young Biren told Parker to wake everyone up. The girl attacked the scorpion and told his companions to get out of the sand. Young Biren attacked that monster and wounded it with her magic weapon. Several huge scorpion monsters were already standing in front of the warrior girl with a spear in her hand. Russell shouted that it was necessary to retreat. "We have to leave and not fight the monsters. We have to get out of here now." He asked Mubian why they weren't doing anything and were standing like stumps. Shouldn't they be helping young Baran? Mubian said he had no reason to go on stage, since the lady was already frolicking on it. Parker wondered why the Duke was so cool when lives were at stake. Mubian said Parker may be right, but in this case he suggests we just watch. Young Biren fought the monsters furiously, gaining the upper hand over them. Mubyung said that the girl would probably get even angrier if they interfered. Parker remarked that there was no point in arguing here. Mubian suggested just watching the flank. The blue sand was already advancing on their side as well. The young men noticed that the blue sand was encroaching on all sides, and in general, they were surrounded. Russell sighed sadly. Russell shouted for the magic-wielding mercenaries to heed his words. They must set up their shields. One of the mercenaries asked why it was necessary to put up shields. Wouldn't it have been better to run away? Russell said that the situation forces them to put up shields. If there is no way out, they can only rely on magic. If they use magic now and activate the shields, the blue sand won't be able to get any closer. Under the shields, they will wait for the blue sand to pass by. The mercenary wondered, would they really be protected by this magic until the blue sand passed? How long would it last? Russell said at least one day. If their situation worsened, it could take several days. The mercenary was indignant. Did the merchant really think he was a dragon or something so hardy? He wouldn't be able to last that long. Even half a day would be difficult. Russell said they had no other choice. We have to listen to what he says. You have to hide the crabs in the sand and gather everyone as close together as possible, creating a small cluster of people. The guy thought, if this sand is touched, it will surely destroy him. Jose told Estio to gather his comrades in a pile. When the shield was activated, it would be impossible to get through. Mubyung said he's about to bring back the disengaged young Baran. Jose thought that there were a lot of qualified people in this group. It surprises him every time he sees them. The question kept rolling around in Jose's mind. What is this guy's specialty? Jose saw just a child in front of him. After a while, Mubyung said that he had brought the lady back. Mubyung carried the deactivated young Biran in his arms. Parker wondered if they'd had time to fight in such a short time. Mubyung stated that he had completely accidentally cut off the girl's hair when he was bringing her back. That's not a problem. Young Biran shouted that it wasn't accidental. In that case, his corpse could also be found soon by chance. Mubyung apologized to young Biran and said he was letting her go. Mubyung said that what he did was still better than her death. Isn't he right? Young Biran angrily told him to shut up immediately. The magical mercenary leader, using his wand, activated the shield. All the people inside were inside. The scorpions approached this shield. The monsters tried to pierce the shield with their needles, but they failed. The young man with the rod in his hand shouted that if the monsters kept attacking the shield, it would break soon. Russell said he didn't need to worry about that. The monsters will be gone soon. The monsters did indeed soon disappear. They sank into the blue sand that came closer and closer to the protective shield. Parker was amazed. How could this be possible? Mubyung asked in surprise. Maybe it's some kind of plague? Mubyung took a few steps forward. Parker said it was dangerous and not worth approaching. Russell said not to worry. He wouldn't be able to get through the shield anyway. Mubyung turned to Parker and said everything was under control. Everything is just fine. Even if it's dangerous, the sand won't penetrate that shield. Parker asked what would happen if the shield disappeared. Mubyung replied that their lives would then be in danger. Mubyung wondered why Parker was so afraid. Can't he just fly away and avoid all this trouble? Parker said he was afraid for the others. Mubyung said he had a grand plan. Everyone will line up in the shape of a ladder and hold on to Parker as he flies away. Parker said he can't carry anyone heavier than himself. Estio, still standing blindfolded, thought that something was wrong here. He had heard that blue sand in the desert was a strange phenomenon. One could be killed if one touched the cursed blue sand. Estio asked Jose, as long as the defender is holding, no one will be able to go outside? Jose replied that Estio could get out, but he could not get back in. Jose warned Estio not to cross the border. If he stumbled, he would not be able to go back. The people inside the account noticed that the guild leader had touched the blue sand. It's not even a curse, Estio thought. He stuck his hand inside the blue sand. The guy couldn't believe it. He's totally fine, he's alive. People were surprised. This person had not even turned into sand. Did this child really just touch the blue sand? Mubyung, seeing this, moved towards Estio. Neju shouted that he couldn't just take off. Parker asked that the leader talk to them before doing something like this. Estio turned to his friends and apologized to them. Parker said they are the leader's associates. If he does not tell them what he is going to do and acts on his own, they will assume he does not trust them. Young Biran thought that these people were all abnormal. How can they trust each other so much? The girl thought that there was no one in the world she could trust with her life. But still, didn't anyone say that this blue sand was cursed? Neju said he heard that if you touch it, you can die. Estio lifted the blindfold and said blue sand is not sand. The guy said they were insects. Parker was very surprised, for he did not like insects. Estio added that now when he looks at them, he suddenly sees wings. Mubyung looked closely and agreed. Mubyung realized why Estio had gone outside the shield boundaries. But are these bugs smart? Estio said they didn't have a hard time thinking, but they didn't really want to do it. One of the beetles thought he was scared. Cactus said he knew them. Parker said Mr. Uhuru scared him. Is he awake yet? Cactus said they are exfoliating insects. Parker wondered what the cactus had just said. They are insects that eat the dead skin of plants and animals as food. They're just cute and act as scavengers to keep the desert clean. Cactus wondered what was in their faces. Were they worried about something? People thought it was not blue sand, but insects. Where did the victims come from? How did the monsters appear here? Were they all eaten by insects? Can we deactivate the magic shield now? Russell wondered why these insects weren't attacking them. Cactus thought it would be strange if insects attacked people. They are usually very lazy, sometimes starving to death from their laziness. He said he understood everything. He just didn't understand who was saying it. Estio reported that the reason these insects attack other organisms is because of fear. Have these insects lost their minds? They attacked anything that came their way when their survival instinct overcame them. Estio said he doesn't know the reason for this. He thinks he sees something, but it is only fragments. Mubyung said to the leader not to overdo it. Despite everything, it wasn't the bugs that mattered now, but the guild leader's health. Parker said it was good that everyone escaped the danger of the blue sand. He's very happy about that. Mubion had to admit that he shared Parker's opinion. Jose wondered, how did this boy know all this? Blue sand is an insidious phenomenon that has caused a lot of trouble for many people. But he recognized it as soon as he saw it and neutralized it. Now that he thinks about it, he finds it suspicious. Jose expressed his hope that this is not the case. He really doesn't want to be deceived. Jose asked, had the young man studied necromancy, forbidden in the Empire? A sinner who has made a pact with the spirit of the dead, causing the living to perish. This is a forbidden art of the Empire. If this rule is broken, the necromancer and all those associated with him will be put to death. Yuanbiren said it was stupid. She let him be important and say whatever he wanted to say, but all that came out of his mouth were lies. Jose was indignant. Is she really picking a fight? Does she want to fight? The girl said that the man was the leader of the Ignis Guild, Estio. He had just accused a guild member, whom even the royal family treats with respect, of being a necromancer. Isn't he ashamed of that? Jose thought to himself now that he was looking at it. The clothes looked very expensive. Considering he's been wearing it all this time, it has temperature control magic. There's no way a random newcomer would get quality clothes with magic enchantments. Jose was frustrated that he hadn't guessed to confirm his hunch. He had a real sir in front of him. Jose inquired, is the head of the Ignis Guild really in front of him? Estio asked if Jose still had doubts. Should he provide more evidence? Jose said that this evidence was enough for him. Yoenbiren said strange words. If they hear any more speeches like this, a direct answer must be given. Estio replied that he didn't mind much. The girl didn't believe that he was the head of the guild. Yoenbiren said that insulting the guild leader was tantamount to insulting Ignis. He can't tarnish the name of the guild and still be the head of the guild. Parker said he felt as if Mr. Estio could send these insects elsewhere. Estio replied that it was impossible. It seems to him that these insects have nowhere to go back to. Parker replied that in that case they should get out of here as soon as possible. Estio replied that nothing would change even if they left. More and more insects continued to be feared in the area. Mubion wondered where Mr. Estio got such inferences from. The merchants wondered if he couldn't just guard them until they arrived at their destination. Couldn't he protect them? Right now, they should at least get to the village of the Turk tribe. Estio thought that he wasn't in full control of his power yet. Would it really be better to go to the village first? Russell said he would be under Alcenib's care again. Estio stepped onto the blue sand and heard the insects say they were scared. Estio replied that he was sorry he couldn't help them. The beetles asked that he save them. Upon arrival at the village, the traders thanked Estio for protecting them all the way. Russell, shaking hands with the young man, said that though they were merchants from Parima, they were very few in number, but he could guarantee their loyalty. The merchant said that he would never forget what the guild leader had done for them. The man said they needed to get to the other side of the desert. The other mercenaries would go with them. Alzenib held out a crystal ball to the young man and told him to take it. When he returns, he'll need to take the same route he did when he came back here. The girl said that a lot of big and influential stars have gathered around the guy. He should be careful. Estio thanked him for the warning. He told Alzenib to be careful too. The girl waved Estio's hand and thanked him for the journey. She said they would meet again. The travelers found themselves in the middle of a village of Turks. Life was bustling. Everyone was going about his business. Parker approached a passerby and said he had a question. He was interested in the Ignis Guild building. Passers-by, hearing such a question, said that this young man appeared very timely. The man said he was just about to apply for the guild and suggested Parker go along with him. SDO and company followed them. The stranger said that judging from their outfits, they were from the guild. Are they new employees of the Turk branch, or are they just here? SDO replied that they were here to deliver something. When asked what exactly to deliver, SDO said he couldn't say. The stranger said that this guy was very straightforward. In any case, it had been a long time since this town had had any visitors. However, Parker said that he had heard that traders often pass through here. The man said that a lot of vendors may be passing through, but it's a different feeling than tourists and commuters. He doesn't know how to explain it properly. SDO said merchants who always come with the same intentions feel like familiar co-workers, but all visitors have their own unique reasons for visiting, so it feels different each time. The guy said the man explained everything perfectly. It was like he was able to look right into his heart. Parker inquired as to why this man was going to the guild. The stranger responded that there was something that the entire town decided to bid on. The man said he was going to the guild as a representative from the city. The young man introduced himself. His name is Calvin Turk. He will represent this city in the application process. Parker asked Mr. Calvin if he was the lord of the city or perhaps the lord. The man replied that it would be more correct to call him lord, but he was not used to the title of empire. Parker thought, how had he gotten to the point of asking the lord for directions? Now that he thought about it, most of the people in this town seemed quite friendly to each other. The lord of the city asked if the travelers knew about the blue sand that appears in the desert. Parker replied that they knew, since they had encountered the blue sand on the way here after all. Calvin was surprised to hear that they'd already seen it. Parker added that he would like to tell more about the fact that they came out of the blue sand with their feet. As they crossed the desert, they encountered insects that looked like fireflies and emitted a blue color. Mr. Calvin was surprised. The interlocutor told Parker that everyone else is talking about it being damned sand. But it's actually living insects. Is that really true? Then his eyes were not mistaken. But he had heard that a person dies the moment he touches this sand. How did these travelers get away alive? Parker responded that they were able to do that because of their leader. Mr. Calvin responded that it was as expected from the Ignis Guild. The city lord said that in any case, the blue sand and insects were causing a lot of damage and destruction. In addition, the desert monsters had become much more ferocious and their movements were strange, as if they were following some kind of tactics. Mubyung intervened in the conversation and said that he too felt the bugs attacking with a plan in hand. They are really strange. Mr. Calvin said the townspeople don't believe him. That's definitely strange, but they have no intention of investigating it. Parker wondered. Didn't Mr. Kelvin say he was a lord? He could just issue an order. Kelvin said if he were to order about something people didn't believe in, they would consider it unfair. So he was just about to write an application to the guild. The city lord added that he had heard that the Ignis Guild would take on absolutely any job, no matter what it was. Is that true? Parker replied that if the job is doable, the right person will take it on. There are only a few cases where a request can be denied. After a while, the young men arrived at the location. In the guild office, SDO was met by a girl and told that she was waiting for the leader. She is a guild member who runs a branch in Turk. Her name is Jinyu. She added that she is an ability user of the same type as the leader. Jinyu can fill her voice with emotion and convey it to others. That's her ability. Jinyu said her ability is called emotion assimilation. SDO replied that he never knew where there were people with abilities like his. Jinyu said that she can't read the hearts of others. Her effect is not as strong and also quite short. Jinyu stated that their leader is truly unrivaled in mental type abilities. She is honored to meet the leader. Parker said the request of the lord of the city should now be heard. Jinyu apologized to Mr. Calvin and asked what his request was. The city lord said that he wants someone to study the blue sand and find out why these insects appear around them. He hopes that the guild can get proof that the blue sand is related to the insects. Mr. Calvin said he would need to notify the township in that case. Jinyu asked if the lord of the city would call for an extermination. Mr. Calvin said that if they can get enough evidence and information about their origins, they, the Turkai warriors, can handle the insects themselves. The Turkic desert is their home. Jinyu said she would make a note of that request now. Mr. Calvin, when saying goodbye, said that if guests have any problems during their stay, they can go to him. He will help with everything. Parker said the local lord of the town is incredible. SDO showed Jinya the mirror in which the spirit was trapped. Jinyu heard that the mirror spirit can change its form as a doppelganger. SDO said that there was no reaction now because they were sleeping, so they should store it in a quiet place where there were no people. SDO thought that someday, when the person who was looking for him showed up, he hoped the spirit could wake up from its deep slumber and be happy. SDO had heard that there was a suitable place to hide the mirror in the Tourette's desert. Jinyu replied that there was a deserted temple near the city that had existed since ancient times. The hierarchs carefully maintain it, as it is a good place to store the mirror spirit. But now the situation is a little more complicated. As the city lord said, recently, blue sand and monsters keep appearing and attacking the area around the temple. The path leading to the temple became dangerous, and the believers stopped going there altogether. SDO understood why Mr. Calvin had said they hadn't had guests in a while. SDO remembered the lord of the town telling Parker that their town hadn't had visitors in a long time. Jinyu said they also found the phenomenon strange and have completed some preliminary research. Parker turned to manager Jinyu. Isn't it wrong for the guild to move its forces without asking? After all, it violates guild rules. Jinyu said that the guild master had given them another to investigate the strange activities in this desert. Mubyong wondered, had the guild master sent them here as well? She uses them as her pawns while looking completely innocent. Due to the lack of hotels in this city, SDO and Mubyong were forced to sleep in the same room, even in the same bed. Neju was resting on the next bed. SDO did not sleep. He got out of bed quietly. The guild leader got dressed and left the room, hoping he hadn't woken anyone up. However, Tsuki heard everything. She asked where the man was going. SDO replied that it didn't matter and left the room. He went outside. Suddenly, SDO heard someone following him. Mubyong said that it might be dangerous for the leader to go on. SDO wondered if Mubyong had been following him all this time. Mubyong replied that it was his responsibility. Safety is paramount. Tiki, who also happened to be here, said that all Duke does is follow the leader. Mubyong leaned over to the window and said that there had been no fights, so he hadn't shown himself in any way yet. Tiki agreed that security was still top-notch, even though it was boring. Mubyong told the guild leader that this wasn't the best place to walk around. Is SDO-san having trouble sleeping? SDO replied that there are days when his body is tired but his head is empty, and there is only thinking left to do. SDO couldn't shake the idea that this city might be in danger. Mubyong said that when he had days like that, he felt he had to do something, so he went hunting a lot. Tiki wondered, what kind of hunting is the Duke talking about? Is he a hunter? Duke said he was referring to the monster hunt. Everywhere he went, monsters were everywhere, so it was good for him to forget himself in the hunt. Hygar told his interlocutor that he had a question after his experience with the desert guy. Is it possible that someone is controlling the monsters? They don't act on their own, they do someone else's will. In that case, the wilderness may be a lot more dangerous than he thinks. Then this desert of blue sand and docile monsters becomes an extremely dangerous place. Suddenly, a foreign sound was heard from the side. Mubyong grabbed his sword and asked who was there. The night's troublemaker turned out to be Mr. Cactus, who was also awake at the time. Cactus asked irritably, why are they just standing there in the dark? He thought they were monsters and was almost scared. The cactus came closer and asked, what were they doing here? Were they going to fight? Mubyong replied that they were now on a night walk. SDO asked the cactus if he wanted to go back to his family. SDO couldn't understand how the cactus had traveled all the way to Galacia. But he didn't think the cactus had done it of its own free will. The guild leader repeated the question. Does Ahuru want to go home? Ahuru replied that he had no such desire at all. He thought there had been a misunderstanding. Cactus added that, in any case, they don't have as much family love as humans do. They are born underground. When they reach a certain point, Mom pulls them out of the ground one by one. His first memory of the earth was the desert. He hates the heat and silence of the desert. Then, as luck would have it, he was able to travel all over the continent thanks to people. Ahuru added that he doesn't know where his other siblings have gone or where his mom is. Cactus said that of course he wanted to see them, but he didn't need to go back to them. SDO replied that he understood that now. Ahuru concluded that he liked being around SDO. Mubyong asked, in that case, where is Mr. Cactus going in the middle of the night? Cactus stated that SDO had disappeared, so he went out to look for him. Estio thanked and told Ahuru not to do that again. It is very dangerous for him to travel alone. Estio told Ahuru to wake someone up next time or wait for him to return. Estio promised to always come back as fast as he could. Ahuru said he would remember that promise. Malbion suggested going back because it's cold. Estio told his interlocutor that he expected to go to the deserted temple at dawn. Mubion replied that he would follow the leader if he ordered him to. But could he find out why Estio was willingly taking the risk? Estio replied that the sand insects have asked him to help. He wants to know what scares them. The cactus said that he hates insects. Mubion wondered why he hated it. After all, a cactus is a plant. The next morning, Jinyu said she was sorry. She would have prepared in advance if she had known that the leader was going to the deserted temple. Estio replied that it was all right. The girl said they quickly prepared a method of transportation. It was the desert crab again. Mubyung and young Biran settled down on the crab side by side. The Duke told the young lady not to make that face. He has no particular desire to ride that crab. If she doesn't like it that much, she can get off. Mubian added that his alone was more than enough to guard the guild leader. Young Biran looked around and said angrily that she wasn't going to get off the crab. She was going to steer it at all. Mubian said he didn't mind and asked the girl to guide the crab more carefully. Young Biran thought she would make this guy regret giving her the reins. Mubyung hoped he could take a nap on the road. Parker, watching from his crab, thought those two were about to start fighting. Neju stated that he felt sorry for the crab. Ahuru said he was glad he was born a cactus. Estio said, "Let's go," and waved his hand. After some time, the expedition arrived at the ruins of the temple. The travelers descended the stairs from the crabs to the ground, as they were supposed to. Parker inquired if they had arrived already. Estio said he doesn't sense the presence of people anywhere. Young added that the desert crabs are very scared of the place. Mubian offered to customize the kit he received at the guild and look around. Estio approached the entrance to the temple. It was dark and deserted inside. Outside, the wind was kicking up dust and sand. The guild leader stepped inside. Ahead was dark and cool. Not a sound came from there. Mubian, once inside, said it couldn't be called a ruin. Parker added that he doesn't think anyone is here. There are no signs of human activity here. Estio listened in. Parker inquired, "What does Mr. Estio hear?" Estio heard someone say he was scared and wanted to go home. Estio became tense. Someone was asking to be rescued. The guild leader quickly headed forward into the darkness. He said there were people here and he could hear them. Parker shouted for Estio to wait for them. The expedition came to the steps and began to descend downward. Along the walls were climbing plants. Parker said it was amazing. This temple was built by people who lived thousands of years ago. It would be difficult to build something like this now, even with all the modern magical technology. Parker asked the leader how they would get back. He didn't think anyone would be met, even if they went deeper down. Estio still maintained that there were living people here and continued forward. The stairs descended further and further into the darkness. There was no bottom in sight. Estio kept hearing someone begging to save him. He wanted to go home. Parker thought the leader's abilities were becoming increasingly unbelievable. Bernie speculated that it was as if Estio was evolving. At last, the expedition reached the bottom. Estio told Parker that there was an altar up ahead. Winged Guy assumed that this was originally a place of worship. He had heard that in the old days, people used to sacrifice live animals to the gods. Mubyung said he heard that too. Don't some people still do that? Parker said it's only done now on special occasions. In ancient temples, sacrifices were offered every time they prayed. Mubion asked if there are records of them sacrificing people. Mubyung suggested that these were just hypotheses. When the ancient ruins were first discovered, human corpses were found in the temple dungeons. Parker wondered, why would those who worship the Almighty do something like this? Perhaps those people were coming here for some sort of funeral. Mubyung said that traces were found suggesting that living people were put into coffins and pinned up so they couldn't get out. They also covered them with magic-preserving powder to keep them from rotting. Parker shouted loudly that they were from the Ignis Guild and asked if there were any survivors here. Someone replied that the Almighty had answered their prayers. There were voices saying that they were alive. Parker stated that he, too, was now hearing those voices. Estio squatted down and tapped the floor. He wanted to know where the sounds were coming from. Estio said the floor inside was empty. The guild leader laid down on the floor and listened. He couldn't understand how they had gotten there. Someone said there was a knob above the tree mural on the stone wall. Estio lifted himself up, walked to the wall, and found a knob. He pulled it, and the hatch in the floor opened. Everyone present was naturally surprised. A man looked out from under the floor. Everyone saw him and exclaimed. Mubian saw him and thought he didn't know how long they had been downstairs, but it was a wonder they hadn't come up for air. The man gave thanks. He said that if it weren't for these people, they would have dried up and died here. Estio said that this mechanism could not be opened from the inside. The prisoner said they were chased by bugs and they ran inside as fast as they could. But the door could not open from the inside. Estio inquired if the blue sand had been here with them. The prisoner answered with horror that there had been. The man said they needed to get out of here right now. More people appeared from the dungeon. Estio asked what it was. One of the prisoners replied that this temple was their residence. If they just stayed here, they would be defeated. Estio wondered which residence they were talking about. So that was the reason he could hear the insects buzzing from here. Mubian reported that he had discovered a door behind the altar. The rescued people were frightened and said that this door should never be opened. This sealed room has been closed for a long time. According to legend, only a holy being blessed by God could open it. Estio opened the door and looked inside. The rescued men were frightened and rushed up the stairs. Parker wondered, would they really leave them behind? Mubian said, let them go. They would be fine. Estio opened the door wide and stepped inside the secret room. Estio said it was interesting. The dungeon is brighter than daylight. It's so bright that it feels like they're in a crystal cave. Estio thought they had found survivors and learned that the blue sand originated from this temple. Is there any reason for them to continue onward recklessly? How about we burn the place down? Yodbirin said that although they are tiny insects, if the passages burn, their numbers will be greatly reduced. This is different from the monkey and cactus that the leader adores. These are monster insects that eat people. If you want to get rid of the insects, you have to do it now so they can't crawl back to the surface. Estio said there's no need to hurry. Originally, these insects were quiet exfoliators. They need to find out why insects have turned into monsters. Yonbaran asked the leader if he meant to say that they would know that if they went in there. Estio replied that he wasn't sure. Estio heard the insects say they were scared. They were asking for help. The leader said he would only know about it if he went in. Young Biren replied that Estio could do as he wished. Estio, being inside, said that the girl didn't need to follow him. Young Biren said that she would also go inside to check on her own. If initially docile creatures can turn into monsters due to external factors, this is an important issue. Yonbiren asked the leader to read their hearts and find out why the insects had become monsters. Estio heard the small insects asking for help. Young Biren also asked Estio to find out about the insects. Estio thought, does his ability have any value now? Walking further into the secret room, Estio and his team discovered a huge amount of gold in bars and gold coins. Mubyung was surprised to see so much gold. Parker was happy and said that now they would definitely be rich. Mubyung said that all temple relics are considered divine. The Holy Palace will take it all. Parker wondered, why is the gold in the temple? Mubyung replied that it was unknown to him. Besides, in a secret place like this, Mubyung suggested that maybe the beetles were born from gold. Neju disagreed with this theory. After all, there are no bugs near gold. Now that he thinks about it, there are only bugs in this place. Parker didn't think there was anything suspicious about it. It's just an old secret vault. Young Biren wondered why the temple needed a storehouse. Mubyung replied that the priests also need to live and eat. This is saved to purchase their daily bread. The pontiff is also rich. There are probably 10 such storehouses in the sacred palace. Young Biren said that in that case it was sacrilege. Mubian was surprised that this was spoken by one who did not believe in the Most High. Young Biren wondered, did Mubyung really believe in the Almighty now? Mubyung replied that all nobles of the empire are baptized at birth. His religion was decided before he was born. Young Biren remarked that it was a forced faith. Duke Hagar said he believes the Almighty exists, is interested in people, and sometimes intervenes in their lives. Estio heard someone asking for help again. Estio heard someone say, box. Parker inquired if Leader had found anything. Estio replied that the bugs are talking about the box right now. Parker asked what was meant by the box. The guy with the wings, as usual, was showing increased curiosity. The box was discovered in this room. Parker took it out and set it down on the floor. STO stated that the movement of the bugs has changed. Opening the box, our heroes saw gold there. Mubyung said they are wrong, it's not gold. The omniscient cactus said it was the scales of a golden dragon. Mubyung politely inquired what cactus knew about the scales of the golden dragon. The cactus replied that it assumed the name. These are dragon scales. Unlike fish scales, it contains magic. Dragons are the very race that created magic. It is only natural that each of their scales possesses incredible magic. Mubyung inquired, what does that mean? Parker asked if he had magic that allowed him to destroy people and turn monsters into hostiles. Ahuru replied that it was exactly like that. Mubyung concluded, it turns out that this Shuhanan or some golden dragon is at fault again. Neju asked what they should do in that case. The cactus said that it was necessary to simply break the scales. The beetles and scorpions should then return to their normal state. A surprised Parker asked how Cactus knew all this. He doesn't read books. Ahuru said he had inherited his mother's memories. That's the way it is with cacti. Parker asked if by Mother Ahuru meant 1,000-year-old Akuminata in the Turkic desert. Cactus said 1,000 years was a bit much. His mother lived back in the days when dragons and humans lived together. His mother had personally talked to them. She also learned many secrets from a large number of sources. She was very inquisitive. Ahuru added that he and his brothers have inherited all these memories. Akuminata is such a species. They are all one and can become any of them. Cactus said, summarizing, it is clear that only a dragon can destroy a dragon. Cactus added that this meant only STO could do it. STO said he would do it. Cactus said he objected. Wise Tsuki said that it could be extremely dangerous. A person thinks of dragon scales as just plain old scales. The cat added that it was suspicious. Even just thinking about it, it's impossible for it to break as easily as a branch. Tsuki said that STO came here to investigate. Hadn't he heard in that case that the Turk people would handle it themselves? Chiki said they should just go back and tell the people what their problems were. Let them decide for themselves. STO said he would do it anyway. The blue sand destroys every living thing it encounters. These insects also suffer because they are forced to harm others. Tsiki asked, would a man really put himself in danger because of bugs? STO replied that he wasn't just trying to help someone. The guild leader added, all because he sees it, because he's here, so he can't just ignore it and leave. Tsiki said she doesn't want the man to be in danger. She doesn't like STO getting involved. STO thanked the black cat for worrying about him. The guild leader picked up a large golden scale and wondered, how could he break this? Tsiki said that STO should use his power. The boy replied that he didn't think his power would help here. Tsiki clarified that she wasn't talking about strength, but ability. STO thought his ability was to read hearts and control emotions. What could he do in front of an inanimate object? However, STO decided not to give up and try to use his abilities. He took a deep breath and tensed up. With that, the scales were in his hands. Our hero did well. The scales darkened and turned black. Parker looked at the result and was surprised. The leader was able to destroy the golden dragon's scales. It was hard to believe. The far-sighted Mubyung immediately assumed that in that case, the magic controlling the insects should be removed now. Parker yelled out of the blue that he had a bad feeling. Mubyung said he had a bad feeling too. Parker inquired if Sir STO could stop it. STO replied that he needed time to get the scale under control. The agitated young Biran shouted, in that case, what should they do now? STO, holding the black scales in her hand, said she should sleep for a while and wait in her sleep. STO closed his eyes. Someone said hello to him. The boy asked who it was. He heard unfamiliar voices. The young man wondered if he knew these people. STO saw in his dream a girl walk up to a blonde-haired boy and say to him, hello, Shuhanan. The girl said she was Ro Aran, one of the four. The boy opened one eye and asked, one of the four? The girl said she was excited to meet someone her own age. She had a friendly attitude. STO realized that what he was seeing now was Shuhanan's memories. It was probably because he had touched the golden dragon's scales. The boy lifted himself up in his arms and said he would forgive the girl for her rudeness because she was still young. However, he was not a child. The girl said in surprise that this guy looked pretty small. The boy shouted that he did it on purpose to appear nicer to people. The black-haired girl said she had never talked to people. What are they like? Does the boy understand them? The boy said she asks too many questions, which is expected of a child. He doesn't like people. The girl wondered, then why was he here? And why did he change his shape? The boy answered that he did it for fun. Ro Aron said she'd still come back to play with him. She's interested in stories about people. The boy said not to let that girl come back. She's annoying. However, the girl came after a while, and they spent time together. These meetings began to recur. The children had grown up. They continued to meet and spend time together. They had fun together. A young man once asked Ro Aron why she liked people. Ro Aron replied that in her opinion, people are nice. The guy said he'd heard that black people have great powers concerning the mind, reading hearts and the like. Ro Aron said correctly. She could also hear the heart of the person she was talking to. The young man was surprised. The girl said she'd been hearing his heart since the first time they met. Everything he wanted to tell her. Ro Aron asked, because Shuhanan actually likes people a lot, right? The guy covered himself with a blush and said he liked them now. He started to like them because a girl likes them. Ro Aron recalled Shuhanan asking why she liked humans. The girl replied, "It is because they are born mediators of this world. Among all, blacks are born with love for all living beings. Blacks share their thoughts and emotions. That's why she can't help but love people. After all, even a single lotus flower looks cute." Some time passed. The young men met again. Ro Aron said that Shuhanan had promised to return after meeting the Lord. What was taking so long? The girl added that she had a lot of things piled up that she wanted to tell the boy. Shuhanan looked the girl in the eye and called her by her name, Ro Aron. She must no longer be among humans. It is the Lord's order. Ro Aron was surprised and frightened. What does Shuhanan mean? What was the order? The guy said that all dragons decided to leave this world. They too will leave this place, even this world, so you don't have to love people anymore. Ro Aron took her companion by the shoulder and said she was sorry. She can't leave. She doesn't want to leave. She will stay here. Shuhanan was upset and shouted at the girl that it was wrong to do that. Then he apologized for yelling at her. He said he didn't mean to do that. Shuhanan said if Ro Aron decided to stay here, he would stay with her. The young man knelt in front of the girl and asked that Ro Aron promise him that no one would leave here alone. Estio thought he couldn't see all those memories. But it still wasn't enough to understand. Will Ro Aron break his promise? There are a few other things that can't be explained. Black people are born to love all living things. Estio remembered how his fellow villagers treated him. Those negative emotions were not due to his abilities. It was simply because he had met such people. This ability had saved Neju, allowed him to register with the guild, and brought him to where he was now. Estio thought perhaps he was afraid of this power. If things had been a little different, would he be like her? All the members of the expedition, except the cat, were asleep, sprawled out on the floor. Maybe the cactus was awake, too. Estio opened his eyes and asked the cat what a good dream she had had. Tsiki replied that it's probably a good one. She doesn't know how the others are. Cactus also woke up and said it was a good dream. Neju opened his eyes and said that he had seen his mother in his dream. Young Biren still hadn't woken up. So deep was her sleep. Mubion said he didn't need to wake her up. Better to wait a little longer. Parker told the leader that they were wasting their time. The desert crabs could have been eaten by now. Estio asked Neju to carry Young Biren in his arms. Renju said it wasn't hard for him to do it, though the girl would probably remain displeased if she found out he was the one who did it. Mubion hefted the girl and said he would carry her. Estio said before they left, he had a question for them. When they get back to the village, they shouldn't tell anyone about what they saw in that room. Mubion asked if Estio wanted to hide the temple's treasures. Estio nodded affirmatively. Mubion inquired if he could find out the reason. Estio said, in his dream, he saw a fragment of the Golden Dragon's memories. This temple may have held an important place in his memories, but he hadn't fully dealt with the memories yet because the dream was interrupted. Estio added, he doesn't know the exact significance of the treasure to him, but he doesn't want to touch anything without permission. The guild leader added that he also wanted to leave the spirit mirror here. Everyone promised to keep this room a secret. It's been a few days. The journey this time seems to have been successful. The mission is completed without problems, and the leader's condition has improved. Estio said at least he didn't unintentionally hurt anyone. The leader added that he was worried about Ms. Young Barang. Why is she still not waking up? It would be necessary to return to the guild headquarters soon. Mubian said they wouldn't be able to get her through the portal in that condition. Estio said that in that case he would enter her dream and get the girl out of there. Parker wondered, is that possible? Estio replied that he wasn't sure. He hadn't done it yet, but he could try. It's different for everyone. Caius wondered if he should leave it alone. Should we wait for her to wake up on her own? He doesn't like her. She's the one who says all non-humans should die. How many animals did she destroy in front of their eyes? The cactus added, and it also feels like his nose is going numb from the smell of her blood. Parker asked if the cactus had a nose, even though it was a plant. The cactus replied that the nose is in his heart. Estio said, telling the cactus to stop braying. The guy added that he doesn't want to fight with Uhuru, but they have similar thoughts. Young Biren will not change even if they help. However, he blames himself for what happened. Tsiki came over and told Estio to go with her. Estio put a hand on the girl's head. A glow appeared in the room. He decided to sink into her dream. Estio turned his attention to the fact that he and Suki were in a bamboo forest. Estio asked Suka if she could find young Biran here. The cat replied that she couldn't. Cat said they were inside the dream. Only Estio can find the girl. Estio broke one bamboo and dropped it on the ground. The bamboo fell down. Estio said that this stick showed them the direction. They should go that way. Tsiki wondered, who taught Estio that? The boy replied that he had read about it in a clever book. Tsuki thought that even such a strange method could work here. They're inside a dream. Anything familiar to him could appear here simply at will. Estio was surprised, for it is the master of the dream who must wish. Cat agreed, but added that the young man had the power to control dreams. Estio thought that his ability now seemed rather obvious. What is he becoming? What kind of species are dragons? The black cat wondered what the man was thinking. Tsuki told Estio to look through the bamboo to the road. There was a girl running down the road. Estio recognized the girl, though she was very young. It was Yonbiran. Estio looked at the girl in surprise, opening his mouth. Estio bent down and picked up a small ball from the ground. He assumed the girl was looking for it. The girl walked by. Cat said if the ball got to Estio, then she never found it. The girl walked through the bamboo thickets and saw a white tiger lying in a clearing covered in blood. Young Biren said hello to Mr. White Tiger. The cat said that it is a divine beast that comes into the world in the body of an animal. However, they are gods not for humans, but for animals. The cat said that they were not real gods, but animals could never resist the orders of a divine beast. The girl came closer to the animal and asked, "Is Mr. Bill's tiger hurt?" The tiger growled softly. Yonbaran asked, "Is he in a lot of pain?" Youngburn wondered if the tiger could make it to her house. There she could treat it. The white tiger opened his eyes and looked intently at the girl. The animal, enduring the pain, tried to rise to its paws. Youngbiran shouted that she should just leave the tiger there. Estio noticed that an adult young Biran had appeared beside him. She said that if she had ignored the tiger back then, her clan wouldn't have experienced such pain. Divine beast, white tiger, or whatever, she shouldn't have trusted him. Yonbiran asked as Estio simply called out her name. Either way, they're inside her dream. Estio looked at the girl in surprise. Yonbiran asked, "What was that look on her face?" If he read her mind, he should know everything. Estio said he came looking for her here because she hadn't woken up for a long time. Youngbiran said that the guy feels responsible for her. She should just walk away. She won't take offense at him just because he's stuck in a dream. Estio stated that he felt responsible for her. Estio expressed regret for locking her in her sleep. He would do everything he could to help her leave the place. The girl wondered, who said she wanted to leave this place? The young men watched the dream. The woman from the dream called out to young Biran. The girl screamed, "Mommy!" and ran to the woman. Yonbiran asked Estio how many times he thought she had had this dream. Should she tell him what would happen next? That divine rogue beast she had helped in the forest had put a curse on her family. Who is this underdeveloped divine beast who couldn't even make a contract with the king he would protect? In the girl's memories, there was a burning house with a white tiger standing in front of it. The divine beast white tiger is considered the god of all four-legged animals and can command all animals. Young Baron said that she ended up passing out right afterward and doesn't know why she was the only one left alive. However, there was no point in thinking about something like that right now. Shortly thereafter, an army sent by the king arrived in the area, and her family, who took care of the white tiger, were declared traitors who stole the divine beast from the palace. The girl said that everyone had suffered because of her. Without trial, they were declared traitors and branded as criminals who had harmed the divine beast. While all this was going on, the divine beast just sat there and did nothing, even as her family was being destroyed. Young Biren said that if she can see her clan members even in her dreams, it's heaven for her. The girl smiled and thanked the leader for the opportunity. Tsuki said that it was true that divine beasts were animal gods, but they wouldn't destroy humans for no reason. Estio said that he would help young Biran. The girl replied that she didn't need it. Yonbiran asked, what could she do by leaving? This king and this country are insane. What will she be able to do against these cursed creatures she can't even communicate with? Estio said he still doesn't like her, but doesn't want her to die. The guild leader asked that Yongbiran pick herself up and get on with her life. The mother took her daughter by the shoulders and told her that Rang would definitely survive. Estio said he would meet with the white tiger and ask who framed this girl's clan. The guild leader took Yongbiran's hands and told her not to run away again. Estio asked that the girl meet with the king, who claims she and her family are criminals, and tell him of her sorrow. Young Biren said that even if the leader helps her, she won't change much. Estio replied that he didn't expect much. Estio said he was only doing it because he wanted to help her. Young Biren stopped crying and blushed with embarrassment. The girl said she would follow the leader and asked that he wake her up. After a while, young Biren woke up and stood up on the bed. Estio woke up and found himself sitting on the floor. Estio said they would be back at headquarters tomorrow. Today was a rest day. Yonbiran, still blushing, thanked the guild leader for his help. Parker was surprised. What had happened in the dream? Did Miss Youngbiran really say thank you? Mubian said he had heard that people change before they die. The girl stated that she wasn't going to die. Yongbiran said the leader promised to meet the white tiger for her. A cursed divine beast that has taken the form of a white tiger wants to use animals to crush and dominate humans. Mubian said the girl had to contact someone earlier to solve the problem. Young Biren said they won't see it now. They will go when the leader says. A messenger entered the room and said he had orders from the master. Castle Revito, headquarters of the Ignis Guild. The master, smiling, stretched her hands forward and said that she was happy to see the guild leader. Kaya said that the guild leader did a great job in the Turk Desert. Everyone at headquarters was talking about it. Estio wondered if Kaya had sent him there on purpose. Kaya, still smiling, said that she had been figured out and had to do it. But she's glad Estio has made it through and gotten stronger, so she congratulates him. Estio asked why there were so few people in the headquarters right now. Kaya replied that the situation of the empire was not the most peaceful. The crown prince, the first princess of the empire, and the fifth prince of the empire officially declared enmity against each other. The entourage also failed to take a common side and split up, causing the first princess and the fifth prince to enter into an alliance. The emperor seems no longer willing to watch their antics. Mubyong wondered why this family was so restless. He decided to guess the emperor's plan. To avoid internal gnawing, he goes to the common enemy. Kaya confirmed this assumption. The emperor would act as soon as war broke out. He could turn to the Duke of Hygar, that is, to Mubion, for help. Kaya continued that she was informed that the first enemy could be the Eastern continent. Yongbiran wondered if everyone would go to war as mercenaries. Kaya confirmed that it was the guild's duty to help the imperial palace. Parker inquired if this applies to office workers. Kaya replied that she would put all office staff on vacation. She just has a hard time working in front of other people. She has a weak heart and gets anxious because people might think something wrong about her. Kaya added that the decision is up to the leader, but she asks him not to get involved in this war. Master said that she was willing to give the guild leader a vacation too. He can go to a quiet place and rest. She will let him know when he can return. The guild leader thanked Duke Hygar for keeping them company. He could now return to those in need of protection. Mubion said that he is a guardian, and his lord is here. Estio remarked that Mubion was, above all, the Duke of Hygar. Estio added that he will always be here so Mubion can do what needs to be done. Mubion said he would try to come back as soon as possible. Young Biren said she was going too. Parker asked where the girl was going. Young Biren said she was going to prepare for war. After all, only the commander has been given a vacation. She remembers the promise and will wait for a message when Estio is ready to fulfill it. Yanbaran told the leader that if he needed help, he could just speak up. She would follow him without delay. Parker asked the leader what he would be doing. Kaya told Estio that if he traveled to the island of Elia, home to Pegasi and unicorns, he could find a clue to the mystery of his origins there. The island is accessed through the top of the windswept cliffs. The leader told Parker that he was thinking of going to Celestial Island Elia. Parker said he wanted to go with the leader. Estio wondered, did Bernie Parker really want to spend his vacation with him? Parker said he has always dreamed of visiting the island. Estio, Parker, Neju, and Suki went on a trip with the four of them. At the park, Parker said it was the first time they had visited his village since the beginning of their journey. Estio apologized for dragging out the road to the island. Parker said that's okay. It's an important part of the vacation too. The sun was slipping toward dusk, and Estio said they needed to find a place to sleep. Parker replied that he would look now. Neju told her friend that she was hearing something strange. The sound was as if a large beast had been wounded. Estio asked if Parker could go up and survey the area. Parker immediately soared into the sky and began circling over the forest, losing his feathers in the process, as always. Parker shouted that if you walk 30 meters north, you can find a small hole. Behind this pit lies a bleeding, wounded unicorn. The travelers reached the unicorn. Parker assumed it was the work of a hunter, but he didn't see anyone in the area, so the hunter must have escaped. The winged fellow said he had no medicine for such wounds. Estio asked for a knife or something sharp. Parker offered the dagger. Estio took the dagger and thanked him. Estio made an incision in his palm. Blood spurted from the wound. Estio let the unicorn lick the blood off his palm. After this procedure, the unicorn calmed down and asked Estio if he was in pain. After a while, the unicorn, having rested, opened her eyes. Neju, overjoyed, asked how she felt after waking up. The unicorn saw Neju and thought it was a beast, and a predator at that. She's dead now. She decided it was better this way than in the hands of humans. Neju asked if she could hear her. The unicorn shouted loudly. Estio inquired what had happened. Neju assumed that he had frightened the unicorn. Estio said it wasn't his fault, as she had only just woken up after the attack. The unicorn thought he had once heard that voice a long time ago. Estio, who had been sitting near the fire, rose to his feet. The guy walked over to the wounded animal and said it was okay. He's going to help her. The unicorn asked, "Who are they?" The young man introduced himself and said his name was Estio. The animal replied that it was the first time it had heard the name, but that it smelled familiar. The unicorn said either way she was thankful for the help. Horse added that this man's group is so diverse it inspires confidence more than others. The people she'd met before didn't like other races. She remembered the hunters who had injured her. Neju thought, isn't it mutual? Tsiki and Ahuru don't like humans either. Neju didn't like them before. The unicorn said she meant something different. But that's also true. Estio said it was getting late and suggested they talk tomorrow. They would have to leave at dawn. Almost everyone was asleep by the warming fire. Estio and the cat were awake. Tsiki asked, "Why doesn't the man sleep?" Estio replied that he couldn't sleep. "Why doesn't Suki sleep?" The cat said that sleep was a problem. Estio stated that it is safe here now. Tsiki, spinning her head around, said that there was no perfectly safe place on Earth. Tsiki added that she knows she's repeating herself, but it's time for humans to stop blindly believing everyone. Of course, as long as she's around, there's nothing to worry about. She keeps an eye on everyone instead of him. Estio told the cat that he had heard that Shuhanan hates humans too, but for some reason stays with them. Cat recalled what Kaya had said. There was nothing stopping Shuhanan from destroying this world at any moment. The cat wondered if the man thought there was any other reason. Estio thought it was troubling him. What had become of Ro Aran? Had she not died? Or did she betray Shuhanan and disappear? Or maybe Ro Arena didn't exist at all? Estio said that there are many thoughts, but no words. He doesn't know why Shuhanan dislikes humans so much. Tsiki said that a person probably won't know until he reads his thoughts. Estio perked up. He thought it was a good idea. He would have to meet Shuhanan anyway. Tsiki asked, "What if it's about a mad dragon? What would his plan be after reading the dragon's mind?" Estio answered honestly that he had no plan. Tsiki said that Shuhanan is dangerous. She won't be able to talk him out of the meeting. Tsk again. You shouldn't sympathize with everyone. Estio wondered, did he really sympathize with Shuhanan? The horse breathed a sigh of relief this morning and said she thought she was done for. Could it be that they're on the same path? Then it's fate. The unicorn couldn't understand how such wounds healed so quickly. Estio answered nothing. Estio wasn't sure he could explain how his blood worked. It was better not to say anything at all. Neju inquired as to when they would arrive at the site. Parker replied that they weren't close yet. Chicky was resting peacefully on the unicorn's back. Parker said they had a long way to go. Only the first summit was ahead. There were still 5 more of these before the island. Bernie said they were lucky, as he knows a shortcut. In front of the travelers was the forest road. Parker said that this was the shortcut. The unicorn suggested that everyone go up into the sky. Parker said he was the only one who could fly. The others can't fly. The unicorn said it's no big deal because now they have her. The horse said he wanted to pay this guy back for his help. Estio thought he heard the pounding of hooves. Neju pointed his finger to the sky and shouted for everyone to look there. More unicorns appeared in the sky. Some even had wings. However, everyone could fly. The unicorn thanked the elder for responding. The elder expressed satisfaction that the unicorn was fine. The birds had told her that the humans had started hunting her. The unicorn confirmed and said that the man had saved her and asked if they could take them with them to Elia. The elder replied that people were not allowed on the island anyway. The unicorn said that these people are not hunters. She's only alive because of them and wants to repay their help. The elder wondered, had the humans really saved the unicorn? The elder asked how this was possible. There wasn't a single scratch on her and there was no smell of blood. Was there even a wound? The unicorn replied that she was caught in a trap and hurt her leg. Then they used magic and it hurt a lot. The unicorn and the Pegasus began to confer. They found this case unbelievable. Only the holy spring of Elia could heal the Pegasus's wounds. If not the holy spring, then only the dragon that created Pegasi could heal such wounds. Pegasus asked the young man what his name was. The young man said he was Estio. Pegasus bowed to the guy. Parker stated that there are Pegasi and unicorns everywhere here on this island. Unicorn asked, "Is he really that surprised by this?" They have a good relationship with the avians. They are frequent visitors here. Parker said he left the village a long time ago for a job in the city, so everything here is new to him. The unicorn said they were more interested in them. The unicorn looked at Estio and said that it was a dragon heir and looked like an ordinary human. Pegasus called Estio to the pond and told him that unicorns were born from this pond. He dreamed of showing this place to Lady Roarin when she returned. The heavenly racers blessed by her are still born here. Estio stated that he is not a Roarin. Pegasus said he thought the young man should also visit the place, for he was the last heir of the Black Dragon, Sir Estio. Estio thought he didn't choose this title. The pond holds ancient power, and its stones are imbued with the mana of the golden dragon and the light of the sun, and together they create new life. Estio understood how Pegasi are born. Pegasus said no more are born. Pegasi were born from the mana of the Black Dragon. Estio dipped a hand with black dragon scales into the water. Pegasus said, "If Lady Roarin has returned to God's abode, there is no one else to give mana to." Pegasus asked, "In that case, couldn't Sir Estio share his magic with them?" Estio replied that he could not. He doesn't know what type of mana it is, and he and the dragon have a different connection. Estio threw a black scale into the water, and Gaz said if Estio couldn't, he wouldn't insist. The guy said he had a question. "It's about Shuhanan, isn't it?" Pegasus wondered if the boy knew Lord Shuhanan. Pegasus found that odd. The Lord had never spoken of this man. Pegasus said that Shuhanan wanted to destroy everything Lady Roarin loved so much. But Elia was the last thing on his mind. Estio asked why? Pegasus said he didn't know exactly, but Lord Shuhanan used to be kind. The elder said for Estio to call him Kiran. Estio asked Kiran, had Shuhanan really destroyed Roarin? Kiran replied that not at all. That's not what this is about. He wondered how dirty rumors were spreading among the humans. Shuhanan and Roarin were a couple and shared one heart for 2. If one died, both would die. Therefore, they could not even hurt each other. Estio assumed, so if Shuhanan is alive, then Roarin is alive too? Kiran said that Lady Roarin's eyes are closed right now. He, as her creature, can feel it now. Kiran added that her heart was naturally still beating. He'd heard dragons could give their heart to a child before they died. In this way, their heart could live on through generations. When he saw Estio, he felt Lady Ro-Aren's aura. Estio wondered, was he really the one who had inherited Ro-Aren's heart? Something doesn't add up, Estio thought. Ro-Aren died over 1,000 years ago, and he's only 19 years old. Estio thought, how much time could he have spent in the egg? Kieran said it wasn't Lord Shuhanan who betrayed Lady Ro-Aren and took her life. It was the work of humans. Estio said he needed time to think it over. Kieran said that in that case he would leave Estio behind. The elder turned and galloped away. Tsiki walked up to our hero and told Estio not to cry. Why is he crying? Estio cried, holding his hands to his chest and thinking that she had been there for him the whole time, keeping him safe. Estio continued to cry. Tsiki continued to comfort him. Suddenly there was a loud scream. Estio saw one of the unicorns being collared. She shivered. A night hunter with weapon in hand shouted to catch the smaller ones. He kept shouting that he didn't need the big ones. They could be destroyed. Estio immediately ran to his group and asked what was going on. There were loud noises everywhere. Parker couldn't believe it. They didn't even have wings. How could they move through the air? Everyone saw avians in the sky with chains in their hands. Why are they helping those people? Cactus said it's not the worst trouble at the moment. Their cloaks bear the symbol of the sacred palace. Parker said it turns out they're holy knights. They only act on direct orders from the bishop. It was obvious from the sky that there were outsiders and other creatures. One of the hunters told the captain that those men were not mentioned in the order. The captain replied that they should just do what they were told. They shouldn't do what they are told. The captain waved a finger at the rider girl and told Lipe to give him a sound. The girl was doing something using magic. The captain pumped loudly. He announced that the commander of the bishop's new holy knights was speaking. From now on, Ilia is controlled territory of the Rubarazan Empire and the Sacred Palace. The unicorn said angrily that this land has no owners and never will. The commander swung his weapon and said that any opinion against would be considered an act of sacrilege. The captain continued, heretics will be punished. The captain threw his weapon with all his might, which stuck into the ground. One of the warriors wondered, does he really want to destroy this island? Lipe said he couldn't. Less than half the land was affected by this strike. The order was to release, and he had already burned almost half of it. The elder thought, so this is how the sacred palace treats Elia? That's really mean. The captain asked Lipa if this counted as an uprising. She assumed it was. Parker on the ground waved his arms and yelled for them to stop. He said in a trembling voice that Elia was the last stronghold of these poor creatures. Parker said for these people not to turn Heavenly Island into a battlefield. One of the hunters with a crossbow in his hand shouted angrily for these wild things to get out immediately. Parker noticed with horror that an arrow from this crossbow had pierced the neck of a unicorn that was nearby. Everyone nearby, including the elder, ran up to Ms. Unicorn. She was lying on the grass, bleeding. The knights in the sky were on the move all the time. The commander shouted. He had warned not to touch the small ones. The hunter who fired the arrow said it jumped out by itself. The frustrated knight scratched the back of his head. He thought he shouldn't have brought the hunters with him. Suddenly something happened to the captain of the knights. He noticed that he couldn't move. The captain looked at the ground and thought it was the work of that black-haired guy. Estio asked Parker what kind of monster was that? What should he do with it? Parker didn't understand what was being asked of him. Estio said you could wipe his memory and send him away. But will it solve the problem? Parker says it probably won't. Then why don't we wipe them all out? In the park, Leader seemed somehow strange. He didn't look like himself right now. Estio apologized to Parker and said he didn't know which side the truth was on here. Is Shuhanan protecting this island because he doesn't want to give it to anyone? Is it really possible that the Pegasi and unicorns are merely pawns to appease his wrath? Parker sat beside the wounded unicorn. Estio said she wouldn't die. She's got his blood in her. Estio told the unicorn to get up and wondered what to do with them. He would do whatever she wished. The captain of the knights, who couldn't move, watched the black-haired man from above and thought it was dangerous. Looks like that guy has strong mental abilities. And the look was exactly like the bishop's. Lipe said it was the commander of the Ignis Guild that the bishop was interested in. The girl added, it is said that this man can look into other people's hearts. But in reality, he seems much more dangerous. It's hard to believe he's human. He looks like a bishop in some ways. One of the knights told the captain not to joke like that. From his lips, it sounds very true. The young man could not understand. Did the captain really mean it? The captain of the knights said he would only know when he got into battle with the guy. He was able to move again. The captain told Lipe that there would be a shape-shifting stigmata. Lipe, using her magical abilities, began to create a special sword. When the sword was ready, the captain of the knights took it with both hands. He said he had to deal with the foreigners first. A huge flash of light was seen on the island. Everyone present squinted their eyes. There was a lot of smoke. When the smoke cleared, it was clear that the hunters were dead. And they were the only ones. The captain of the knights descended to the ground and addressed the commander of the Ignis Guild. He said that the hunters were not a threat to his opponent. Therefore, he decided to speed things up a bit. The knight introduced himself and said his name was Ruberius Saint. He is a holy knight who has come to protect the island of Elia by order of the new bishop. Estio said that without an official ceremony, the new bishop cannot take power, so he has no right to give orders to the sacred knights. Estio added that in that case, these knights were not followers of the bishop, but followers of Shuhanan. The guild leader said that the man in front of him was not a knight, but a guardian of Shuhanan. The captain laughed and said that this guy had a quick wit. Who is he, this guild commander? Ruberius Saint said that he usually strictly follows the orders he receives. Be that as it may, he thinks it would be a good idea to get rid of an heir who might interfere with their bishop in the future. Ruberius Saint shouted that he would take great pleasure in finishing off his opponent and, picking up speed, moved straight at Estio. However, the captain of the knights received a worthy rebuff. He wondered if his opponent had repulsed this attack. Ruberius Saint saw the glowing eyes of a huge black tiger in front of him. Standing between the rivals was Tsuki, who had transformed into a tiger. Ruberius Saint was alarmed. Before him was a beast that even the sacred sword could not wound. The black tiger, still flashing its eyes, roared loudly. It slowly advanced towards the captain of the knights. The captain said, "It looks like his opponent has a great guard too." Estio asked Tsuki to calm down. Black Tigress said that this knight wanted to destroy Estio. The guild leader replied that he was fine. The enraged Tsuki wondered why the man was always so calm. After all, that rascal was trying to destroy him. Estio said that this knight couldn't even wound him. Tsuki wondered if Estio had read his heart. Estio said as he looked into the soul of his sword. After a while, Ruberius Saint asked Lipe what had happened. After all, he hadn't given the order to turn back into a human. Lipe asked the guy what his name was. The young man calmly replied that his name was Estio. Lipe approached our hero and told him that she would not harm him. A frustrated Ruberius Saint sat down on the ground and asked, "Whose will is this?" He said for Lipek to return to him. That's an order. Lipe says she's not coming back. This Ruberius Saint is not an order to her. Estio wondered why all of a sudden Lipe changed direction. Estio took a closer look and thought that this girl looked like Ro Aren. Lipe said that she was born from the golden dragon bone and feels the same aura from Estio. Shuhanan and Ro Aren, he knows they had a special relationship. Estio thought he knew who his father was. Estio told them all to leave immediately. Ruberius Saint wondered, would this guy not straighten him out? Estio replied that he would not. The captain of the knights couldn't calm down after all. He had just tried to destroy his opponent. Was he not angry? Estio replied that the only cause of his anger was not alive now. Estio added, but those he wants to keep safe are alive. Estio told Ruberius Saint to go back to Shuhanan and tell him that he would come to their sacred palace on the promised day. He had some questions for Shuhanan. Several weeks passed. Reading the newspaper, Parker could not calm down. Who knew that their vacation would be interfered with? The young man resented it. There are wars everywhere. Parker said there's different news here every day. He'll stay here until Duke Hygar returns. Estio sat down at the table next to Parker. The food in front of him was of his own making. Parker said they are excellent cookies. The leader does not sit still and is constantly improving. Parker wondered if the guild leader was worried about Mubion. Estio replied that so far he saw no cause for concern. Parker noticed that Estio had said earlier that everything was fine, as long as no bad news was heard from the Duke of Hygar. Estio said confidently that Mubion was fine. He doesn't even have any doubts about it. Parker got up from his seat. He said someone was banging on the window. A young man knocked on the window. He said he was the master's toy and greeted everyone. The toy said his name was Johnny. He came here on the master's orders. Estio said hello to Johnny. Johnny, smiling, said he had a message from the master for the guild commander. Johnny asked if they had a good vacation. It sounded like they had a difficult vacation. Kaya apologized for disturbing their peace, but they would need to begin preparations once they received the message. On the first day of the new year, the light pole ceremony will begin. The bishop's level of authority is said to be close to that of the emperor. Comes to power only after a special ceremony. And it wasn't even the emperor who received an invitation to it, but the Ignis Guild leader. Estio wondered if Shuhanan was aware that he knew everything. Estio, turning on his side in bed, thought that this can't be. Shuhanan doesn't even know that Ro Aran is dead. In that case, why did Shuhanan invite him to this ceremony? A black cat jumped on the young man's bed and told him that she had a bad feeling. She doesn't think Estio should go there. It would be worse for him. Estio replied that he should go there. Tsiki said she was unlikely to be able to protect him this time. Estio took the four-legged friend in his arms and said that he could handle everything himself. No need to worry. The last day of the year had arrived. Parker, Kaya, and her doll waited for the guild leader in front of the open doors. Parker saw Estio and waved him over. He told the commander that they were here waiting for him. The master said hello to the guild leader and said they hadn't seen each other in a while. Estio got excited when he saw Kaya and said he was glad to see them all. Estio was not alone. He was followed by Neju with a huru and a cat that walks on its own. Kaya said that she could not afford not to be present when Estio and Shuhanan met. Kaya noticed there didn't seem to be a suitable companion for the young man in the guild right now. Sir Hygar was busy. Only she would be able to help in any way. Parker said that technically the commander isn't alone after all, but it would be much safer with a master. Kaya declared that she would accompany Estio around the sacred palace anyway. The master added that she would do anything to protect the young man. If this was a ceremony to appoint a new bishop, nothing out of the ordinary should happen, Kaya noted. But given who they were dealing with, nothing was certain. Estio wondered if he should tell the master about his connection to Shuhanan. He decided to keep silent for the time being. It had been 19 years since they'd seen each other. Kaya suggested moving out for the ceremony. Estio thought that maybe Shuhanan didn't need him anymore. Everyone began to disappear into the portal. They crossed it one by one. Coming out the other side of the portal, it was clear that they were in the Elysium. Looking around, Parker was surprised. Such a solemn atmosphere and almost no people. Kaya thought it was different last time. It seemed strange to her. It was obvious to the master that something had happened. The candles that warded off negative energy had faded. She hoped she wouldn't meet any of the new bishop's servants before the ceremony began. Estio, accompanied by his friends, advanced silently in the direction given. Parker was surprised to hear a strange sound. He said it sounded like a wolf howl. But where would a wolf come from? Parker was scared. What if Shuhanan had freed some kind of monster? Kaya reassured him and told him it wasn't a wolf. Master pointed upward with her finger and said it was a doggy. Parker was surprised again. Up above on the glass dome, the shadow of a huge dog showed itself. It was the guardian of the shrine, Nebesius, a unicorn. That's what Neju said. This Nebesius looks like Ms. Unicorn. A startled Parker said he thought this Nebesius looked like a bear, this being descended from the very heavens to protect the sanctuary. Nebesius climbed down from the roof below and was in close proximity to our heroes. Kaya said, as far as she knew, the dragon wouldn't just climb up. Parker's knees trembled. He asked if the master was sure of her assertion. Nebesius' eyes glistened and he growled menacingly. It looked as if he were picking out his prey. Parker threw his hands up in the air and shouted in fear that he was giving up. Nebesius opened his mouth and roared even louder. He showed his huge, sharp fangs.